Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome to the second day of the Regulating for Decent Work conference. And the thematic issue today is on labor and social protection policies in the world of work. We have a dedicated panel this morning on Asia. We'll have a presentation of papers followed by an Asia panel discussion with three eminent experts, Ravi Srivastava, Pungai, and Paul Vanderberg. This will be followed by a Young Scholars session in the afternoon at 1 o'clock. And then we would have two general sessions on labor and social protection policies in the world of work. And for now, I'll turn over the floor to Jeong-hee Lee, who will be chairing the first Asia panel session. Over to you, Jeong-hee. Jeong-hee, over to you, and you're muted.
I'm sorry. Oh my God. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
see. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to the Asia session under the title of Innovative Responses in Asia as a Response to Crisis. Now we are about to get started. I'm very pleased to have you all in this Asia session. I'm Jeong-hee Lee from Korea Labor Institute. I, as a chairperson of this session with Sean Coney, is planning to run the session. Actually, I have an overall responsibility for the timely running of this session. Actually, this conference has a very strict time management. Actually, we have 3 papers. So I think each presenters will have maximum 20 minutes for presentation. We are planning to have a presentation according to the order of the conference program. Actually, according to the conference program, Gabriel will be our first presenter, but at this moment, we don't have Gabriel, so we will find her. So if you don't mind, Peng-ho Oh, would you kindly present your papers with Bridget together as a first speaker? Is it okay for you guys?
Yeah, sure. I think we can do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I have something to inform you all. All participants can make questions via the chat function on the bottom of the Zoom page or raising virtual hands. And then I also would like to inform you that the session is being recorded and will be shared soon after the conference through the official ILO channels. Okay, shall we get started? Okay, so it's time for us to have the first presentations entitled Job Seekers' Learning Attitude in the Face of Digital Disruption and the COVID-19 Pandemic. This paper is written by a couple of authors. Peng-ho Oh is a doctoral student at the Singapore University of Technology and Design. And then Bridget Trenery is a research fellow at the Recon New Center for Innovative Cities at the Singapore University of Technology and Design. And then the another author is Samuel Cheng, is applied social environmental psychologist and the head of urban psychology lab within the Smart Cities lab in the Recon New Center. Okay, I heard Bridget Trenery will make a presentation. Okay, Bridget, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. And thank you so much for having us here today. So I'm just going to give a few brief introduction, and then I'll hand over to Peng-ho, who'll really do the bulk of the presentation. So this paper is also part of a broader study that we're doing on the digital disruption and the future of work in Singapore. So it's quite a big program, and yeah, we've just kind of carved out one part of this on looking at sort of our labour market intervention, and what Singapore is doing in response to both digital disruption and COVID. So next slide. So yeah, but we'll just talk through the some of the background literature, and then look at what Singapore's doing, and then I will hand over to Peng Ho. So I'll be very quick. So next slide. Okay, so and look, probably many of you are aware of a lot of the literature on Industry 4.0 and the current disruption that we are facing globally. There's been a lot of research conducted on this, and yeah, increasingly we're seeing rapid transformation of jobs and actually entire industries. And we've actually in Singapore, as I'm sure globally, the pandemic has actually accelerated these trends. So we're seeing more rapid digitalization and also transformation, for example, and as has been talked about in the conference and will be talked about in the conference, this includes the growth of platform-based work and the gig economy, as well as many of us working remotely. Alongside these trends, there's also widespread industry disruption. So this includes new industries that are rapidly growing, startups, and trends towards advanced manufacturing. All of these things increasing in the last few years, especially. So in terms of this paper, we looked at just theoretically, we wanted to give out some grounding within human capital theory, which is the theory proposes that investment in education, skills and training will lead to greater earnings and productivity in the labour market. Of course, there have been various critiques, such as that this may oversimplify the very complex nature of production within capitalist systems, and very often very different opportunities, both within education and schooling, and also the labour market, which lead to different outcomes. So there's some growing literature now on terms of rethinking human capital in the digital age. And one of the key trends in research and scholarship is looking at how these advanced technologies are actually boosting demand for skilled and educated workers. So yeah, this is definitely being a growing area of research, and including something we're looking at in Singapore. So one of the kind of sticking points, I guess, is that probably is being felt globally is a bit of a mismatch between what is being offered in terms of education and training and the kinds of skills that are needed in the workplace. So, those more digital skills, highly technical skills in terms of, working with very advanced technologies, as well as cognitive, interpersonal skills, etc. So next slide. So yeah, I'm nearly done. What is Singapore doing? And I'll hand over to Peng Ho. But look, Singapore has been doing a lot and really does have a longer term focus and investment in education and schooling to drive productivity. So as a small country with quite limited natural resources, the focus has always been in investing in workers so that to drive the economy. And more recently, there has been increasing focus on reskilling in the context of the disruption that we're seeing in the digital economy. So some of the things, and some of our colleagues have sort of mapped this out recently in a paper. So some of the initiatives are industry transformation maps, which go across the industry. more focus on continuing education and training. So this includes both higher education and vocational training. And a lot of this is kind of borrowed from other countries, including in Europe. And then I guess the flagship program of Skills Future Singapore. So this was established in 2019. And yeah, it includes a lot of different kinds of programs, which are very interesting: work study sort of interventions, and a credit, one-off sort of training credit for all Singaporeans, and other kinds of initiatives as well, all focused on kind of reskilling. So what has been done in terms of like evaluation? Well, there is a lot that the government is doing, and this includes some post-course evaluation surveys, some longitudinal studies. And I guess the focus has very much been on looking at what are the outcomes in terms of jobs. So that has been the focus, alongside obviously tracking of labour market and training statistics. So something that we've sort of tried to focus on in this paper is more to look at the learning attitudes of the job seekers. So next slide. And something additional that Singapore government has introduced in 2020 in response to both digital disruption, but particularly the COVID pandemic, has been SG United skills programs, so SGUS, and it's part of Skills Future, but it's specifically to target those who may have faced more job disruption or even lost their jobs due to COVID. So this program offers courses that are certified, so by both higher education and also vocational education and training. The program provides a training allowance of around $1,200 monthly, and career support. And these are also quite flexible. So it's a modular model where participants can kind of enter and exit, if they find a job, then they can exit the training or continue, etc. And I guess the key focus which Peng Ho will really go into is that these are designed really about transitioning to the new growth sectors and areas in what we're seeing in the digital, those need for digital skills. Okay, I'll hand over to Peng Ho now.
Thank you so much, Bridget. So that's really the context and where we are at today in terms of the literature and the background of the study. So, as Bridget has mentioned, we are looking at this particular program, the SG United Skills Program, and within the scope of the study, we are looking at 91 trainees, which are mostly Singaporeans or permanent resident job seekers. And they are embarking on a 6 to 12 month course, right? By and certifiable course by this continuing education and training centers, and specifically this is conducted by two institutes of higher learning, which is the National University of Singapore as well as the Singapore University of Technology and Design. And you can see that the programs are all focused mainly on the growth sectors, be it fintech, data science, or on digital skills, or even advanced manufacturing. Today our research aim looks at a few things. So firstly, we are looking at 3 key areas. How participants perceive learning, how they perceive the usefulness of upskilling, as well as their self-efficacy in completing a program. Specifically, we are looking at how this play a part in the success of a program that, beyond just measuring job outcome, which is what Bridget talked about. I'll go a little bit more in details on this slide later. We're also looking at, writing on the literature that we have reviewed, whether there are potential mismatch in participant expectations with what the design sought to, what the program sought to do in its objectives. And we also looked at the differences across participants with varying work experience. So, we have broken them into two groups. Firstly, early careers, which is, any, participants with up to 10 years of work experience, and mid to late career, which is more than 10 years. And the study and the findings that we're presenting today are from a baseline survey or preliminary findings that we have conducted at the start of the program, this SGS program. So, as I've mentioned, we are seeking to go beyond job outcomes. So we really want to understand how participants perceive such trainings. What kind of outcomes are they expecting to get out of it, and also some other concepts such as how adaptable they are, their perceptions toward learning, their perceptions towards the ability to complete the course, right, which is self-efficacy, how all these concepts play a part in contributing towards the success of such a program. So with regards to these three particular concepts, we have adapted as survey measures or skills from existing literature. So the usefulness of skills upgrading as well as learning self-efficacy is from a paper in 2003 by Lim and Chan. So this paper is actually also used to study skills upgrading in the context of Singapore. So we are adapting it, close to 2 decades later and seeing how that has changed. And we have also used the learning sub-skill from the adaptability framework, iAdapt, developed by Plohan and Bliss in 2006, which really talks about how learning is one key pillar towards being adaptable today, especially with digital disruption. So, without further ado, I'm going to move into the findings and breaking them into 3 parts. So firstly, I'll talk about the course design, how that has implications on preferences. Secondly, I'll talk about the profiles of the participants. And thirdly, I'll go into some of the measures that we have talked about. So firstly, the first, course choices taken by the participants actually reflect a transition towards growth sectors. You can see that participants come from a range of industries, some of which are heavily disrupted by the pandemic, including transport, aerospace, or even tourism. And the participants can be seen when we ask them, are they transiting to a different sector? A big percentage actually say that they are, and many of them are actually transiting to growth sectors such as fintech, data science, or even advanced manufacturing. So this observation is actually encouraging and aligns with the aims of the SGS program, which is not just a stopgap measure, but to really reskill workers and help them transit into new growth sectors. And we also found that there are differences between early career and mid to late career participants in this regard. So early career participants actually prefer data science, whereas mid to late career participants, we saw a greater preference towards advanced manufacturing. The promising sign here is that there's an indication of willingness among both early and mid to late career participants to transit from disruptive sectors such as transport and logistics or tourism towards growth sectors through skills upgrading. And trainees, more than just the course choice, we also saw that the trainees' motivation towards upskilling is really to transit with new skills, transit to growth sectors, transit for the purposes of their career pursuit to a new industry. And when we ask them, these are all the reasons that they have listed. So it's really promising as a sign for this landscape amidst digital disruption, that workers are really taking ownership in transiting and upgrading themselves. Well, that's it. We also found that trainees are new to upskilling, right? So more than half of the participants have not actually attended any training before. So this is really an area of concern given the climate of change, the climate of rapid accelerating of transformation and digitalization. So this finding actually paints a picture that we do need more of such upskilling programs. We also found that training participants comparatively lower for company-led trainings as compared to government-supported schemes or massive open online courses. Half of the mid to late career participants have attended this government-supported trainings within the last 6 months, and this is possibly because of such schemes being made available due to the pandemic. So self-initiated trainings that are mostly given by courses that are from massive open online courses, MOOCs. This were attended more amongst the early career than mid to late career participants. We also found that there are positive perceptions of upskilling and self. So generally for all the 3 measures that we talk about, learning adaptability, self-efficacy, as well as the perceived usefulness of upskilling, we saw positive scores. We found that mid to late career participants reported as high scores as early career participants, if not higher. And we also saw that generally participants perceive that upskilling is useful for them, and that there are no differences found for all 3 measures. We found through both qualitative feedbacks as well as from the quantitative measures that we've conducted in the survey, that there were some concerns from the participants for such programs, and that is that specifically trainings can be, and I mean the discussion point here is that trainings can be more applied and tailored. So there are 2 key things that we found. One concern is in terms of the applicability of the learning outcomes. So we found that the participants gave a feedback that while it's good that the program focuses on providing knowledge and skills that are relevant to growth sectors, there was an opportunity for program participants to have more hands-on experience to increase the transfer of training. So one recommendation could be that adult internships or short industry attachments could be incorporated into such programs. The second point was really about the differences in terms of the perceived difficulty of such programs. So, this program is kind of like a one-size-fits-all, and participants come from varying backgrounds, right? So we were looking at participants from early career and versus mid to late career, and participants come from a lot of different backgrounds. Some are technical, some are not. So there really is a need for a more targeted approach. So some recommendations could be prerequisite courses or boot camps. So this will help participants with no necessary skills. Or they could complete some automated self-assessment quizzes at the start of the course. This will help them to gauge their competency level, or even simply having greater descriptions that are more tailored will be helpful for the participants. So very quickly, I've come to the end of the presentation, and well, in summary, I want to reiterate that this study or the findings that I've presented is actually part of an ongoing study on the effectiveness of the SGS program, and that what we have shared today is from the first stage, and the team will continue to track progress of the trainees, as they go on the program and eventually completing a program. In conclusion, the initial findings show that programs have provided workers with opportunity to upskill and reskill in preparation to enter new growth sectors. However, we also recognize that the matching of program to personalized needs of workers could be improved. Well, overall, it is promising that we see trainees being motivated to undergo and complete the program, and they have positive attitudes on themselves in terms of completing a program, in terms of learning. And generally, it's overall a very encouraging sign for policy makers exploring similar programs to address the reskilling or training needs of their workforce. With that, thank you for your time. So this study is, as Richard has mentioned, is part of a wider project. And if you're interested to find out what we are doing, you can scan this QR code. Thank you. Back to you, Jung-hee.
Okay, thank you, Bridget and Peng Ho. Actually, I would like to make my comment on your hard work, but I have to manage time more strictly. So please make your time properly. Actually, Gabriel had a technical problem, but I'm now fixed it. So now we will have Gabriel as a second presenter. So I would like to inform you, actually, all your presentation should be finalized in 15 minutes. Could you kindly understand our strict time management, Gabriel?
Sure. Thank you so much for being so accommodating of me as well. It's awfully frustrating when your camera doesn't work, but here I am. So thank you so much for this opportunity to present this paper. The title of my paper is Unfair Dismissal and the Coronavirus Pandemic Adaptations and Creative Responses from our Fair Work Commission here in Australia. So just as in every other country, Australians too have felt the impacts of the pandemic in all sorts of ways. But one of those major impacts has become the focus of this paper, and that really is the sheer rise in applications for unfair dismissal that the Fair Work Commission has seen. And I look here at the way in which the Fair Work Commission has creatively adapted and responded to those numerous applications. So the Fair Work Commission is Australia's National Workplace Relations Tribunal. It has a really important role in regulating Australian employment law. It's an independent decision-making body. It operates under our main piece of employment law legislation. It's called the Fair Work Act. So among other things, an individual can come to the Commission if they believe that they've been unfairly dismissed. And data that's been collected by the Commission shows that from August 2020, which is really at the sort of crux of the pandemic, that workplace upheaval generated by the pandemic had generated an enormous jump in the number of applications for unfair dismissal. But nevertheless, our Commission adapted ably and promptly, even reallocating resources and case management techniques to deal with that number of new claims. And perhaps the greatest adaptation that I've seen is beyond the reallocation of resources, but transgressing into the way that the Commission's now overseen and made relevant decisions out of fact situations that are really unique to the pandemic environment. So in showcasing that ability, what I'm going to do is just begin with a really brief overview of Australia's unfair dismissal jurisdiction. So that is really with a view to setting the scene for the rest of the paper. I then consider 5 select decisions that the Commission's made, demonstrating its ability to adapt and to find creative ways to respond to new problems emerging from the pandemic. I'll then finish with just a few concluding comments after that. So by way of background, unfair dismissal in Australia is where an employee is dismissed from their job in a harsh, unjust or unreasonable manner. Employees need to apply to the Fair Work Commission within 21 days of their dismissal taking effect. And it's worth noting that extensions to that time frame, they can be granted, but only in really exceptional circumstances. And we've seen since the pandemic has begun that an employee was recently granted an extra 13 days on top of the provided 21 because the pandemic had left him in quite a bad way, as the Commission put it. And in particular, in that decision, Commissioner McKinnon reasoned that that extension was warranted because of the employee's state of ill health the effect of the pandemic on his personal safety, because he was experiencing domestic violence issues at home, and that he had an online lodgement error, which prevented him from making the application in the way that you normally would. I should also note that there are various other eligibility criteria that employees need to meet when they apply for unfair dismissal. Among other things, they need to be employed for at least 6 months with an employer. They need to earn under the high income threshold, and that's currently indexed at $153,600. Any claim for unfair dismissal requires the Commission to consider the circumstances of an employee's case, and it will then assess whether or not overall the employee was treated fairly in terms of the process and substance involved in their dismissal. So if an employee succeeds in making a claim that they've been unfairly dismissed, they can receive up to 6 months' salary as compensation. Reinstatement, so getting their job back, is notionally the preferred remedy under our Fair Work Act, but it's really rarely awarded, generally because the relationship between the employer and employee by this stage has been said to irrevocably have broken down. So that's just a bit of background to begin. As to the real heart of my paper, the following discussion considers the 5 decisions that I mentioned at the beginning. These are from the last 12 months. They each show an instance where an employee has challenged their dismissal arising out of a particular fact situation from the pandemic. The decisions that I've selected are really based on the fact that they can expose some breadth and depth of the types of new matters that the Commission's needing to hear. In 2 of those decisions, the dismissal of the employee was found to be justified, but for the remaining 3, the dismissal was found to be unfair. So I'll make my way through these now. The first decision in Barber and Good Start Early Learning involved the Commission upholding Good Start Early Learning's dismissal of a childcare worker who had refused to have a free influenza vaccination. That was notwithstanding the fact that she had worked for Good Start Early Learning for 14 exemplary years. She'd been there for quite some time, and compelled to be quite creative in its approach in this quite new and unforeseen time, the Commission needed to acknowledge the scarcity of guidance on compulsory workplace vaccinations in Australia, particularly in the context of the pandemic. Deputy President Lake of the Commission ultimately rejected the lead educator's argument that Good Start Early Learning had implemented a mandatory vaccination policy that she said constituted an unlawful assault, determining that her inability to support claims of having a sensitive immune system and a prior adverse reaction to the vaccine vindicated the employer's decision to dismiss her in August of 2020. So in this instance, her dismissal was deemed to be fair. The Deputy President went to great lengths to really couch this decision in the context of the influenza vaccination, and not to go so far as to say that this decision was providing guidance as to the coronavirus vaccine. So I'm sure that a case will come about, but it's just a matter of when. I think this is really the tipping point that we find ourselves with now. So I'll move on to the next case. This is the decision of Yu and Hanson Yuncken. The Commission was quite scathing of a construction company, Hanson Yuncken, who callously and unfairly dismissed a naive building cadet who had nevertheless provided it with a valid reason to dismiss him by insisting that he remain on indefinite unpaid leave so that he could avoid lengthy public transport commutes on the train. He didn't want to catch the train to work during the pandemic. So he kept repeatedly asking for time off. It was granted a couple of times. And then in the end, the construction company got sick of that pattern or that approach and terminated his employment. But the problem for the Commission in this case was the process that was followed was deeply flawed. He wasn't given the right amount of notice. So ultimately, while the dismissal itself was fair, reasonable, the way in which it took place was not. So this particular employee was awarded $2,583 by way of compensation. The next decision is the one of Sposito and Maori Chief Hotel. In this particular case, the Commission again needed to exercise a level of creativity in navigating mandatory consultation rules that needed to be undertaken in the lead up to a dismissal. And in this case, the directors of the Maori Chief Hotel said that they were unable to engage in face-to-face discussions before making a chef redundant. And quite interestingly, the Commission said that notwithstanding the fact that they believed that during a lockdown they couldn't engage in face-to-face discussions, something more should have been done. And again, like the decision before, the process of this chef's dismissal was flawed and therefore she had been unfairly dismissed. I love that I can now include a koala on a PowerPoint slide. I hope you all enjoy that. This decision is quite an obscure one factually. In McClelland and Komori, Australia, trading as Lone Pine Koala Sanctuary, the obvious impracticability of sanitising a koala at a wildlife park justified a pandemic-affected wildlife sanctuary's decision to make a worker responsible for coordinating photographs with the koalas of visitors holding its main attraction to make those workers, him redundant in particular. And so once again, needing to be quite creative in the face of this rather obscure environment, the Commission found that it was lawful for Lone Pine Koala Sanctuary to dismiss Mr. McClelland in early April 2020. And that was shortly after government directions had forced a shutdown and had specific advice that all animal interactions with visitors needed to stop. So therefore his job wasn't required to be done by anyone anymore at that time. The final decision that I'll mention now is a decision highlighting the challenge that the Commission now needs to take into account with the heightened number of remote workers that we now see. So in Peterson and Kizuri Capital Proprietary Limited, trading as All Pets Products, the Commission awarded compensation to a salesperson who had been dismissed after a director took exception to her attitude during a teleconference. So they thought that she was being a bit condescending and not being quite so respectful of the directors of the company. And that over the Easter weekend that had just been before her dismissal, that she had been posting on Instagram all of the lovely things that she was doing on holiday when she perhaps should have been doing work. Ultimately though, the Deputy President awarded the employee compensation in the amount of $7,476. And again, the reason for that was that the combination that the pandemic of providing reduced hours had brought, I guess, a kind of a reduced hours and perhaps more to do for her. So she had heightened duties, less time to do them in, and ultimately her dismissal was deemed unfair as a result of that. Okay. So just by way of conclusion, I'll finish by saying that notwithstanding the fact that there has been a huge explosion in the number of unfair dismissal applications made, the Fair Work Commission has made really good of a bad situation and adapted accordingly in its decision-making processes, responding quite creatively and with great skill and great adaptation, great creativity. So the 5 decisions I've selected are obviously one of many, but I think highlight the breadth and depth of those decisions absolutely, and will certainly inform how decisions are made going forward. So thank you so much for the time, and happy to take any questions as well.
Okay, thank you, Gabrielle. Actually, a really interesting presentation. Actually, you studied very interesting 5 selected decisions of unfair dismissal applications with a focus on a specific ways in which the Fair Work Commission's decision-making had adopted and creatively responded to the increase in the number of unfair dismissal applications. And also you made a academic contribution as well. I'm really interested of your research method. Actually, I have one thing to make announcement. We encourage all panelists or attendees to post your questions either in the chat box or Q&A. Thank you. Okay, it's time for us to have the last presentation entitled Unemployment Insurance and the Future of Social Protection Program for Workers in Indonesia. We will have Nabila. She's a labor law lecturer in Faculty of Law and Vice Director of the Research Center for Law, Gender and Society at the University Gadjah Mada. Now we will have Nabila. It's over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm very honored to be able to present my paper today on the unemployment insurance in Indonesia, because this is something that quite new in 2020. We just introduced this new unemployment insurance program, and I'm really happy, and I'm really happy to share and hear your opinion regarding that. So I will be talking about mainly the unemployment insurance program in Indonesia, and whether or not this is the future of worker social protection in Indonesia, and also relating it with the current COVID pandemic that happened, that's still happening until now. So to a little bit of background before I go through the unemployment insurance, unemployment insurance program, I would like to make a timer for myself so then you don't have to remind me when the time is up. So talking about COVID-19 and Indonesian labor market, I think that just like what happened in the rest of the world, COVID-19 pandemic has hit us hard, or even harder than the rest of the world, because currently we have the second wave, which is way higher than the first wave. So even in 2020, when we have the first wave, the open unemployment rate in Indonesia has surged to its higher since 2011. And again, in 2020, the World Bank noted that at least 29.12 million people, or around 15% of Indonesian workforce, are affected by the pandemic. So not just in the unemployment, but also like a furlough, and that people who got cut off from the job temporarily, etc. And it's in 2020. The number itself, we think, is so much higher right now, especially that we are still currently in the second wave of the pandemic. And besides that, the Statistic Indonesia in February 2021 also noted that the pandemic in Indonesia is making the rise of informal workers. We already have the majority of informal workers in Indonesia, but the current pandemic makes it even higher. So currently there is around 59%, more than 59%, almost 60 of Indonesian total workforce are working in the informal sector, and it consists of around 78 million people that are working in the informal sector. And this is also related to the fall of the number in formal workers, because there are plenty of unemployment rate that's happening in the formal sector. So therefore, there is a fall in the formal workers. And this is also Indonesia's first recession since 1998 financial crisis. So it hit our economy hard. And this whole thing, of course, pushed the government to make several new policies on social protection. I will tell you a little bit about our current social protection, but I also will tell you about the new social policies that are introduced because of this pandemic. Another things that happened during the Indonesian pandemic is the enactment of job creation law. This is such a huge deal for us because this law changes plenty of things, and one of the biggest things that are changes is the labor law, the Indonesian labor law, that the last changes that happened in 2003. So this is the first big reform of Indonesian labor law, and therefore this law is actually pretty controversial for the workforce in Indonesia. But I won't be talking about the controversial part, because I will be talking about the one thing that actually promising from the job creation law, which is the promise of new hope for social security program for workers, which we call as unemployment benefit, or in Indonesia we call it as jaminan kehilangan pekerjaan. So before we go to the jaminan kehilangan pekerjaan, or the unemployment insurance, I would also like to tell you a little bit more about the policies on worker social protection in Indonesia during COVID-19 pandemic. So there are plenty of policies that are introduced by the government during the pandemic to make sure that to mitigate the employment crisis. One of which is pre-employment card, or we call it as Kartu Prakerja. This program is for workers who recently lost their job due to pandemic. There is a possibility for them to apply to become a card holder. But this is not specifically for workers who recently lost their job, because the pre-employment card is actually previously designed not for people who lost their job, but for people who just starting to find a job. So for people who just graduating, so then they can apply to become a card holder of pre-employment card. But because of this pandemic, the workers who lost their job due to pandemic can also apply to become a card holder. And if they're selected to become a card holder, they will be entitled to receive an online training as well as allowance as part of the pre-employment card program. There is also wage subsidies program that are given for workers in formal sectors who earn less than 5 million rupiah, or around $342 per month, that are given for in 6 months period. But it ended in 2020. We don't know whether it will be happening again in 2021 or not. And beside that, that's what I already mentioned about law number 11/2020 on job creation law, which introduced the new social protection program called Jaminan Kehilangan Pekerjaan, or unemployment insurance program. This program then further implemented through government regulation number 37 of 2021 on the organization of the unemployment insurance program. And this is the program that I will be talking about in this presentation. So talking about worker social protection program in Indonesia, the current worker social program that we have is actually a national social security system. Indonesia already have a national social security system, which mainly divided into two agencies. The first one is BPJS Kesehatan, or BPJS Health, which govern the national health insurance program. And the second one is BPJS Ketenagakerjaan, or BPJS Employment, which covering the workers' social insurance. And the worker social insurance program in BPJS Employment is divided into 4 programs. So previously we have 4 programs in the BPJS Employment. The first one is a workplace accident insurance. The second one is a workers' death insurance. The third one is the old age benefit. And the last one is a pension insurance. So this is the current worker social protection that we have in Indonesia before the pandemic, prior to enactment of job creation law. But as I mentioned, as you can see in the previous slide, that prior to 2020, which is the enactment of job creation law, Indonesia does not have any unemployment insurance scheme. We don't have any unemployment insurance program, and therefore the protecting the laid-off workers are dependent on the severance pay. So Indonesian manpower law is actually regulating about severance pay. And compare with other Asia's countries, there are plenty of research that already talk about that Indonesia is one of the most generous country when it comes to giving severance pay. However, we're way higher. We have way higher severance pay compared to other South Asia country, even to other Asia's country. However, the research also noticed that the compliance of the severance itself is very, very low because of the lack of enforcement. For example, one of the labor force survey noted that there is only 2.3% of all eligible employees who had been laid off did not receive severance pay at all, and only less than 1% that receive full entitlement. So you can see that even though we have the generous severance package, the enforcement of the severance itself is very low. Therefore, many laid-off workers then resort to the old age benefit, that the one that I mentioned, one of the program from BPJS Employment, even though the old age benefit itself should be for the person who's in the retirement. But many laid-off workers then end up taking the old age benefit just to make sure that they have enough to for their living when they're like laid off. So this is the problems that we have in the social protection in Indonesia, because we don't have an unemployment insurance program, and this is what's trying to be solved by the new unemployment insurance program in 2020. So the new unemployment insurance, I would say that this new unemployment insurance can be seen as a new force of labor protection, because based on the job creation law in 2020, the unemployment insurance program is now added to the BPJS employment program. So BPJS employment program is now do not only have 4 programs, but now they have 5 programs. So they have 4 programs in the previous one that I mentioned, and now they have 1 added program, which is an unemployment insurance program. And the government regulation about unemployment insurance program itself define the unemployment insurance as a social security granted to the workers who have experienced a termination of employment relationship in the forms of cash benefit, access to job market information, and job training. So there will be 3 kinds of benefits that are received by the workers when they got this unemployment insurance. Well, the first one is cash benefit, the second one is access to job market information, and the third one is a job training. I will talk about that in the next slide. And the goal of this unemployment insurance program is to maintain a decent living when workers lost their job, so that it will motivate workers to have willing to work again or try to start an independent business. So the unemployment insurance is actually only given to workers to laid off workers who are planning to work again. So it won't be given to the workers who are not who's planning to retire or planning to not work again, but for workers who are planning to work again. And the premium for this unemployment insurance is paid by the central government, because this is a central government program, as well as recomposition of other BPJS employment program premium. So this unemployment insurance won't take any other additional premium from the members, but it will be paid by the central government and the recomposition from the premium of other program. So there is 3 kinds of benefit of the unemployment insurance that now we have. The first one is cash benefit. The cash benefit itself will be given every month for a maximum of 6 months of wages. So there is a 6 months maximum period of a person can get an unemployment insurance cash benefit. And the amount of the unemployment insurance cash benefit itself is 45% of the wage, of the previous wage of that person for the first 3 months. And then in the amount of, it's not 2%, it's supposed to be 25% of the wage for the next 3 months. So for the first 3 months, we will got 45% of the wage of our previous wage, and in the next 3 months we will got 25% of our wage. However, there is an upper limit for the wage itself, which is the 5 million rupiah. And then the second benefit is a job market information that it will be provided through manpower information system in the form of job market information and job guidance. And the third one is a job training benefit that will provide in the form of competency-based training that will be organized both online and offline. So by looking at this, we can see that with the increased unemployment that because of COVID-19 pandemic, this unemployment insurance program can actually be a very good thing that provide new safety net for workers that are losing its job. However, I also noted that there are several challenges of this unemployment insurance program. If we're wanting to see the implementation of the program itself, it might be quite hard because the program is still very new. So it's kind of hard to examining the implementation of the program. But looking at the current regulation, there are actually some issues that needs to be addressed. The first issue is related to membership requirement and eligibility. And I think that this is the very important challenge that needs to be addressed in the unemployment insurance program, because the regulation of unemployment insurance program stated that only workers who have an employment relationship with entrepreneurs and receive wages in business entity can be a member of this unemployment insurance program. In the other word, it means that only workers that are working in a formal sector that can be a member of an employment insurance program. While, as already mentioned previously, that the workers in informal sectors in Indonesia is currently the majority. And actually, the pandemic shows that the workers in the informal sector is more vulnerable, especially during the pandemic. So it's kind of weird that this unemployment insurance program is only covering the formal sector. And there is also another requirement for the membership, which is that the workers that must also be included in both BPJS Health and BPJS Employment, all other programs. So in order to be a member of the unemployment insurance program, you must also be a member of BPJS Health and BPJS Employment, all other program, which is ideal, but the current data shows that only around 15% of the total working people in Indonesia will be compatible with this kind of requirement. So again, it means that the exclusion of membership of unemployment insurance program will be too much with this kind of requirement. And the other things that are noted that I see when I'm looking at the government regulation on this unemployment insurance program is that the workers in temporary employment relationship will not get the benefit of the unemployment insurance if they are laid off because the contract is expired. So the workers in temporary employment relationship will get the benefit only if they laid off during the contract. But if the contract is finished, they won't get the benefit of the unemployment insurance program, which is kind of like we question that as well, because like, well, at the end of the day, they lose their job because the contract is expired. So why can they also get the benefit for the unemployment insurance program? So that's the first issue. The second issue is related to contribution and funding issue, because since the contribution of the premium is paid by the central government and the recomposition of other social security program contribution, there is a growing concern that it will affect the durability of the program as well as other social security program in the long run. So there is still a concern regarding the funding, but since I haven't do any research regarding that, I will just like maybe it can be talked in the future. And then the other one is related to compliance and enforcement, because the data from the Indonesian Trade Union Confederation shows that there are many cases of companies that are not disciplined in paying the BPJS contribution. So it will, of course, affect the workers' benefit, but in the other hand, the company itself did not receive any sanction. So if there is no good compliance and enforcement, even though we have a very good regulation on the unemployment insurance program, then it won't be run off smoothly. And there is other concern regarding data integration with the big data program, with the big data problem in Indonesia. The integration data of BPJS Health and BPJS Employment might be an issue, but this is just something that needs to be considered further. So to conclude what I previously mentioned is that talking about the unemployment insurance program, I personally think that the unemployment insurance program that was pushed due to COVID-19 pandemic is an opportunity for Indonesia to have more robust and reliable system that protect workers against the risk of unemployment. This program itself is promising because it designs 3 types of benefit for its member, consists of cash benefit, access to job market information, as well as job training. However, there is some concern, such as membership requirement and eligibility issue, which, for example, exclude workers in informal sector and other difficult requirement that will exclude many workers to actually receive the benefit. And there is also contribution and funding issue, compliance and enforcement, as well as data and administrative challenge. So in due course, all of this issue, it actually needs to be considered by the government and all of the institutions involved so that the goal of unemployment insurance program itself can be achieved. So that's all from me. Thank you very much. And I'm looking forward for any question and discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Nabila. You has covered the issues of unemployment insurance programs, or called JKP program, which is recently been introduced. Okay, we had all 3 presentations. Actually, in the Q&A box and then the chat box, we have lots of questions and comments. If you see the box, one question goes to Gabriel. So what is the composition of Fair Work Commission? Workers and employers representatives included as a sort of industrial tribunal. And the second question is about the requirement of the income threshold. Gabriel, can you see the chat box? Okay, based on the chat box, you can answer. And then we have lots of questions, comments to Nabila. Actually, many of us has interested in your system. Nabila, can you see the chat box? And the first question is, hope to confirm the pre-employment card is not only intended for those who have lost their job, but also for those who are still working with a several career. And then second question is Nabila too, and it's about the relationship between the employment insurance scheme and severance provisions in the manpower law. So I hope you can make an answer.
Okay, thank you. So should I just answer now?
Actually, Nabila, you have another question. It's from David Pitts. Does unemployment insurance succeed in motivating displaced employees to start their own business? If so, is this form of action promoting the relative growth of informal sector as workers move into it? Can any such tendency be addressed? Okay, we will get the answers from Nabila first. Thank you.
Okay, so should I answer right away?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the question. I actually only see, I only can see 2 of the question here from Weni and also from David. So if I missed any other question, you can please tell me about that. So the first one is from Weni that it's not actually a question, but confirming that the pre-employment card is not only intended for those who have lost their job, but also for those who are still working with several criteria. I also mentioned that in my paper, but due to the limited time in the presentation, I'm not talking about that. So thank you for the clarification from Weni Lydia Sukma. And the question from David, David regarding whether the unemployment insurance succeed in motivating displaced employees to start their own business, I think that this is a question that I'm not able to have. I'm not able to answer now because the implementation of the unemployment insurance itself is still very new. It's not even like we cannot really say that it's implemented yet because the regulation itself is very new, and there is a buffer of time around like 1 year since the regulations is enacted through the unemployment insurance itself is actually implemented. So I don't know yet whether this unemployment insurance succeed in motivating displaced employees to start their own business. However, one thing that are noted regarding the cash benefit of the unemployment insurance itself, there is some criticism that are stated that the cash benefit of the unemployment insurance program is too low, because especially for some of the workers who already got their minimum wages for their last wage, it means that when they got only 45% of their previous wages, the cash benefit that they will got from the unemployment insurance might not be even sufficient to support their decent life. So therefore, whether or not this cash benefit can actually be used for a person and push the person to start their own business, I don't think that it will goes to that direction. It might only be able to just support their life during the time that they're starting to find a new job that are still more make sense. And there is not yet any action that promoting the relative growth of the informal sectors as the workers are moved into. Even though this is the things that are started this is the growing concern that are started to be talked about more and more in the governmental institution. So the government starting to talk about reindustrialization, for example, to make sure that we need to that's one of the goal of the job creation law itself, to make more job, especially in the formal sector, because we are the government is worried if more of the workers are in the informal sector, because the informal sector, as we all know, is more vulnerable when it comes to the protection of the job itself. So that's the things that's the thing that are promoted by the government, and I can see that from the inside of the job creation law itself. So that's my question. I hope that answered like a little bit. And then should I just answer all the in the chat? Yes. So about the relationship between employment insurance scheme and the severance provision in the manpower law, there are been some amendments to those provisions. Yes, thank you very much for the questions, San. So yeah, so as I previously mentioned, the job creation law is very controversial, because one of the things that are changed in the job creation law is the enactment regarding the severance pay. So the severance pay is decreasing, is decreased based on the job creation law regulation. But then, so therefore, the government said that, well, we are decreasing the severance pay regulation because it is not applicable anyway. So let's just make it lower but applicable. But then we will introduce new social policies on the unemployment insurance program. And I don't, if Sen is asking me about my evaluation about that, and whether I agree with that sentiment of or not, I might say that I'm not agreeing 100% with that sentiment, because I don't think that lowering the severance pay might be will solve the problem of non-enforceability of the severance payment if we're not working on our enforcement part. So even though our severance pay is getting lower and lower and lower, if we're not working on our enforcement program, then it will still not be enforced. So it's still in the cost of the workers. So I'm not 100% on board with the lowering of severance pay, but at least if it's already been lower now due to a job creation law, what we're at least pushing now is making sure that this lower severance pay can actually be implemented with the right kind of enforcement. So, and then should government will take this safety net, or the trade union or employer will go for unemployment insurance country like LDC? I'm sorry, I don't I don't really get this question.
Nabila, the question is largely related to who should take the initiative, whether
Who
it
should
be
take the
government.
initiative?
Yeah.
Who should take the initiative regarding the unemployment insurance?
Yes.
Or regarding the enforcement? If it's regarding the enforcement of unemployment insurance, of course the government needs to take the initiative because this is a central government program. But the trade union and an employer and all of the workers all of course needs to be part of the joining the bandwagon of that, because if not, for example, one of the very simple reason why the severance pay is not being paid, for example, is sometimes because the workers do not know their rights, do not know that they have the rights for how much severance pay that they need to get, they should get, for example. So of course, all of the parties involved in the employment relationship needs to be part of the to endorse this program and to make sure that this program is running swiftly. But the government needs to take charge of that, because at the end of the day, this is their program and this is their responsibility, especially related to social protection. So that's my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your the overarching responses. Actually, we have one more questions to Peng Ho and Bridget. It's about the skill upgrading initiative appears to be offered to Singaporean citizens. The question is about the is there any program for migrant workers? So what are the rationales for having or not having such programs? Actually, we have only 4 minutes left, so we will have Gabriel's answer first, and then Peng Ho or Bridget's answers next. Gabriel, over to you.
Hi, can I just confirm the question, please? Sorry, I haven't been able to see the text, that's all.
Okay, what is the composition of Fair Work Commission? Are workers and employers representatives included as in sort of industrial tribunal? It's kind of the question of composition of Fair Work Commission.
Sure.
And then second question is about the requirement of the income threshold. So workers with higher wage must file a suit directly to Labor Court if they consider their dismissal is unfair.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, no, I follow that. Thank you so much. I'll be as quick as I can. So the first question, the makeup of the Fair Work Commission, it's a tribunal, so different to a court. So it's a quasi-judicial body. There'll be commissioners that are appointed by the government in the same way, I guess, that judges are appointed as well. They make decisions, though, that are binding on the parties. They have the ability to award compensation, to reinstate employees back into their positions. When people come along to the commission, they may be represented by perhaps a union representative or perhaps by a legal practitioner, but that's certainly not always the norm. They actually have to apply for leave to be represented in that way. The high income threshold, I actually do need to correct the figure that I gave. It now sits at $158,500 as of the 1st of July. So that's indexed every 12 months at the beginning of the financial year. It's seen as a cutoff to allow access to unfair dismissal for those who earn that amount and under. For everyone else who earns more than that, they need to go through a court to apply for unlawful termination of their contract. So a different method, albeit, you know, potentially amounting to a very similar remedy. It just depends.
Okay, thank you for your great answer. Okay, it's a Peng Ho. Are you going to make a comments or answer?
Yeah, hi. I recognize that I have about a minute to respond, so I'll just make it quick. Thanks, Sean, for the question. I think with regards to upskilling initiatives being offered to Singapore citizens as compared to, say, migrant workers. So I think the strategy for Singapore has always been for, especially for low-skilled work, to be important, and we also recognize that a lot of locals prefer, more of the high-skilled works, prefer to go into some of these growth sectors. So I think another reason for this is also that primarily a lot of especially for pandemic and as well as digital disruption efforts have been very much focused on primarily looking for the citizens and the even the permanent residents as compared to foreigners. But that said, I think that as we have seen from the pandemic with large labor shortages, especially even for foreign workers because of the restrictions and whatnot, there is starting to be a bit of a push for upskilling even for such work. And we do see that companies are pushing for it. But yeah, I don't think that we are looking at any strategy yet for the migrant workers or foreigners.
Okay, thank you, Peng Ho. Thank you for all your participation and contribution to this session. It's time to wrap up. Thank you for joining us today, and hope you enjoyed this session, and also you will enjoy the rest of the conference. Uma, could you make announcement of the next session?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jeong-hee, for managing this section so excellently. And thanks a lot to all the paper presenters for your excellent presentation. And I think what you brought out very clearly was some of the initiatives that have been taken in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic in the Asia Pacific region, which varies depending upon the country that one is. Like you have Indonesia with a very large informal employment, almost 60% of the workers, compared to other countries where you have more of the formal employment and the initiatives that have been taken by the government. We will be continuing again, focusing on the Asia Pacific region and coming back in 15 minutes for an Asia panel discussion with three eminent experts, Ravi Srivastava, Pyung Gai, and Paul Vanderberg, to discuss about how has COVID-19 pandemic changed the discourse on regulating work in the Asia Pacific region. So we'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon. Over to you, Praveen, for the next session.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Uma. So we begin our session, which is the Asia panel on how has the COVID-19 pandemic changed the conversation in regulating for decent work in the region, in the Asian region. We have a most distinguished panel consisting of Ravi Srivastav, Punnai, and Paul Vandenberg. They have tremendous achievements to their credit, academically and otherwise, in the area of policies and so on. For reasons of time management, I will not get into a discussion of their illustrious achievements and would rather start with the panel discussion. The structure of this panel is as follows. We have 2 rounds for panelists to start with. In the first round, each one of them has about 5 minutes to reflect on the title of the panel itself, which is how has the COVID-19 pandemic changed the conversation in regulating for decent work in this region. And in the second round, each one of them will be requested to respond to a very specific question, and again for 5 minutes. After these 2 rounds, then we open the conversation between the panelists and the participants, the larger audience, and that would be moderated and coordinated by our colleague from the organizing committee, Sarah Adler. So that is the broad structure. May I now start with the first round, and we go in the order: Professor Ravi Srivastav, Professor Punnai, and Dr. Paul Vandenberg. Professor Ravi Srivastav, the floor is yours. 5 minutes, please. I would request each one of you to keep your own time. Thank you. You have to unmute yourself, Professor Srivastav.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Praveen, and thanks, Uma. The South Asian countries, there are only 7, 5. India is 4 neighbors, Afghanistan, Maldives, but nonetheless, their response to COVID, the impact of COVID, the response to COVID has been still quite differentiated. India is the largest. Over 80% of the region's GDP is from India. And India actually experienced a contraction of 7.3% in GDP during 2020 and 21. While, for example, the other 4 major South Asian economies, India's neighbors, grew at a slow but still positive rate, averaging 2.75%. In fact, in the post-COVID-19 quarter, April to June 2020, the Indian economy actually slumped by 23%. So the challenges to decent work are across the region. They significantly increased during COVID, but really the real reverberations were felt in India. And if you look at the data, the crisis impacted most on the more vulnerable sections of the informal workers, the women and the youth, and then of course the informal workers as a group, the vulnerable informal workers. In India, an estimated 14 million workers lost jobs in the first quarter. Even more than that, income inequalities deepened and incomes declined for more than 80% of households. The second wave then went on to widen and deepen the impact of the first wave. In fact, the second wave is still going on in some of the countries. Nepal is still facing the brunt of it, so are the other South Asian countries. All this has drawn in actually many stakeholders, mainly from civil society, in many cases for the first time in the conversation for regulating decent work. Now, actually, the major challenge to decent work is really creation of quality employment. But I'm going to deal here mainly with the regulatory aspect of decent work. And in this, while informal and formal labor institutions both play a very important role and have played, there will be significant changes in their roles during the crisis, I will confine myself to state regulation and the Indian experience for want of time. The central government actually went on to accelerate changes that it had begun in 2015 in labor policy and in labor legislation during the post-COVID period after March. This was done mainly through very abbreviated consultations, and this then led to the 4 labor codes being approved by Parliament in September 2020 in place of 29 key central labor legislations. Now, except for the code on wages, all others principally addressed with the formal sector of the economy, which employs in India about 18% of workers. Now, apart from these changes, the labor codes are really the most significant changes that took place in labor legislation, labor policy, at the central level in over 70 years. Apart from these changes, which were steered directly by the central government, soon after the crisis broke, a number of states in India took steps in dismantling labor regulations very dramatically, reducing the scope of inspection, increasing overtime, and actually permitting an increase in work hours to up to 12 in many cases. The last step actually was only put on hold after ILO's intervention, after the ILO DG wrote to Delhi. So all this enormous amount of deregulation which happened in India was done under a belief, which of course we know that many mainstream economists shared, that deregulation would be the main driver for promoting employment in the crisis and beyond it. But in a nutshell, what has happened is that these changes have will reduce. The labor codes, in fact, the rules still have to be formulated. So they will reduce the scope of collective labor bargaining further. They will reduce the inspection systems for enforcement of minimum conditions of work. All these are actually already weak in India and across the region, more so for informal sector workers and across industries. So industrial bargaining across industries will really be seriously affected, significantly reducing rights at work. So basically this is what has happened in a nutshell in the post-crisis period. The situation, the Disaster Management Act, which created a situation of curtailment of rights, made it possible that collective movements would not happen, actually was effectively used by the central and state governments to deregulate labor markets. Let me stop here, Praveen.
Thank you very much for very succinct and very sharp remarks. Punnai, floor is yours now. Pun, you have to unmute, please.
Okay, so let me thank you, the chair, and also thank you, Yuma and Rafi. I haven't seen Rafi for a long time, so thank you for bringing me here to see you. So I'm so very happy. Yeah, we really have to catch up each other. Yeah, so let me start. I would say that the COVID pandemic in Hong Kong is comparatively not serious when compared to other regions, I mean, in your own countries. So we only have 11,000 cases, and also we have more than 200 deceased. But the situation in Hong Kong is very complicated at the moment. I would say that the issue of public health really overlap with political crisis and national security, and Hong Kong society suddenly become the attention of the international media. So at the moment, we are really under, multiple crises. So it's not only public health crisis, but also political crisis. So these two crises obviously contribute to the employment and work situation now in Hong Kong. But I'm not going to talk a little bit about that part, I would like to, highlight some of the interesting points that would be interesting to you. So the conversation here, the debate here has become very politicalized, because especially when we, when we look at the vaccine injection. So for example, in Hong Kong, we have 2 vaccines. One from mainland China, the other from Germany. So which one you should take suddenly become, very political, very politicalized issues, and it was really linked to national identity and national loyalties. So I would say that the debate is not that heavy at the moment in Hong Kong. And interestingly, these 2 vaccines, they are all brought by Hong Kong government. So, and the injection rates in Hong Kong is very low. And the more the Hong Kong government promote the vaccine injection, the more young people is not willing, to do it. So obviously, the low vaccine injection rate will have a huge impact on the economic activities. So the debate, for example, the debate now in Hong Kong is like, which industry, which sector they can be operating as normal. So for example, a very interesting phenomenon in Hong Kong is like this. All the restaurant or the canteen can be open, but the pubs and the bars and the bar with, spirit with wine license, they feel they're discriminated. And the employer, because of the close of the bars and the pubs, so they protest. But then at the moment in the Hong Kong, at the Hong Kong and the atmosphere here, protest is no longer an option now. So a lot of voices cannot be heard, and a lot of grievances. And also the feeling of, unfairness. So, for example, why the restaurant, the retail sector, they can be operated, but the others, they are not allowed. So a lot of debate is really centering on these issues. And my current research on the creative industry workers also indicate that the cultural activities under the pandemic, they are not really taken care of. So while the other shops and supermarket, they can open, but museum and cultural center, they're all closed. So the young workers from the creative industries, they are seriously suffered. And because of the impact of the economic downturn, so a lot more work. There's no really decent work in Hong Kong, so it's really hard to talk about the concept of decent work. So a lot more work become subcontracting, become casualized, and also a lot more part-time employment without contract provided. And because these creative industry workers, they are not provided with a written contract, so they are not able to receive subsidies from the Hong Kong government, some of the supporting schemes to them. So we need to provide a written document to prove that he or she is an employee, but without a contract. So the situation is quite similar to mainland China. So a lot more grievances at the moment. And in Hong Kong, we don't have unemployment insurance schemes. So we fight for the Hong Kong government, to issue the unemployment insurance schemes for more than 10 to 20 years, but still the Hong Kong government is not willing to do so. So I say that the debate is basically centering on these issues. Let me stop here, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Punnai. Paul Vandenberg, the floor is yours now.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Jia, and also a special thanks to Uma for having me involved in this session. I'm going to take the question sort of directly and try to respond, and I'll give three areas where I think that COVID is affecting the conversation on decent work, the dialogue on decent work. And I think we have to think about, well, is it affecting that dialogue today, now, during COVID? But will it also change the dialogue post-COVID. So is this an important change? So 3 issues here. Now, the first issue, I think is, and we had some discussion about this in the opening session yesterday, is that when the crisis hit last year, I think many of us were surprised at the speed at which governments took action to try to protect the economy, right? And I think as part of that, it was interesting that many of them took very direct action to preserve work and to support workers. And I don't think we really saw that kind of direct reaction in previous crises, like financial crisis, where all the attention is on fixing the financial sector. This one, I think there was very direct focus on workers. And I think that's very important. And what a lot of governments, not a lot, but some governments did around the world, and some governments in Asia, is they said, look, we really need to protect workers. How do we do that? And a lot of them did that by saying, let's put in place some kind of job retention programs, which essentially mean wage subsidies. And so it was very interesting to see that approach, not only from some of the high-income countries in Asia, but also some middle-income countries in Asia, such as the Philippines, for example. Now, the question really is that response somehow resulting in a permanent change? Meaning, in the future, when we have economic crises, will the governments quickly move toward job retention schemes, realizing that employment can be very hit? So the first point then is a lot of attention on employment when the crisis started. Will that discussion continue for previous crises? The second point is that I think the crisis put a lot of attention on informal workers. And I think we're hearing that from everyone, from the other panelists today and from the discussions earlier today and yesterday. And it's really focused attention on them. And I think it did so because when governments realized that employment needed to be protected, they said, okay, we can do that with the formal sector because we have channels to reach the formal sector, because in a sense they're formal and we're connected with them. That could be through things like unemployment insurance, but there was a relationship with businesses and through business with workers. And then I think the question really was, well, okay, that's fine for the formal sector, but what happens to the informal sector? And suddenly there was this question was, how do we get to the informal workers? And if I could put it in a phrase, the question for governments is, are we connected to the unprotected, right? Is there a connection there so that we could channel benefits to informal workers? And many cases we found, no, there isn't. And governments needed to resort to non-labor channels such as cash transfers to try to deliver that support. So I think that's really been interesting. So the question is, will this attention on informal workers as a result of COVID carry into the post-COVID period? And will we have a larger concern that, look, we need to connect the informal sector, we need, in a sense, to formalize informal sector because we need channels to help them. Third and final point, going a little bit to a different part of the labor market, I think there's been a spotlight put on what's happening in the home, in the household. And this is really the unpaid work that gets done, and it primarily, almost entirely gets done by women. And I think what happened is that because of the lockdowns, we had more people at home. We had children at home. We had male members of the family, the head of family, the husband, who normally was working but couldn't work, so they were at home. Now, you've got more people at home, so what you have is, of course, the woman who takes care of the home. Unfortunately, that's her burden. She's got a heightened burden as a result of the pandemic. Now, we could have seen something happen. Maybe men being home would realize that women do a lot of work at home, and they would see that because they were at home. And they might chip in and do more work, or the wife might say, look at all the work I'm doing, you need to help me. I think sadly, that may have happened in a very few number of situations, but sadly, I don't think that has happened. And if anything, we've seen a rise in GBV, right? Gender-based violence in the household. So that's a bit unfortunate, but will it help to carry a dialogue, a new dialogue after COVID about the work that's done in the household? So let me just put those 3 points to you and leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vandenberg. Now, let me start the second round of questions and let me read questions for all 3 of you. First, to Professor Ravi Srivastava, COVID-19 has clearly brought to the fore the urgency and need to address labor governance of both internal and external migrant workers. What changes have you seen in the region in this area, that is labor migration governance, in the past year? What lies ahead for these workers and their well-being in the post-COVID phase? The question for Professor Punna is, what has been the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on poverty and inequality in the Asia region? Do you think there is a need to rethink or reconceptualize poverty and deprivation in terms of employment in the Asia context? And for Dr. Vandenberg, has the discourse on technology in the context of global production, the way it is organized, changed since the COVID-19 began? What will be the role of technology in the post-COVID-19 phase? What do you think would be the implications for labor? Each one of you again have 5 minutes, please. And in case you wish to address something additional within your 5 minutes, please do so. Thank you very much. We start with Professor Srivastava. You have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, I didn't realize I get muted every time. Okay, thanks, Praveen. Thanks for asking me this question. My response to this question, which partly address, or not address, but also speak on some of the remarks which Paul made. So the COVID-19 crisis actually precipitated an extremely severe crisis for migrant workers across the whole region, whether internal migrants, cross-border migrants, or international migrants. Now, in the South Asian region, while over now some decades, some attention has been paid to the governance of international migration, but there has been very little focus on international migration, even less, if I may say so, on cross-border migration. Now, as far as international migration is concerned, the crisis for South Asian immigrants was initially very acute due to loss of jobs, with some attention, insecurity, and then some attention was paid to the safe repatriation, with in many of the countries and states in India, small relief grants being given to the jobless returnees. But as far as internal migration is concerned, while the crisis was again acute across the whole region, its most acute manifestations were in India. India precipitated, if I may say so, the largest ever crisis for internal circulant migrants globally by imposing an extremely stringent lockdown at 4 hours notice, immobilizing the entire population. Nobody could go anywhere, from village to village, district to district, and so on. The circular migrants who, by our estimate today, actually comprise 60% of the vulnerable informal workforce outside agriculture. They used to be around 40% a decade and a half ago, and within a decade and a half, today they stand at 60%. We saw them in the largest urban-rural forced return migration in the history of this country under very distressed conditions. Now, despite this very severe crisis, which exposed the vulnerability of labor migrants, the post-COVID attempts at improved governance of internal migration, in my view, have been tepid at best. And I will just very briefly speak about three what may be called somewhat major overlapping plans. First, the new labor codes, which I've already talked about. These were approved by Parliament, and they talk of a system of registration and portability of social security for migrant construction labor. This was already on anvil for some time, since the 2018 Apex Court judgment. They also incorporate earlier laws for regulation of working conditions and registration of interstate migrant workers in establishments above a threshold size. Now, while the definition of interstate migrant workers has been widened to include those who move across state boundaries without contractors, the regulatory framework has been diluted and coverage of establishments will be low. The second, while the government's initial response was actually a complete denial of the migrant crisis, and here again, I'm in a sense speaking to Paul's remark, it was prodded by the Apex government in India last May to extend some relief measures to improve data and to create a state-level database and portal, national portal, as well as state portal for registering migrant laborers. Now, actually, this has not taken place at all. In an Apex Court judgment last month, the courts actually indicted, chastised the government for not having done so, and they ordered it to implement laws for registration of all informal workers under law which was actually approved 13 years ago by Parliament, and for protection of interstate migrant workers, again under a 1979 law. It also directed the government to register migrant workers through a national portal, which is what the government had committed more than a year ago. Now, as you can see, the judicial pronouncements in India influenced the last two government measures of registration and extending relief and so on. And what is more interesting about the most recent judgment is that it actually drew a linkage between informal workers and migrant workers in the country. So in many cases, it talked about exclusion of these from existing social security programs, and how they could be covered, and the question of registration, and so on and so forth. Now, these very limited measures, I might say, do not even go nearly as far as the recommendations of a national commission of which I was a member. These recommendations made about 15 years ago had called for a comprehensive law for the protection of informal workers and the migrant workers, and a migrant and a mandatory registration system for them, and the institution of a national minimum level of portable social security. So in the interim, the government's main think tank, the Niti Aayog, has also produced an internal draft policy for migrant workers, but this policy has not seen the light of day. So actually, has anything significantly changed? In a recent article, I say, has there been a point of inflection? In a sense, there has been a point of inflection, that there's a greater consciousness on civil society actors, organizations about the whole question of informality, the whole question of migrant workers. But has there been a change in the overall shift in policy? I think we are still to see a directional change. Thank you very much, Praveen.
Thank you very much. Punnai, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So like Rafi, I have been studying migrant labor in mainland China for more than 2 decades. But recently, because of the political situation and also the COVID-19, so I shift my research focus from mainland China to Hong Kong, and I look at the youth employment and poverty issues. So when I really look at the issues, I just would like to say that working but poor become a new issue in Hong Kong. So even a society like Hong Kong, nobody would imagine that, I mean, working, but you still suffer from poverty. And when I look at those studies, I would say that Hong Kong employment issues is really understudied, not to mention about the young people. So my current research is really look at, how young people in Hong Kong, they really suffer from working. So working but poor become a new agenda. And just give you a very broad, context of Hong Kong society. So in Hong Kong, we have more than 7 million population, and over 50% of us are working people. And then more than 20% of Hong Kong people, they're living under the poverty line. That means that 1.4 million people in Hong Kong, they are living under poverty line according to the official data. And in Hong Kong, as well, how do we measure the poverty line? We use the median income, the 50% of the median income. So if you live under the 50% of median income, you are classified as poor people. So my study tried to say that if you simply look at the poverty line, then using the income as the only measure, then a lot of households suffered from poverty. They actually frustrate every year simply because we're using this sole measurement. And obviously, when we look at the deprivation theory and also the social exclusion studies, they try to overcome the convention measurement. So they will look at the educational sphere, they look at the health issue, they look at the communal issues. They try to cover social aspect, cultural aspect, and psychological aspect. But however, when they try to cover these aspects, the economic factors, or I would say that the employment factors is entirely missing. And to me, employment is not simply about income, obviously. So I try to reconstruct a kind of multi-scalar employment scale, try to look at precarious work at the workplace on the one hand, and on the other hand, as the block job mobility at the labor market. So I look at work patterns, I look at contractual types, I look at the duration of the jobs, potential job loss, and also the sense of aspiration and security, and how these employment factors, they contribute to the factors of poverty. So I group all these factors together and I look at 4 aspects. So the first aspect is the sense of precarities. I look at the economic factors. That means I look at the income, I look at what kind of work, what kind of contract you have provided, and also how long you really work in your sector. And then I move to look at the sense of mobility. And so I look at the social risk factor, and obviously I look at school to work transition, how long they can find a job, and also if they find a job, whether they can really climb up the career ladder. I'm talking about Hong Kong society, so so that's quite rare because the people would think that Hong Kong is an advanced society, advanced economic society. So so I move from the sense of mobility to look at the sense of security. So I look at the psychological effect, how people feel insecure and how people feel uncertain, a sense of uncertainty. So how all this sense of security and uncertainty and uncertainty, they have been driven from the employment factors. And so this is the third sense of security. And then I move to the fourth one as the sense of aspiration and hope. And in this aspect, I look at the political risk factor. So I look at, how the young people, how the young working people, they look at Hong Kong government, they look at policy, they look at the governance, they look at the China factors. So all together, I try to group them together to construct a kind of precarious employment index, and use this index to enrich the multiple dimension poverty line. There is the MPI. I'm quite sure you have heard about the concept of MPI. And so, but when we look at existing MPI, the significant part of employment is really missing out. So I try to contribute my study to add a very important dimension into the MPI, and hopefully I think I can hopefully I could contribute to the Hong Kong poverty issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we go to Dr. Vandenberg, please.
Thank you again, Professor Jha. So this question really is about technology, and if we're talking about global value change, global production networks, I think in the short term during COVID, these were affected because the movement of people, but in particular the movement of goods has been restricted. But I don't see a lasting impact on that from COVID. But I will say, that there has been a lot of change, and there's a lot of change in value chains and the labor associated with prior to COVID, and that change will continue after COVID. So things like Industry 4.0, increased automation, those things will have an impact on labor. They'll reduce labor demand for certain occupations, and the question, of course, is shifting that labor, reskilling that labor to new and emerging occupations. But let me just take two issues about technology that I think have been highlighted, spotlighted as a result of the pandemic, and may influence things in a post-pandemic world. So if we think about technology, the first issue is, can technology help us to deliver support to workers, right? So if we think about the regulation of work or the regulation of decent work, and we have programs in place such as unemployment insurance or other types of social assistance, we can think about how technology, in particular digital technology, can help to bring benefits. And we've sort of seen this initially pre-pandemic in India, for example, where people are given cards and they're setting up bank accounts, and benefits are put in directly into those bank accounts using technology, using fintech. And I think this has been promoted in other parts of the region during COVID. I know one particular situation, I think it was Thailand, where the government announced a benefits program for people affected by COVID. And the idea was that people should go, I think, to government financial institutions or government offices to apply and to get their assistance. And then the government quickly realized that it should do this online, so that it didn't have people out and breaking lockdowns and curfews. And I think that's just sort of one example. So using technology to deliver assistance to workers, I think is quite important. The other area I think that's been highlighted by the pandemic is our platform workers, the gig economy. And so what's happened during the pandemic is that because of lockdowns and social distancing, people have not been able to get out to just basic things like get food or buy products or get services. And a lot of that has been shifted online. And so technology has been used and is available for that to take place. You can order things online, and it's not only customer to business, it's also business to business. You can order things online, you can get it delivered, and all that takes place through the technology. And that, I think, is another aspect. And I think what has happened is that the pandemic sort of pushed a process that was happening of digitizing economies. It really gave a huge push to it because of the social distancing. Now, the big question out of that is, do the workers who make that system work, the delivery people, for example, what's the nature of their employment? Do they have decent employment contracts? What is the employment relationship between them and the companies that they deliver goods for example? And I think that's the sort of a very important thing, that, again, is something that was happening before the crisis. It got pushed a lot as a result of the crisis, and it will continue to be an issue after the crisis hopefully is beyond us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. That again was very sharp and crisp in terms of some of the challenges that we confront. Now, I will invite my colleague from the organizing committee, Sarah, to take forward the discussion as regards the responses and questions from the audience. Sarah, we can start with the question that Uma has put in the chat box, and then would request you to take other questions, please. Thank you. Sarah, please.
Certainly. Thank you, Praveen. And thank you, panelists. It's a pleasure to be with you. And thank you so much for your very interesting interventions. We do have 2 questions that have been posed in the chat box, and Praveen says I should start with Uma. So let me start with Uma. Then there's another one, and I have some to supplement if no more come in. It's great that we still have 20 minutes for a Q&A. So let's start with Uma. It's this harps back to what Paul was saying, and the attention, the greater attention that this crisis has brought to really trying to finally do something to take care of the great duality that we have in this region between formal and informal sector. So certainly the spotlight has been placed on the vulnerabilities and insecurities of informal workers. And what do you think governments in the region can do to push further policies that would ensure labor and social protection for these workers moving forward? It's a fairly general question, but how can we make this spotlight on informality more permanent and finally make a difference? Who would like to start? Paul, I see you smiling. I'm going to start with you.
Thanks, Sarah, or maybe I should say no thanks. But anyways, yeah, I mean, that's one of the issues that I raised about this question of informality. And as you yourself are aware, you know, it's a huge issue that's been debated a lot over the last years. How can we do that? How can we keep the spotlight on informal workers? Good question, and I'm not convinced I know the answer. I think, you know, I think part of what we need to do is we need to try to convince people that, you know, moving from informality to formality is not just, you know, an attempt to regulate things, this attempt to control things. We need to make it clear, not only to governments, but also to the informal businesses themselves, that there are real benefits from formalizing enterprises and therefore formalizing the work in enterprises. And so I think bringing out the benefits of why formality is good, right? And also emphasizing to enterprises that it's not a big burden, and it is additional regulation, but the benefits of doing it outweigh the costs of doing it or the problems of doing it. So I think it's a matter of finding evidence to try to convince people, as I say, policymakers in particular, but also the enterprises themselves. And often enterprises don't come forward to formalize because they're worried about the cost, they're worried about the regulation, they don't want that. Well, let's try to convince them. And then simply the second point, which I brought out in my general comments, is if we can formalize, then we have a better way of channeling assistance to people when we get into a crisis. Let me leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. And I think this issue of overcoming the resistance is indeed key. And it links a little bit to the question that came to you on technology. In fact, there have been some advances in technology that make it easier for businesses to register and help incentivize businesses to register, and also own account workers to register. So I think we will see some slow progress. I think the burden is a little bit on us in the international community to continue to capture these good practices in the use of digitalization to boost formalization. And that's one area where I'm hoping we can make a lasting difference. But let me ask Ravi or Poon, would you like to come in on the same question? Ravi, I know that you mentioned, no, okay, you're shaking.
I can come in, that's fine.
Okay, great, please come in.
Thanks, Sarah, thanks. So, I partly answered this question by saying that yes, there's greater visibility as far as the subcontinent is concerned, as far as India is concerned, to this whole issue of informality. And the internal migrants being a large part of that informal labor chunk. In India, we estimate about 60% of those outside agriculture are really, circular migrants, not just internal migrants. So yes, greater visibility. I think greater visibility in governments also of the difficulties of being able to reach out to them. This has certainly happened. But yes, this visibility has come in the case of government extremely grudgingly. And, really, there has been a process of nudging, not so much from below because of thanks to COVID, thanks to the pandemic, but from the courts. The apex court in the provinces and the Supreme Court of India. So it has been still a very limited process. Digitization, yes, digitization can lead to many things, can make things easier. But in India's case, in the South Asian case, we have to recognize the enormous duality that is there. And this enormous duality is also there in both, not only those who work, but also those who produce. So smaller enterprises and so on and so forth. So digitization can be used as a handy word, but the difficulties in doing so, in addressing the asymmetries which digitization imposes, has to be very carefully understood. It is a facilitation process, but also the asymmetries that it creates, the risks that it creates. So I would say we still have a long way to go. There's a long work on the table, which everybody has to do together to work towards greater degrees of social protection, greater degrees of labor protection of the vulnerable labor force, which is there. Vulnerability has increased exponentially through COVID. But there are also other factors, systemic factors, cyclical factors. Technology is in a sense a systemic factor accelerated by COVID in terms of getting labor back even on the groove where it was earlier in the pro-COVID period. So the challenges of decent work are horrendously large, and have become larger. So let me stop. Thanks, Hannah.
Thank you so much, Ravi. And Poon, one thing that struck me about your first intervention, you were discussing a little bit the imbalances that have come due to the lockdown impact. So I think you specifically mentioned that bars are closed, so workers in bars are out of luck, while workers of restaurants are still able to earn a living, at least at this time. It's very much similar in Thailand, where I sit, and throughout the region. You can think also in terms of the impact of the tourism sector, while maybe some workers in industries have been okay, all of which leads to discontentment. It leads to this sense of unfairness that you very well mentioned. And I'm very interested in your precarious index that you and that I think the next Human Development Report of UNDP is looking at this issue of insecurity. So your work is very much on point there. But my question to you, this has been a long introduction, my question to you links a little bit to that. So I'd like to ask if you've seen any movements in Hong Kong or elsewhere to strengthen the skilling, the approach of skilling. So taking workers out of the sectors that have been most impacted and trying to help them move into the sectors that have been less impacted.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. I would say that in Hong Kong, we are now really, in a very difficult situation. So it's really hard to comment whether we can do anything meaningful to improve or to request the government to implement any measures. So, but I'm still struggling. Why we are doing research, why doing this kind of campaign. So I would say that instead of hoping for the government to resolve the issue, why not we focus on education and or at least bring the issue on the public agenda. So I would, instead of whether we can really have certain kind of policy to request the Hong Kong government to be more inclusive to certain sector or certain industry, I would say that at the moment it's very, very, very difficult. And nobody in Hong Kong, I mean the academic circle is willing to have a dialogue with the Hong Kong government. Meanwhile, so we need to wait and see. Yeah.
Yes, indeed, we have a lot to wait and see, and whether or not the more positive focus on issues like informality, on homework, paid and unpaid, on the importance of essential workers, the importance of governments to support employment, whether or not we can make these more long-term is the big question, I think, for all of us. In academia, I think the more we can make the case, the better. So hopefully, slowly but surely, we will get there. I'm going to go back to a first question, which was asked here by Rispa. Forgive me if I mispronounced. He is asking whether or not we think that the conversation in the region for a post-pandemic recovery is also being shaped by the concerns for climate change, especially knowing that COVID has really underlined the importance of resilience. And what will be the role of regulating for decent work in the region in addressing climate change and overcoming this looming crisis? I'm not sure that we have any expertise here in the area of climate change or even disaster relief, but this issue of resilience is still very much on the table. Paul, I think, would like to come in, please.
Yeah, certainly. I just like to address this question. I hope my comments are not taken out of context, but again, I see climate change like a lot of economic issues as an issue that existed prior to COVID, continues to exist in COVID, and will continue to exist after COVID. And so it's not something that we ignore because of COVID or after COVID. It's very much important with us. I think that the line drawn, the connection drawn with resilience, sort of economic or labor resilience, and the connection there made with environmental, I guess, resilience is a good one. I really see the issues as kind of separate. We certainly need to continue to work on climate change, but I don't really know, but again, I'm not an expert, how the COVID has affected the debate and the imperative on climate change. Let me leave it at that.
Any other panelists like to come in on the issue of climate change? Or we agree with Paul that it's an issue that continues to be on the table. The link to employment in ILO speak, we're always very interested in promoting green jobs as a growth sector. So it's very, very difficult for us to do more than that. It's a very important mandate in promoting the just transition, and our voices of all of us here will need to continue to be in that area, but let's keep the focus a little bit on labor issues. All right, one more. Winnie, is this a comment or a question? So Winnie is linking to this issue of technology and informality in taxation. So she's asked, in Indonesia, her comment is, in Indonesia, there's an issue to give taxes to YouTube users or YouTubers with a certain minimum income, so that later YouTubers will become formal. But I don't know if this is a guarantee for YouTubers when the YouTube channel is banned. Bit complicated there. Do you think it's possible that YouTubers can be formalized? Okay, I do understand that there are issues of how to tax these new technologies and using these new technologies in ways to promote protection, or it's not an area that I know very much about. So would anybody like to pick up on that one? Paul?
Let me have a go again at this one. I first want to say that I just wish I was a very successful YouTuber, because apparently if you do something really successful on YouTube, you can make an awful lot of money. So I wish I could do that. But more seriously, I think it's like you framed the question, Sarah. It's a question again of the gig economy, these independent workers, individuals who are generating an income, and that is their employment. And I think it's part of a broader question about how do we, we could say formalize it, but how do we just make it so that individual workers, if I could call them that, get access to the types of protection that they should have as a worker, right? So if you think about how many of the benefits we get as individuals come through employment, it may be healthcare, it may be unemployment insurance, it may be a pension, and people who work independently should have access to systems where they can, I guess, voluntarily contribute to those systems so that they can be supported and benefit from them. So it's a very interesting question, and I thank, I guess it's Rajiv for asking it, but I think it does go to the larger question of the gig economy, individual workers, and what's their place in the regulation of labor, and regulation in a positive sense about getting benefits and having them protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And unfortunately, I think we're really running short on time. So maybe I had better pass it back to Praveen to close us out. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, who submitted questions.
Thank you, Sarah, very much for handling these questions so well and coordinating it. So may I request all our panelists to take about half a minute each to make their closing remarks in the context of the larger theme, please. Starting with Professor Ravi Srivastav, and we go in that order.
Yeah, well, two things, Praveen. First of all, the COVID is still ongoing, so we really don't know. I mean, the outcomes of COVID and its impact, its responses are something we will have to really look as still as COVID unfolds. In South Asia, we are still in the middle, or in some countries towards the end of the second wave. The second is really, I find globally, the focus that there was out after the global financial crisis of 2008-9 on social protection, macroeconomic policies, and so on, and fiscal policies. I find that still that kind of focus, that kind of thing is still missing, in the global debates, and in terms of, and therefore the emerging economies still don't have, as it were, a rudder to fall back upon. And I really think a lot, given the enormity of the challenge that has risen post-COVID with respect to the more vulnerable workers, women, the youth, the informal workers. There is still a lot of work on the table. Let me stop here. Thanks, Praveen.
Thank you very much. Poon, please.
Yeah, thank you. I really learned a lot from all of you. So I just have two points to say. I mean, one thing is that because I really hope that we can run some small mini conference among the Asian society, so that we can learn from each other how to really compare the employment and unemployment issues. And especially I'm thinking that because it's really hard for us now in Hong Kong, even in mainland China, to think about how to pressurize the government to do something. So why not we ILO or us should think more about how to encourage working people to run social enterprises, to run co-op, or even certain kind of commons. And whether the commons like, I learned a lot from Sewa, I mean, the model in India. So whether we can really promote the bottom-up and the community model to resolve the employment issues, instead always thinking about how to push the government to do things. Yeah, let me stop here.
Thank you very much. Paul, please.
Thank you, Professor. Again, like the other, I have 2 points to make, and they're kind of broad points, and they're looking to the future. First of all, we looked at the ADB, we looked at countries in the region and outside the region and the bankruptcy rates. And we actually found that in 2020, the number of bankruptcies was actually lower than it was in 2019, substantially lower. And that's part of because governments have supported businesses an awful lot. So as we move, hopefully with the vaccines, we move out of COVID into a post-COVID period, we're going to have to be very careful because there could be a very large economic and employment fallout when the support to enterprises, particularly small enterprises, stops. And a lot of these businesses may fail. That's one thing. And the second point is related to that. For good social programs, we often need commitment by government, but in particular, we need money by government because a lot of it is, some of it is contributory, but a lot of it is funded by government. And what we have as a result of COVID is huge budget surpluses. Governments have really spent to try to cushion the blow of COVID. And what we're going to see after COVID is there's going to be a large debt overhang. And it's going to take a while for governments to work that out. And that could impact the social assistance that's provided to people because the government is trying to work off debt as opposed to promoting and supporting things. So those, I guess, are really 2 cautionary things that I might say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all our excellent panelists. It's been a wonderful discussion and we have run completely out of time. So we'll have to close it now. Thank you, Uma, for thinking of this particular session, and to all our colleagues on the organizing committee for visualizing it and planning for it. Thank you again, all our wonderful participants. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Praveen, for coordinating this Asia panel discussion, which was really wonderful, and also a lot of interesting insights. But 2 things remain very clear that we have to actually solve the problem. The elephant in the room is the informal economy, where more thought has to be given, and we need more policy direction as to what needs to be done to ensure that the workers are protected in some way or the other. And I think to that point is the point that Ravi has raised and also Paul has emphasized, is a whole issue around fiscal space. And I think unless and until we have this fiscal space that is created, I think it's going to be very, very difficult for us to ensure this protection. And I think with these thoughts, I'd like to tell you all that we take a short break for about an hour to have, at least in the Central European region, our lunch, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock for the Young Scholars discussion, which will be again on the impact of COVID on the world of work, with a special focus on vulnerable workers from some of our young researchers. So see you at 1. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
I guess not. So welcome everybody to this Young Scholar session on COVID-19 impacts on vulnerable workers. I'm Sarosh Kuruvilla. I'm substituting for Virginia Dolgast, who couldn't be here at the last minute. We will allow 20 minutes or 25 minutes if there are only two presenters for the presentation, and followed by questions and answers.
Apologies, Sarosh. I think probably the presenter might come in, so I would still stick to 20 minutes.
Okay, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And those who wish to ask questions can put it in the chat. We will moderate that. So let's get started. The first speaker will be Sonal Ann D'Souza and her co-presenter Pankaj Kumar Naik. Go ahead.
Yeah, am I visible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Well, my PPT is visible. I mean, just want to check.
Yes, that too.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, ILO. Thank you, coordinator, for letting us present in this August conference. Our topic of presentation is the pandemic and migrant crisis in India, stories from the hinterland, basically hinterland of Odisha, one of the poorest state of India. In our previous session, the delegates have already illustrated the difficulties that migrant workers had to go through during the pandemic. And I think it does not need more mentioning. Rather, what we would like to do is that we would like to give context to our study, and then we'll move to our findings given the time that we have had. So to begin with, everywhere in the world, this pandemic has indeed, had, brought the fault lines across the globe. And in countries like India, where economic inequality is being added to a society that is already fractured along the lines of caste, tribe, gender, and region, the pandemic and its accompanying policy have intensified these fault lines. And one of the major groups, social groups, that have hardly hit during the pandemic was circular migrant workers. And as we know that India is a country of informal economy where 93% of workers are engaged in, and the circular migrant workers play one of the major role in this circuit of production. During the pandemic, the widespread hunger, deprivation, human rights violation, accident, deaths have been reported among migrant workers. There are some estimates which reported around 1,000 deaths directly relating to the pandemic during the first, during the lockdown, first phase of lockdown, and the real number could have gone much higher than this as per the estimates. And we also see that this extreme suffering of migrant workers in a way has rose the curtain of exposed the specter of the contemporary world of work, the way the entire economy has been functioning until now. So the suffering of the migrant workers in India is nothing new. It has been already there. It is only that it owed to the pandemic that it has made it more apparent, more visible, and more pervasive, and has drawn the attention of the general citizenry. So what actually this exposes is also that structural inequality that has been unabated since the adoption of neoliberal economic order that India had embraced in the early 1990s. And this during the pandemic, it has been reported that many of the migrant workers happened to be from the one of the lowest income states like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, West Bengal, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. And one thing that is more parallel with these states are not only low income states, rather these states also have history of oppression and marginalization among the most underprivileged social groups like scheduled caste and scheduled tribe, or in other words, Dalits and Adivasi. So during lockdown, according to one of the estimate given by the State Bank of India, ECORAP, more than 90% of the migrant workers that flew to their homeland were basically from these states. Again, this context, we are trying to understand the migration crisis. First thing that I would like to mention is, contextualizing the circular migration in India. Well, there has been a lot of theory that has detailed out the reason behind determinants of migration in the country, starting from, so to say, mainstream, economic theories, Louis or Renifi or, Harris-Tudaro model. Rather, we would like to suggest that, since migration is a completely interdisciplinary phenomena and that cut across different discipline of sociology, political science, economy, anthropology, and so on and so forth, we rather would like to suggest that it has to be understood in the context, in a historical structural context, something that we do by in explaining circular migration in India. So one thing that has happened in India during last couple of decades is during the advent of this new liberal economy order, basically the uneven development has risen in the country, and it is actually happened at the cost of something called hinterlands. Mostly the laborers are drawn from the socially marginalized groups along with marginalized spaces, especially the lower income states. So this basically these laborers are the characteristics of this labor are basically circular in nature. They don't have permanent settlement or permanent space in the cities where they work. Rather, they are largely footloose circular migrant workers, basically drifting across their homeland and their workspace, and completely shorn out of all kinds of entitlements, social securities, work securities, and different kind of employment securities. So rather, this footloose circular migrant labor are they drift across this low circuit of work in the country. So this hoping majority of the informal economy, the workers, those who are engaged in informal economy, this worker comprise around 29% of the total workforce, and they roughly constitute 100 to 500 million workforce of the country. So we don't have exact estimates, but the different estimates suggest that this number could be much beyond these suggested numbers. So what actually explains this? What are the main how to look at this phenomena? So we draw some insights from Sa and Lark study, and we do believe that there are three possible processes that has undergone during last couple of decades. One is inherited inequalities of power, that these social groups had to suffer from, and then super exploitation based on casual migrant labor in most of the capitalist workspace. Basically, migrant laborers are preferred over the local populace because they can undercut the cost of production, cost of labor, and something called conjugated oppression, the oppression that is intersect with other excess of deprivation. So against this context, we want to just show one quick figure that how segmented our labor market is in India. In India, basically this labor market is segmented across social groups, and perhaps we would like to suggest that India in a way epitomizes this labor segmentation. We could see that forward or general caste, in a way they are more privileged, are concentrated more in the first two brackets of occupation, professionals, clerical, whereas the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe are overwhelmingly concentrated in lower rung of occupation like bricklaying, construction, and other menial kind of services. So given that context, we want to introduce our study area. We basically studied in Odisha, one of the poorest region of Odisha, basically KBK. KBK is Koraput, Bolangir, and Kalahandi district of Odisha, which is known for extreme poverty, malnourishment, and whatnot. And this region has been one of the net center of migrant workers. And basically the nature of migration from this area are distress driven and more of seasonal and circular in nature. Government of Odisha way back in 2017 have identified 11 districts in this state, those who are prone to migration, and this region is squarely falls in that category. So we would like to suggest that this migration from this region has to be understood from a historical perspective, because the people, those who go out to work, are basically again drawn from the lower rung of society, basically from Dalits and Adivasi community. And there has been a historical processes, as we had mentioned in our theoretical background, that in a way has shaped these migrant workers in last couple the old documents is basically the kind of state that was there before existence of pre-colonial society that has been completely shifted, taken by new patrimonial state. And this new patrimonial state is increasingly banking upon the new development paradigm that believes in massive industrialization through extractive capital. And that process has kind of dispossessed and made this populace more vulnerable and more susceptible to out migration, basically circular and seasonal migration. And mostly these people are recruited in the bricklane industry and construction industry. And this is a brief profile of that area. We have studied Kalahandi, Koraput, Nabarangpur, Raigada districts. You can see that SC/ST population, they make a huge proportion in the total population. Literacy rate is abysmally low, and most of the workers are directly or indirectly depend and draw their subsistence from agriculture sector. So what actually happened during the pandemic is that most of these migrant workers, those who have come down to Odisha, are basically from these socially marginalized, socially vulnerable groups, and they are from these particular regions. As per the estimate of the government of Odisha, around close to 1 million people, migrants, they returned during the pandemic. And like central government, actually Odisha government took very early step on the pandemic. They introduced various policy, declared government declared panchayat, empowered panchayat to control and manage the crisis. And they have given rested power with the panchayat sarpanch basically to moderate the entire processes. And Odisha government incentivize people by giving 2,000 rupees to self-quarantine themselves. And the government at times given some incentives as well, like MGNRG package, giving 3 months ration, giving scholarship fees, metric scholarship, and so on and so forth. So basically, this is the work profile that we have discovered in this region. We studied around 120 migrant households. We did intensive interviews, and we collected some raw data as well. What we could found is basically these migrants are basically from again scheduled caste, scheduled tribe and OBC background, and these districts have particular pattern. Most of these districts send their migration sending districts are basically concentrated in more prosperous state of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and some other western states of the country. Most of the workers were engaged in construction sector, bricklane sector, and other service sector. One thing that has come up very peculiar to us is that we could find that most of the migrant workers were actually first generation migrant workers. They have been migrating for the very first time in their family lineage. So this also shows the increasing vulnerability that has come across in this current time. And again, we also find that majority of the workers, those who have migrated, are basically migrated for the very first time in their entire life cycle, and most of them, half of them, are basically migrated less than a year before the pandemic. And most of the women were employed in bricklane sector, construction sector, which has a nature of employing family migration, where men, women, and child migrate together to bricklane sector to work. So during the pandemic, what exactly happened, and the narration that has come out from the field is basically all these migrant workers basically sought the help of family members, friends, and most importantly, agent and sardars. Sardars are basically the contractor labor recruiters in the locality who recruits labor on behalf of the main contractors or the capitalists, and they became their intimate exploiter, became the so to say their help during the pandemic. And we also could find that most of the migrant workers had to gone through various kind of challenges to reach to the home. And this is the figure that has come up, the migrant workers access to different kind of incentive provided by the government, both central and state government. We found that, 2,000 rupees that was intensivized by the Odisha government, around one third of the people, didn't get that money. And the Jan Dhan Yojana that was given, that was incentivized by the central government in phase-wise manner, we also figured out that most of the people couldn't receive their money going to different region. And one of the most fundamental reason is that many people didn't have, so to say, Jan Dhan account. So we can see that, around half of the population didn't have the Jan Dhan account, and around 80% people said that they didn't receive cash in their account. Obviously, PDS came as one of the major, rescue to the migrant workers, and PDS and pension provided by the state government and the central government, that came as a big rescue. Around 70% people, they said, basically PDS, more or less all people, more than 2/3 of the population, migrant workers got, their PDS. However, the pension remains a little bleak. Less people reported to have, this pension. One of the insights that have come from the field is that, MGNREGA work. Entire country was hoping that, MGNREGA work is going to be a big help to the migrant workers. To the contrary of this, so to say, conjecture, we found that in the field, most of the people didn't have, access to MGNREGA work. But on paper, it shows that people have gotten, work under the MGNREGA. But in reality, when we inquired deep into the phenomena, we found that most of people didn't actually have access to MGNREGA work. It also suggests that, power asymmetry that is there in the field, the domination of the bureaucratic and other kind of, authorities that in a way systematically undermines the access of MGNREGA work to the migrant workers. Even one migrant workers went on telling that, working the MGNREGA is like wastage of time and, effort, because one does not get paid in time. And secondly, there is highly less likely that one will at all get paid, leave alone about the compensation or the other benefits that is provided under MGNREGA work. And in fact, in some region, we have been noticed that, huge corruption was noticed. So basically how these people survived during the pandemic, most of the people had to bank upon the local sources for their sustenance. And as we could see that, around half of the population reported that they have been indebted during the pandemic. And the nature of borrowing basically, went from the, the way things work at the village level or the rural level. Basically, shopkeepers emerged as one of the major, lenders of, ration basically. And they were 1/4 of the population reported that they were borrowing from the shopkeepers during the pandemic. And most of the, again, people had to bank upon their friends and relatives during the pandemic. We could see the acute, indebtedness among scheduled caste community compared to other community, solely because of the reason that they are completely ripped off from, means of production. They don't have any other means of production to bank upon. So they had no option than, borrowing. So what was the impact of pandemic on income and consumption of migrant household? We found that most of the people, irrespective of the social groups, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, or OBC, they have been completely wrecked apart by the pandemic. Most of the people reported that their consumption has, their income has declined substantially, completely, and so to say, their consumption. It was to an extent, PDS which came as a great help during the pandemic. Otherwise, most of the household reported they had really tough time. Unavailability of work at the local place had a big, blow into their, lives. So, yeah. So, what is the future of migration? What is the possibility that people would migrate again? The respondents that we interviewed, they happen to say that most of them, more than 50% of the people respondents said that they would migrate again. So it looks like that migration is going to happen as well. And most of the people depend on different prediction. They suggested that we would be migrating in this and this time period. However, when we were doing the survey, already majority of the population had started migrating. So what actually emerged from the field, from the meta narration that has come up during the pandemic, in India, we had seen that a lot of studies have documented the suffering and the different kind of vulnerabilities of migrant workers across the country. Big data has emerged, and one thing that has cut parallel to all these studies is that the migrants have suffered a lot during the pandemic. So we would like to conclude by saying that what actually appears, what is the future of migration in India? I mean, is it going to be the same, or is it going to change after the pandemic? To our knowledge and to the experience that the kind of analysis that has emerged from the field suggests that the migration is going to be as well. Rather, we would suggest that it is going to be more cohesive, because during the pandemic we could see the passing of some of the very crucial legislation which has been withheld before that, and we could see also some states introducing some exploitative labor laws, forcing workers to work more than 8 hours, for which they also attracted indignation of some international communities. So the cosmetic policy, which is the very much foundation or very much attributes of the neoliberal capital, which gives tiny packages and claim that they have done all big changes in the lives of the migrant workers, is certainly is not a policy option that is available to us. In India, we have a lot of policies available, whether it is Interstate Migration, Migrant Work Act, or any other act, or Construction Work Act. So we have a lot of policy available, but what we see in India is that these policies are not actually getting implemented at the ground. And in a way, it also suggests your primordial, structural inequalities that is still grappling, Indian political economy. So we would like to end with, the famous quote of John Raymond that, the stalwarts and profiteers in the current regime of exploitation, with the ruling power elite and owners come managers of big capital as its stakeholders, are determined to firmly stay on the course of neoliberalism and resume business as usual. In that eventuality, the workforce made footloose would have no option than to take to the road once again. So the only way to lift the condition of proletariat is through phasing out neoliberal policy is of imperative urgency, and how is a question that we need to deliberate upon. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Pankaj. So we will go to our next presenter. Let me check if he has arrived. It's Pius Angioha or Abayomi Akintole or Rose Aga. Any of you here? I guess not. So we will shift to our third presenter, Shaka Bob. You have 20 minutes, Shaka.
Okay. A good day to all the panelists and participants of this conference. I'd like to begin my presentation by thanking the ILO committee for selecting me to give a piece of my ongoing PhD study. So a background into this presentation is speaking about the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on the South African informal sector. I think we can proceed to the next slide now.
Shaka, just a minute. I'm trying to resolve this problem.
Okay. Oh, I can probably share my screen. Is my screen visible?
We can see that. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So for my study, I'll be using what's called the National Income Dynamics Survey. So this is the survey that I'm using, and I'll take you through what this survey is all about. And then I'm going to present the wave 3 and wave 4 findings, 3 findings that are specific towards the COVID-19 pandemic in South Africa, And then I will discuss, the implementation and, implementation gaps which I've picked up and other scholars have picked up around the COVID-19 social relief measures within the South African context. So when I talk about the national income dynamics study, this is the first national household study in South Africa, which ran between 2008 and 2017, with a representative sample of over 28,000 individuals in 7,300 households across the country. It differs from other households in that it allows for comparison over one period over to the next. So it's a time series type of a study, a panel study. So the specific survey which I'm using for this presentation is a follow-up to this survey, the NIDS survey. So it's called the National Income Dynamics Coronavirus Rapid Mobile Survey. So this is an additional survey towards the NIDS survey. So there was an additional sample which was added towards the initial one, which comprised of about 8,157 individuals. Although there were challenges with attrition when it comes to the sample of this, because during the carrying out of this survey, some people did participate and others dropped out, as well as others died during the survey, during the pandemic. And then in order for me to analyze my data so that it represents the entire South African population, which is around 60 million, when I input this data set into a statistical package called Stata, I apply what are called weights. So I use weights which are variables. So they are cluster and stratum variables. And then I'm able to speak toward a wider population. So I'm going to move now into the first analysis, which was done on wave 1 of this survey. A key finding by Professor Michael Rogan revealed that women informal workers, during the first, hard lockdown in South Africa, they experienced a huge decrease, a 45% decrease, in the number of hours worked in the informal sector. And men experienced a 25% decrease. So already we are seeing a gendered difference, that women were unable to work and men were, better able to cope with the pandemic. So that's something that's already, in the first wave, during the hard lockdown, the impact of the hard lockdown was more felt by women. And also, my analysis focuses specifically on the wave 3 and the wave 4 findings. So I'm zeroing into key findings, especially, and then I'll take you through why these findings are relevant versus the relief measures which the South African government implemented. So if we look closely, I can just, before I give these findings, I'll just run you through the certain relief assistance which the South African government implemented. So first of all, they implemented what's called a temporary employer relief scheme. So this relief scheme was, desired to assist those workers who were registered for unemployment insurance fund. So what would happen is, the employer would claim, a certain amount of money from, the Department of Labor in order to pay salaries whilst individuals were not able to work. And then there was also the topping up of social grants. So South Africa has an extensive social grant system. They've got child support grants in place, disability grants in place, old age grants in place. But as I present, you're going to learn more of the weaknesses when it came to the implementation, as well as the the delivery of these types of systems during this period of the coronavirus pandemic. And then also, there was an introduction of a special 19 COVID grant. This grant was, a disbursement of 350 rands to individuals who were unemployed. So it was supposed to run for a period of 6 months. So this is a special COVID grant that could have catered also for individuals within the informal sector. But also during my presentation, you're going to learn the weaknesses of sometimes a country or a government can come up with brilliant social protection policies, but the implementation and the design of it can miss the intended beneficiaries. And then there was also, lastly, what they tried to do, they tried to come up with small and medium enterprises support. So these are the 4 types of measures that they tried to assist, with regards to helping individuals within the, within their society. However, my findings reveal that between November and December of when the wave 3 was conducted, 10% of individuals within the informal sector received the temporary employment support. And then within wave 4, you even see it becomes less at 3%. And then another key finding that I discovered from these data sets is that business closure looks very likely, because you're seeing from wave 3, you're seeing 11% had already closed business, 21% seemed likely to close business, and 10% seemed somewhat likely to close business. So moving into 2021, you're still seeing that business closure, it's still unstable within the informal sector, because the support which they tried to implement didn't meet the intended beneficiaries. And then also we do see that individuals within the informal sector from wave 3 and wave 4, there's a considerable amount of support that they are actually getting, but it's not high. It's at 40% from November to December, 35% between February and March of this year. So the support that they're receiving from the government is not significant. And then another striking finding that I came across within these data sets is that as the lockdown restrictions in South Africa were eased, informal workers were able to go back to work. So you're able to see that their main income source is starting to pick up, where 46% actually gain their income through employment. 11% gain their income from business. 30% are receiving, from government grants. And then we're also seeing it this year again, that there's still it's still stagnant at 45% they're receiving their income from employment. So this shows you that hard lockdowns do have a significant impact on informal work, because these are individuals who survive on day-to-day, earnings. So when there was a hard lockdown, the work of scholars such as Professor Michael Rogan, they did show that during that hard lockdown, a lot of informal workers reported zero earnings. So this shows you that hard lockdowns do have a significant impact on the informal sector. I'll then proceed to discuss why there were weaknesses within this type of a design. So the South African, when it comes to their social grant system, I think that they had a challenge here, because they designed, a blanket approach, and they neglected, the concept of heterogeneity. The concept of heterogeneity, it shows that, or it's trying to highlight the differences within the informal sector. So, for example, we cannot design a social policy when there are different clusters of individuals, such as food vendors, waste pickers, and clothing traders. These individuals are bound to be, affected differently. And another thing that was significant within their context is that the government took time to declare waste pickers as, essential service workers. And, this negatively impacted on their earning capabilities. But however, waste pickers themselves have a unique type of work in that these individuals, although we're in a current of a pandemic, waste pickers do not interact, with other humans. They interact with waste. So they were kind of, they were not prioritized, but yet during hard lockdowns, there was a lot of waste which was being produced because individuals were in their households. And it was crucial for waste pickers to actually be, on the street carrying out their work. But however, the government took time to declare that waste pickers are actually essential service workers. And then another crucial point that I picked up is that there was an artist registration system. So it seems like to receive this type of support from the government, what they were saying was you had to be formally registered. So now here comes a challenge where there is a program in place which they've designed for receiving support. However, now the stringent measures in receiving that support meant that majority of those individuals employed within the informal sector were not able to receive this type of assistance because the government was saying you need to be registered, with several entities. So this shows you another, weakness where there can be a program in place, but however, the government is trying to say you need to be registered. So now majority of those in the informal sector are unregistered. So this again, the government missed, the intended beneficiaries. And then another crucial point that I see is that there was an exclusion, when it comes to the design of the COVID-19 special grant, especially, on the side of women. So I would say that this type of grant was designed with a gender bias in place. And, the literature reveals that about 67% of the recipients of this grant were actually male. And this is because the design of this grant was saying that because women receive other types of grants, they don't have to qualify for this grant. But however, during the lockdowns, the South African lockdowns were unique in that there was also closure of schools. So the closure of schools meant that the care burden was increased for women because they had to attend to children within the household, meaning they were unable to work. So here again, we are faced with a challenge where we see that women are being excluded from receiving assistance, but yet the child support grant in actual fact is directed towards a child and not, and not an adult. So again, there is a challenge again when they designed their system. And then another challenge that I'm seeing is that this child support grant, which was increased, they were increased for a period of 5 to 6 months. However, the COVID-19 pandemic is now moving into the second year. So these top-ups and the special COVID grant have since been disbanded because they're only crafted for a period of 5 to 6 months. So now there are a lot of debate now on what is the life ahead of these recipients, because the COVID-19 pandemic is going into its second year. These social protection initiatives were only emergent, but now we're going into a second year. So what's going to lie ahead? So that's another challenge in designing these type of assistance programs. I think they shouldn't just be emergency type of assistance, but they should forecast or be sustainable type of assistance programs. And then my last point that I'm going to make is that it seems there was a huge challenge when it comes to having a targeted social relief measure. So I think going forward, individuals and policymakers need to look at universal type of social assistance where assistance is provided for, multiple individuals, because most of these programs that they were trying to target actually missed the intended beneficiaries. So I'm actually advocating for universal type of assistance where instead of having these stringent measures and stringent criteria of selection, I think deserving individuals should just be, accorded assistance, because what the data reveals versus what the reality is on the ground, it's showing that although the systems seem to be in place, the systems didn't, reach the intended beneficiaries. So I think with that, I can come to the conclusion of my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Shaka. That was just about in time. And so I'm going to check once more if our third presenter is here, Pius Angioha. I guess not. Okay, so now we will open the floor to questions and answers. So the way to do this is you could put your question into the chat at any time. We can also, you can raise your hand and you can ask the question. So we're going to sort of do the questions on the chat first. And I have a question as well, so we will do that first. So let me pose the first question. This is on the chat to Shaka. Taking the example of the waste pickers, wasn't there some kind of dialogue between, for example, your associations and public policy makers to make the program more inclusive?
Okay, thank you for the question there. And within, the South African context, when it comes to dialogue, I think that is something that is missing because they weren't included, when it comes to these design. These are more of top-down kind of approaches, which are, just designed and implemented. So there wasn't really much dialogue, even until today. Waste pickers, although they do advocate through their agencies, they are not included when it comes to, this type of programs.
Okay. My next question is to Pankaj. And could you tell us a little bit about what months and time period do your figures on the impact of the pandemic on migrants refer to? The pandemic is still ongoing. And what is the current situation of the migrants?
We had conducted this survey in the month of November and December 2020, when almost all the migrant workers had come back to their villages. And that was the time also, of phasing out of this pandemic-related lockdown policies. And we found that most of the migrants then had already began to again move back to their workplace because of unavailability of work at their workplace. Many of the migrant workers consistently across the districts reported that they are not able to find work opportunity in their locality. And that was one of the major reasons behind them fleeing to workplace. In fact, we also noticed that, and that has been reported in our paper, that all the migrant workers were now differently motivated to join the work. The contractors, labor contractors, both at local level and at the destination, they used to communicate, the migrant workers, special vehicles, transportation was arranged to ensure that these migrant workers were taken back to the work. And at times, some landings were also done to take care of their immediate needs. So in a way, new bondage was again created during the pandemic, since most of the people were completely indebted. And the region that we had studied is a region where the land holding is near to zero. I mean, most of the, what I would like to say is most of the households, more than 50% of the household are basically landless, and most of them are also marginal, landholders. So technically, agriculture is not an option. Overburden on agriculture led many household members, some new, people to migrate again. So yeah, this is what we had observed then.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is back to Bob Shaka. How were migrants, particularly those from SADC, treated in these designs?
Okay, thank you for that question. And, that's a very good question, because within South Africa, when they designed this assistance, especially when it comes to the enterprise, the small enterprise, type of assistance relief package that they designed, it was actually, one of the requirements were you had to have a South African ID to receive this type of assistance. So within this connotation, a lot of scholars and academics were actually trying to interpret this as the state was trying to justify that it is not going to cater for non-citizens. So this is one crucial debate that emerged within the South African context, where the design of their policies were strictly for their locals. And their argument was they don't have the resources to cater for non-citizens. So it's still an ongoing, and it's a heated debate, because most of their designs, especially when it comes to these, social grants, are specifically catered for citizens. However, it differs with what their constitution is saying, that social assistance should be provided for all individuals within the state. So it's actually there in their constitution, but however, they're trying to neglect that the informal sector does consist of a considerable, amount of non-citizens. So it's ongoing, it's actually ongoing, debate, but for now, I can just answer and say that immigrants were not catered for and are still not catered for at this particular moment. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Shaka. So now I'm going to switch back with a question for Pankaj. It appears that the migrant workers that you're talking about are not getting relief from the central government schemes like MG, national, the Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, but they're also missing out on any assistance from the state government. Right? And
Yes.
so their forms of getting relief are purely, mostly through private networks, shopkeepers, so on and so forth. So the policy implication of all of this, I think, is you were arguing that maybe the migrants shouldn't be migrating; they should be local economic development was the actual solution. But is the local system capable of doing that? Capable of providing that?
No, actually, I'm not really arguing for not migrating. What actually we are suggesting is that, based on our, information, we found that most of the migrant household, 120 of them we did very in-depth interviews with. We found that most of them didn't receive even, a month's work in last 1 year. And during the pandemic, hardly anyone reported to have had access to MGNREGA work. In the very blogs where the survey was conducted, we found corruption. There has been corruption reported in the leading newspaper as well. Some people, Sarpanch, bank official, the bureaucrats got booked under the corruption during that pandemic time as well. So this thing has come out. So what actually we are suggesting is that in Odisha happened to be one of the early state to legislate, Interstate Migrant Work Act. Previously, it was known as Dadan Act. Basically, the act was not basically trying to check the migration flow. Rather, it was trying to mitigate the kind of vulnerabilities that migrants have to face at the destination by kind of accessing, allowing them different kind of welfare measures back home and at destination, trying to mobilize workers, making them more informed, ensuring that their children gets education facility at home at the destination site. So we do exist in India. We have, Migration Act. So what actually lacking is, we don't see implementation of it. And why it is not getting implemented is something that we need to bother much, rather than, just policy, because policy is driven by politics. And that then the kind of politics that is there in India, and at least for last a decade so, it is making workers more vulnerable. For example, in Odisha have been known for its best work during the pandemic. It happened to be one of the pioneering states to give more leverage to the migrant workers by incentivizing them, giving them money, giving them this food ration and stuff like that. But most of the people, I would say, all of them, more or less, they complain that we don't need all these things. What we need is, access to employment, access to a decent employment, access to, welfare measures that works at the ground rather on the paper. So this timely help is obviously, it made a big, change in their lives during the pandemic time, but it is not going to stay for long. So what is going to happen to us once, this pandemic is over? Where are we going to, locate ourselves? Are we again, distressedly migrating to some the same place? Most of the people, most of the workers, they said now, after the pandemic, it is more likelihood that most of the household members will be migrating. So now the proportion was 1:3. Every one members out of 3 households were migrating. Now this is going to intensify in the coming years because people completely ran out of their stock, money, and all other social, backings. So my submission is, we are actually not saying that migration is good or bad. Rather, what we are suggesting is that the policy has to have human face, and it is most important that policy is working at the ground, because the government of India remained in ignorance, and it actually denied the death of migrant workers. Almost 1,000 people died in the very 3 months of the outbreak of the pandemic, and it has been reported by, thankfully, some civil society and some group of researcher. Even government do not have data on this, and most importantly, even government failed to document one of the best opportunity that India have had to document the circular nature of migration, which government completely failed. So this kind of political will, it also directs our attention not only on policy, rather on politics. What kind of politics that is being played out that ensures that capital benefits out of the exploitation of labor, and it also in a way gives an insight of the development paradigm that has that at least Odisha has accepted or embraced since last 2 decades, because the region that I have reported from is also a region of mining, is a region of extractive capital, where most of the tribals have been victim of dispossession from their livelihood, from their so to say common property resources, and so on and so forth. So these cumulative regions or cumulative developments have played out. So this distress migration should stop, and and this must end now, and this cannot end only with policy. Rather, politics has also to be pitched in. So this is what we would like to mention.
Okay, thank you. It's the point about distressed migration being the focus is a really good one. So my next question goes back to Shaka, and the question here is, I think you made a great point about the heterogeneity amongst the informal sector workers, which is a heterogeneity problem that exists in the informal sector worldwide as well. And I think the implicit question that you are posing is, when you have a centralized system, that itself is a problem in dealing with the heterogeneity, or at least that's the implication I got from reading your paper. And so I'm wondering whether is it feasible, in your opinion, that these kinds of relief measures should be handled decentralized at the local level or at the state level rather than at the central level. So what's the balance between centralization and decentralization in the provision of these benefits? Because that's similar to the question that Pankaj was also thinking about.
Thank you for your question. And yes, that's a very it's a contentious topic at the moment. But in my opinion, I would say that when looking at the informal sector, we must take into account that these types of workers represent different economic sectors. So I would suggest when designing social protections policies, it would be wise to look at differentiate these sectors, these workers or relief packages along economic lines, along place of work, along these types of differences, so that we don't have a blanket approach where you try and provide the same assistance for waste pickers and the same assistance for street vendors and the same assistance. I think their grassroots organizations should be also involved to advocate for what type of assistance, because this is the question my PhD research is driving. The empirical part of my PhD research, I haven't yet conducted it because of COVID-19 restrictions. But once I do, I'll be able to answer that question even more, because my sample looks at food vendors, clothing traders, and waste pickers. And I'm going to them to get their answers on what type of social protection assistance do they think fits their sector. So the waste pickers must tell me, for example, in their context, what do they think social protection means in their sector? The food vendors, because they're dealing with food. So their food gets stale. So what type of assistance do they think matches their sector? And clothing, what type of, because the waste pickers are situated by land or work in landfill sites. So these individuals deal with waste. So at the moment, they are not being prioritized. For example, waste pickers, they are essential, when it comes to municipality level, because they play a key role in, providing some form of service delivery. However, they're not being prioritized, by being issued with tenders, to collect waste. So I would then say municipalities are not incorporating them into formalizing or bringing them closer. They're actually doing a municipal job, but they're not getting the benefits from that, but they're keeping cities clean. So I think when designing these types of social protection assistance, I think it's crucial that we look at where they work, what type of work they're doing, so that we don't have a program that is trying to provide emergency cash relief, but it's not matching what these workers, the challenges that they face.
Thank you. I have some more questions, one more set of questions at least. For Pankaj, your paper talked a little bit about the central government and the Jan Dhan accounts. For the benefit of the audience, can you briefly explain what Jan Dhan accounts are, and then talk a little more about why you think they haven't reached this particular population that you're looking at?
Yes. Yeah, Jan Dhan account is basically one of the umbrella program of the government of India, which provides cash transfer to the people with Jan Dhan account. Jan Dhan basically means it actually meant for financial inclusivity of the general populace and most vulnerable in particular. And during the pandemic, cash transfer came up as one of the policy response to mitigate the crisis. And during that time, it was believed that this cash transfer of at least 1,000 rupees in 2 pages would mete it out to these people, to the migrant workers and people with Jan Dhan account. But unfortunately, what happened is most of the people, basically these people are not only from this particular place. I mean the so to say hinterlands, inland regions, but they don't have also access to financial accounts like bank accounts. So most of the people at the first place, they didn't have account. So one of the important criteria to have that money accessed is that you have to have a bank account. And in this place, most of the people didn't have the bank account. And that is the first region that, most of the people by default got, excluded from this program. And secondly, those who have, had, a bank account, most of them reported to have not received it. So it could be also because of the region that, their account have become dormant, so that is well possible, because in the banking system of India, when you are not using your account for certain times, then, your account become dormant. And third and most important thing, which, Professor John Dries has also had figured out that, this, access to Jan Dhan account or the money that has been transferred to this account during the pandemic, it comes with a high risk, because to access that money, those who are living in remote areas, remote corners, have to, travel all the way to the cities, to the bank, and they have to wait in a long queue in order to access that money. So this very process is so, fatiguing that, most of the people would rather not, go and, access that money, because who would take chance, of getting infected with the, COVID than, having just 1,000 rupees. So this is also one of the important thing. And along with that, Jan Dhan account, government of also India had also had, different cash transfer to women also under Ujjwala scheme, 1,500 rupees, 500 in 3 phases. Again, that turned out to be not that successful. So just I wanted to bring this to the audience that government of India had just spent around 1% of the total package on this cash transfer, very meager amount, and it was expected to do a big job in mitigating this pandemic related distress, so which actually didn't work.
Okay, thank you. That's very interesting. I think the whole aspect of the government of India's move over the last 10 years to have everybody in the country banked with bank accounts so that payments could be made to them. You're rightly pointing out various holes in that system. But that's a solution for the informal sector more generally too, that people have been touting, sort of have everybody banked so that you can get informal sector folks the money that they need. But as you have rightly pointed out, there are so many issues in how that's going to work. Okay, I have one other question for Shaka, and this is a tough one. And the question is, we understand that extending this kind of social protection is needed, but will be costly. So how does one create the fiscal space needed in the given situation when public budgets are already stretched? How does one deal with this at the political level?
Oh, thank you for the question. So yes, indeed, I think when we look at this type of extension of social protection to the informal sector, it can be costly. But I think also what is crucial here is to, first of all, to look at the role of the private sector. I think the private sector can also play a role, in also providing some form of relief towards these informers, because in South Africa it was done initially, where we saw, some non-governmental organizations providing food packs. So it was tried. This model was actually tried, within South Africa, where the private sector began to chip in and provide some social assistance. However, I think in the long run, this whole agenda of decent work fits perfectly with social protection, where informal workers should get some form of decent work, So, for example, I'll just give an example of a model or a way where instead of, neglecting waste pickers, a better way of improving their earnings and income, opportunities is incorporating them within, the waste picking models that municipalities are actually having at the moment, and prioritizing them to actually win some of these tenders. So that is a way on creating sustainability within social protection. instead of them relying on cash grants. I think the model should be to scale up their earnings ability. And then another way to look at trying to source this income is not only through taxes and registrations, but I think we should go beyond that, because normally people, look at this informal sector as a disorganized sector, and the only way to bring them within is to register them and then tax them. But I don't think that, they need to be taxed in order for them to receive benefits. I think what is needed is that they need to be provided with, desirable conditions for them to earn more. So instead of them losing more of their money by their earnings through, paying, fines because they're trading in undesignated areas, I think cities should start to accommodate them with, where they can trade freely, without them being criticized that they are, they're going against, bylaws, because informal work it's a contentious debate where, although they are working, they're not really working to their full capacity. So that's why they're always in deficits. So I think when you try and scale up and better their working conditions, it's automatically going to give them, a better earning capacity. So there wouldn't be much need for them to receive too much assistance, because most of them will become productive. So I'm looking at it from a model where let's rather improve their working conditions so that, the ones who need more assistance become less. That's how I look at it from this side, because to cater for majority is not going to, it might be a burden, but if you try and improve their working conditions, I think that way they can transcend towards the decent work area, which right now they have decent work deficits.
Thank you, Shaka. So the floor is open. We still have time for questions if anybody would like to ask them directly. So if you do, please raise your hand or use the raise hand function, and we will unmute you and have you talk. Okay, it doesn't look as if there are any more audience questions. So, oh yes, there is one, and this is a question addressed to both of you. So, and it's a general one. So let's have it. Let's try Pankaj first, and then Shaka. Is there a prospect for countries with large informal sectors to create more jobs in formal rather than in the informal sector? A sustainable model for information workers is a big challenge for both state and workers. So the question is, do you solve informalization by making them formal in some sense? It's a general question, Pankaj, just feel free.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the question. It's a very interesting question. I would like to bank upon the, observation of Professor Breman. Actually, in reality, there is no formal and informal, because we see formal being informalized and informalized being, used for the formal sector. So in a way that, this lower circuit of, market is basically, whether it is from formal sector or informal sector in itself is being, used by the capitalist, accumulation. So, I mean, in all likelihood, I mean, the challenges that is going to be there in front of the countries like, India or any other developing countries is to basically give more, securities, whether it is wage securities or employment securities or social securities, because what actually divides this formal from informal is basically securities. I mean, all these securities. So one has to have these securities in order to call oneself formal. And in India, I mean, people are working in formal sector with all informalities, so they don't have securities of, wage, they don't have security of, employment. They are completely, threatened by these hire and fire policies, leave alone social securities. So, I mean, this regulation, this, kind of, regulation, I mean, the neoliberal development that believes in unregulating the capital, and labor should not be the only source for dividing this formal to formal from informal. Rather, capital should be also brought in, when we are trying to understand this formal informal dichotomy. And yes, I mean, the challenges remain again in front of developing countries, and we also see that in developed countries also we see the increasing informal sector, which only means that the workers are ripped off from basic securities. So well, I mean, we need more progressive legislation in this forefront. But to that happen, it is also very important that what kind of politics that plays out, because in yesterday's lecture, Professor Diago had rightly mentioned that how these policy, politics, and narratives are actually embedded. And until unless you have narrative that helps or that kind of gives a progressive progressive legislation in favor of the labor, that is not going to happen until unless there is a politics in place. I mean, where there is a negotiation between both politics, the workers and the capitalist. But what is happening currently in India, and this is for the information of the outside world as well, that in this pandemic we see more informalization, and we fear that in coming days India could have more informalization of the jobs, because already many states, whether, and especially all the mineral rich states, have started phasing out whatever legislation has been left to laborers. It means securities. I mean, so the moment you don't have securities, there is no point of you calling yourself formal. So we have to have more securities provided to these workers. I think this comes as a big challenge to all the developing countries, and I strongly believe that this cannot happen until unless there is again a churning in the politics that favors complete overhauling of capital over labor. And labor should be again bring back to the the so to say bring back to the center of debate and discussion. And it looks very difficult in a country like India, because labor is completely fragmented and segmented. So bringing them together again poses a big risk, and that is going to happen or not, again time will tell. But well, it depends on how stakeholders will take this up.
Paka, you addressed the question, but we're running out of time now, so keep it short if you can.
Okay, I'd like to agree, with Pankaj's, his assertion as well, that even with the work of, Professor Edward Webster, and Guy Standing, that's type of work I've read, there isn't a difference between formal and informal. It's just a continuum of, it's the same thing, but it's only a difference of securities. So I think that, to answer this question, I think to say that to move them towards the formalizing side, I think it's only a matter of increasing their security. So I think in countries which have large informal sectors, even maybe for example countries like Zimbabwe, I think the model here is try and improve their securities, try and improve their working environment. So if you improve their working environment, I think they then begin to become more like formal. The only thing that makes them look informal is because they don't have securities. So I look at it in a model where try and improve their securities where they are at the moment. Try and make their work decent. Try and help them to get social dialogue systems in place, social protection systems in place, because currently informal workers, it's difficult for them to even have trade unions to organize. So that is why they don't have much voices. So I look at it from a point where let's improve their securities. Then you'll just see that they become close towards formal workers. Thank you for the question.
Okay. Thank you both for your papers. They were both very interesting. Not only were they interesting, but I was hoping to read something positive and uplifting about the world. And unfortunately, your papers, which are done so well, give us more cause cause for concern than happiness. but it is really crucial that you continue to do this kind of research, because this is the only way in which you can get it's evidence-based decision making, and the only way is to keep providing evidence so that we can confront policymakers about what they have to do. So thank you very much for both excellent papers. And since there are no other questions, I would like to thank Uma, Rani, and Christian of the ILO for facilitating the session. And we will end the session now. Thank you all for participating.
Thanks a lot, Sarosh, for sharing the session so well. It was really amazing to see you get the young researchers get out much more than what their presentations speak to us. And I think you did an amazing job there. Thanks so much for it. And I think it was also good to hear the interest that researchers have on the subject of informal economy and how they are integrating the impact of COVID-19 pandemic as part of their work. And I think we have been on this debate for almost 5 decades now. And as Sarosh, you very rightly mentioned, unless and until we go on building this evidence, there's a lot of evidence that is there, but we haven't been so successful in translating it so much into policy. We have at the ILO had a document and a recommendation towards formalizing the informal workers, but the take up at the country level has not been so effective. And I think we need to push forward this policy making and to see that there are more policies that actually help these workers. So with this, we'll take a 15-minute break and come back at 2:30 for the next session on labor and social protection policies. We are going to have 2 general sessions, one from 2:30 to 4 and the other one from 4:15 to 5:45 Central European time. So see you all in 15 minutes. Thank you so much for being with us.
So, welcome everybody. It's 2:30 in Geneva time, and it's time to start our next session. This is a really important topic on labour and social protection policies for workers who are not necessarily formally covered by these systems. We have a great set of papers here. Two papers that are looking at the design and the impact of state level policies, and another two papers that are looking at more informal arrangements and informal systems of, if you like, filling the gaps in the state level policies. So I think it's a really important topic. I'm Jill Rubery. I'm the director of the Work and Equalities Institute at the University of Manchester. And I have also been looking at COVID social protection policies, particularly from a gender perspective. I'm really excited to be here as the chair for this meeting. Now, I understand that all the presenters are in the audience, and because we have 4 papers, and I think 1.5 hours, then we will have 15 minutes per presentation. We'll go straight from one paper to another and take questions at the end, but you're very welcome to put questions in the Q&A and the chat box as we go along, so that if you have an urgent question, best to remember to mention it while you're listening to the presentation or immediately afterwards, so that we have a lively discussion at the end. So without ado, I'll introduce the first authors. They're Trine Larsen and Anna Ilse. Even though I know Anna, I don't know that I'm pronouncing her surname correctly, so I must learn this. They are both associate professors at the Employment Relations Research Centre in the Department of Sociology at the University of Copenhagen. They have interests in issues of labour market regulation, labour market segmentation, work-life balance, and most recently, because I've been involved with some of their research, an exciting new project on the digital labour market and company level bargaining and labour market segmentation. So I think it's Trine who's presenting, so I will pass the floor to Trine if she can share her slides.
Thank you very much, Jill. And thank you very much for the invitation to come and present some of the findings we have done on our research on the Nordic countries' relief packages. Our presentation and our paper arise from a large-scale project we have done across the Nordic countries the last 3-4 years, where we have compared the development in non-standard work across the Nordic regions. We were 17 researchers involved in the project. And then came a corona crisis as well while we were writing up the last bits. So we thought it could be interesting to apply the perspective of non-standard work to these different Nordic relief packages. So I'll present our paper here, which is what Jill already mentioned, has been co-written with my colleague Anna, who's also here. I think she sits, depending on which picture you're seeing, at number 6. And I'm just going to share my slides now. And can you see them?
Yes, if you put them onto slideshow, that's great. Thank you.
Great, yeah. So our title for our paper is called The Nordic COVID-19 Relief Packages for Freelancers and Wage Earners When Inclusive Measures Fragment. So just before I go on to present the findings, just a little bit of background information about non-standard work in the Nordic countries. We used the labor force survey, and when you use this survey and combine the different categories of non-standard work, we found that nearly 1 in 3 of all employed across the Nordic regions are what you could consider non-standard workers. And when we look at this, the definition we apply is that it's all workers that are not employed, that are without a full-time open-ended contract and work less than 30 hours per week. So across the last 20 years in the Nordic region, it's actually been fairly stable. It's been around 1 in 3 of all workers that have been non-standard work. But when you dig into the different types of non-standard work, you see there are quite important variation, not only at the aggregated level, but also across sectors. So Denmark and Norway are what you could consider part-time countries. In Denmark, more than 1 in 10 are working part-time contracts which are less than 15 hours per week. In Norway, the most dominant forms of non-standard work of those we were looking at is long part-time work, which is between 15 to 20 hours per week. Sweden, Finland, and Iceland are more likely to draw on fixed-term contracts as the prevailing form of non-standard work, although we also see in Finland and Iceland that solo self-employment and freelancing are more widespread. 1 in 10 of workers in Finland, for example, are on these type of freelancers or solo self-employed. Temporary agency work and digital platform work, although I said these type of work or non-standard work have attracted a lot of attention across the Nordic region, it's only a marginal phenomenon in each of the different Nordic countries. About 1 to 3% of all employed are on these type of contracts. So this was just the background information about non-standard work. Now I'll move on to the Corona crisis. When it hit, the Corona pandemic hit the Nordic countries, we saw national lockdown and a series of containment measures introduced in most of the Nordic countries back in March 2020. It was the same as we saw worldwide. Sweden was a little bit different because they didn't introduce a similar national lockdown as we saw in the 4 other Nordic countries. Nevertheless, this lockdown and various containment measures seem to send shock effects through the Nordic economies and labor markets. We saw historical drops of the GDP in the 2 first quarters. Most hit were Iceland, followed by Sweden and Denmark. Norway and Finland were less hit by the crisis when we look at in terms of drops in GDP. This was accompanied with rising unemployment rates in the Nordics, between 50,000 people in Iceland, and the highest share was in Norway, with 210,000 people lost their jobs or were temporarily laid off back in March 2020, and more followed in April, May, and June, when it started to turn back and the numbers started reducing slightly. When we look at the Corona crisis through the lenses of non-standard work, we see that these groups were particularly hard hit. They tend to work in most of the crisis-ridden sectors. In fact, more than 1 in 2 workers in hotel and restaurants in Denmark and a lot of the other Nordic countries are what you could consider non-standard workers, typically working less than 15 hours a week. And when they were laid off, they were typically less covered by the social protection. So in some ways, they were hit on different fronts. So in order to accommodate these different cracks that were appearing in the light of the Corona crisis, the Nordic governments introduced more than 130 help packages to assist businesses and workers, and also to safeguard workplaces. And when it comes to this range of relief packages that were launched, there are 3 main categories that seem most relevant to Nordic workers. It was the temporary layoff schemes. We saw changes to social protection. In some countries, even changes to employment protection were introduced. And then we had a series of new novel schemes that were introduced for freelancers and solo self-employed. These different relief packages, although we have a long tradition of short-time schemes and layoff temporary furlough schemes in the Nordic countries, they differed very much from the existing schemes in the different countries, notably if you compare with the financial crisis responses from 2008. And it's because it covered much broader groups, even those often working on the outskirts of the Nordic labor markets. And what also characterized this whole package of relief packages that were introduced is that they typically were developed in close collaboration with social partners and with a broad support across the political spectrum. So in this paper, we aim to explore if these relief packages contribute to different signs of labor market segmentation in times of crisis. Although it's too early to see the long-term effects, we saw the design of the different relief packages. Do they actually seem to trigger, or could they potentially trigger, signs of segmentation? So that's the focus of the paper. So our research question is, how are these distinct groups of workers, such as non-standard workers, including freelancers, solo self-employed, even also entrepreneur startups, and other groups of non-standard workers, contra the standard workers, which is the individuals with full-time open-ended contracts covered by these different packages that were introduced in the different Nordic countries? And our focal point are on the 3 schemes I introduced very briefly before. It's the temporary layoff schemes and changes to the social protection and the specific packages aimed at freelancers and solo self-employed. Although, and in this context, we're actually analyzing what we can call a moving target. So we are limited our analysis to the first period of the Corona crisis from March 2020 to August 2020. Also because we wanted to see how do the Nordic governments react to the shock effects of the crisis. So that's a bit of the aim and key question of the paper. We are using a most similar research design, and empirically we're drawing on interviews with key stakeholders, labor force survey, various desk research of policy documents, social partners, position papers, and various parliamentary debates. Analytically, we seek inspiration from the segmentation literature as well as the labor welfare state literature. I'm not going to go into this here, but there's an extensive literature review in the paper. But based on these 2 strands of literature, we are developing a matrix, and it's rather simple here, but it's more elaborate in the paper, where we on one side have 2 types of relief packages, those which are targeted and those which are universal, and we combine that with the 2 types of employment. Are they aiming at standard employment or non-standard workers? And from this we argue that there may arise 4 different types of segmentation tendencies. If you target your relief packages towards standard workers, we say that there will be signs of reinforcing segmentation. It's very logic in a sense. If you target it towards non-standard workers, we argue that it might increase segmentation because a lot of these packages typically have various eligibility criteria, and some groups of non-standard workers, notably from the literature, those with the weakest links or ties to the labor market tend to struggle to qualify for support. And then on the other hand, when you have universal relief packages and they're targeting standard employment, we argue that it maintains segmentation tendencies, whereas if you combine universal relief packages with the non-standard work, we argue that it might reduce segmentation tendencies as everyone gain access to them, the different benefits and protection outlined in the relief packages. So that's very brief. And what did we find when we used this analytical framework to examine the 3 different type of packages? We found that when we look at the temporary layoff schemes, they were introduced in all of the Nordic countries. And their main aim, when you look at it, seems to be to protect jobs and income security for workers in crisis-ridden companies. But what's interesting here is that there were very different measures used and they had different coverage. Denmark and Sweden seem to use their layoff schemes, seem to be very much targeted schemes, aiming to protect primarily standard workers in crisis-ridden companies. In Sweden, all workers have access to this temporary layoff scheme, but there's a clause in order for companies to access this, is that they have to reduce labor costs, and then in a later clause in the different documents, it says you need to lay off your temporary workers, your external consultants, your freelancers, etc. So in a sense, in both Denmark and Sweden, the temporary layoff scheme seems to encourage the companies to lay off the non-standard workers in order to protect the core workforce, those which has typically a full-time open-ended contract. And also when you look at the different level of compensation in the Danish and Swedish schemes, there seems to be different criteria. In certain schemes, at least in Denmark, we have 3 layoff schemes. One is unemployment benefit level, where the traditional thresholds apply. And in other schemes, it's full wage compensation. And if you don't qualify for unemployment benefits, if you have to work quite a number of work hours, I think it's 1,920 within the last 3 years, which is very difficult if you only have very few hours per week. Norway, Finland, and Iceland opted for slightly different approaches in their schemes. They actually used universal schemes that seems to protect all workers, and they relaxed the initial rules and regulations so it covers most non-standard workers. Iceland is actually also an exception here because they extended the schemes to freelancers and solo self-employed, so all workers were covered one way or the other. And again, there were different levels of compensation. In Norway, they offered full wage compensation for the first 20 days, whereas in Finland, there was a statutory minimum, And in Iceland, you had full wage compensation if you were a low wage worker, and then it started getting earnings related when you moved beyond a certain threshold. And these different packages point to different signs of labor market segmentations or risks of it. If we move to the social protection schemes in the Nordic countries, there were changes made in all countries to expand the access of the various schemes, notably sick pay to cover all workers, even those on the outskirts of the labor market. And you also saw new benefit schemes introduced to cover non-standard workers. But again, we see different measures used in the individual Nordic countries. Universal measures were interesting found when it comes to sick pay in all of the Nordic countries except for Denmark, where the government decided to keep some of the most important eligibility criteria, namely that you have to have a certain number of hours per week within the last 3 years in order to qualify for sick pay. Unemployment benefits, you suspended some of the rules in Norway and Finland, not so much in Denmark and Sweden, where you actually just lowered the eligibility criteria and in that sense had targeted measures for the different groups. And again, the level of compensation also seemed to vary across the Nordic countries. Again, the different approaches were applied, and they seem to shape different risks of inequality, where certain groups, especially those most vulnerable, were also risking to be excluded from these relief packages, despite the good intentions of the Nordic governments. The last set of relief packages we're looking at are those aimed at freelancers and solo self-employed. Here we saw novel schemes introduced in all of the countries, but again, there was very important variations. Often these measures were targeted, and they aimed to cover the running cost of the freelancers and solo self-employed, and they provided for most of them a certain income security that was tied to their previous turnover, minimum earnings, and income loss. What was also interesting with the packages aiming at freelancers and solo self-employed, where we saw some examples of universal measures, notably in the area of sick pay, that was introduced both in Norway, Finland, Iceland, and Sweden, but not when it comes to Denmark. And Denmark stands out in this context, and it's the same when it comes to provide some kind of minimum income security for these groups. We saw that was the case in most of the countries. Again, Denmark stands out. It was not the case. They kept the initial rules and regulation intact, notably the one when it comes to the number of hours you have to have worked. And again, although the intention was to cover the cracks in the Nordic social protection, also for these groups of workers, like freelancers and solo self-employed, we saw that many struggled to actually qualify for support. And just to give you an example, we did last year in the spring, just when the corona crisis started, from March, April, and May until June, July, we had a survey running, and we asked startup companies or entrepreneurs and solo self-employed and freelancers about their experiences. And we saw that 75% of the startup companies we asked had experienced lower or no income whatsoever in the first months of the corona crisis, and it was 94% of the freelancers and solo self-employed. Some applied for financial support through the various relief packages. It was typically those relief packages targeting solo self-employed and freelancers, but a large group also didn't apply for support. And one of the most recent why they didn't wasn't they struggled to meet the various eligibility criteria, in notably the minimum threshold of income. Most of them had less than 100,000 a year, and as a result, they were not eligible for support, even though they were often without any income. So just to sum up, because I can see my time is coming up, in many ways, the corona crisis have actually exposed the cracks in the Nordic social and employment protection, and the government launched various initiatives to address exactly these social protection gaps. But we see a mix of universal or targeted measures, which means that many non-standard workers, especially the freelancers and startups, tend to struggle to qualify for support despite the good intentions. And if you step back, one could say, who is most successful in this context? It's difficult to evaluate, but it seems like the more universal approach by Norway, Finland, and Iceland seems to be more effective in order to cover those on the outskirts by creating this encompassing safety net than, for example, Denmark and Sweden, which relied more on targeted support. But again, we see challenges in this context because we are analyzing this moving target, and the relief packages were constantly adjusted. So, and some of them have been rolled back afterwards, but there have been different ways of adjusting them to the different cracks along as they emerge. But in many ways, we saw this comparative perspective, even if it's just in the Nordic region, that it actually gave some new opportunities for policy learning and insights in what seems to work and not work. And the Nordic government seems to have learned a bit of lessons along the way. So I want to say thank you on my own behalf, but also Anna's behalf, for listening in. And the paper we have uploaded is a more short version of the paper, but you're more welcome to read it. And thanks. Look forward to hear your questions along the way. So thank you very much. I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thanks very much, Trine. Fascinating story, which we will come back to. We now move to the second paper by Francesca Martinelli. She's the director of the Centro Studi Doc Foundation, which I know figures in her paper, so I'll leave her to explain what that is. She is in charge of research and development there, and she obtained a PhD in 2017 on human capital formation, labor relations, and has also written about new forms of representation in a European perspective. So we look forward very much to this paper on the creative industries, one of those really hard hit in the crisis.
Thank you, Professor Rubery. I will share my screen. Here it is. And thank you also to the presentation, the previous presentation to Professor Larsen and Ilse. Was really interesting and simplify my speech. Is going to simplify my speech a lot. Anyway, I'm really honored to be here this afternoon and during this conference, and to have the opportunity to present my research about the reaction of entertainment workers to the COVID-19, and focus on with a focus on the case study of the Italian cooperative Doc Servizi. In the next few minutes, I'm going to focus at first on the context pre-COVID-19 pandemic to underline a bit the characteristic of entertainment workers and entertainment co-ops. And then I will focus, of course, on the impact of COVID-19 on the Italian entertainment industry and the related reaction of entertainment workers and cooperatives. Concerning the research question and methodology, as Professor Rubery already said, all the major institutions also agreed that the field of cultural and creative industry and the entertainment field were the most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. And at this point of the year, there are many informations about the data. That means the impact that this crisis had on workers, on the enterprises. And there are also informations about the measures that were put in place by governments to help these workers. But there is a lack of information about the reaction, the direct reaction of workers in front of the crisis. And so I wanted to study exactly this point also because to some extent I participate in person to the reaction of workers. And so I'm going to put also my personal experience of a field study that I began in more than 1 year ago with the start of the beginning of the crisis. The pandemic hit hard a sector that was already very fragile. Workers in the entertainment field are vulnerable. You know that artists are the first gig workers, exactly because the word gig came from engagement, which indicates the unique and occasional performance of the artist on a stage. And for this reason, artists have always had multiple clients, multiple contracts, and therefore this continuous work that led to economic difficulties too. And they can be defined as non-standard workers with lack of social protection, just like it has been presented in the previous presentation. And considered also that Italian workers in the labor market are usually isolated. They are poorly unionized too. But there is also another data that is that artists in Italy are forced to work a lot undeclared. And we did a research in 2018, and we discovered that only in the live music field, the amount of undeclared work is around 4 billion euros. Facing this uncertain panorama, since the 80s, Italian artists create worker cooperatives to obtain better working conditions. And entering in the cooperative, they obtain the double status as members and workers of the worker cooperatives. And as member, they participate democratically to the governance, and therefore they build the enterprise and the cooperative in order to achieve goals that they could not reach alone. And as workers in Italy, they become employees of the cooperative, and therefore they are entitled of all the social protection schemes typical of employees. And they have also the guarantee to work in legality and safety, and they can exercise their representation rights. But how to combine this double nature of the worker cooperative with the activities of artists that of course are used to work with a high level of autonomy? We can say that Italian entertainment cooperative added a sort of a third ingredient, which is the autonomy in the management of the activity. That means that each artist has the freedom in the management of its own activities, in finding clients, and he is also paid in function of the actual income that it generates. That means that beyond the fixed costs that are shared to manage the cooperative, every worker, every member is free to organize himself. That's the reason why this kind of cooperative is also called self-management cooperative. And this model over the years has also attracted other figures that are used to work with a very high level of autonomy, such as writers, IT experts, journalists, and so on. And in 2019 in Italy, we counted more than 80 self-management co-ops. One of the first cooperative that in Italy was built with this purpose was Doc Servizi, that was founded in 1919 by 10 musicians. Doc Servizi is a worker cooperative that now is part of a network of 7 societies that together cover all the cultural and creative industries and innovation and technological field. And you can see the label at the bottom of the presentation. This group in 2018 created the Centro Studi Doc Foundation, for which I work for. And the purpose of the foundation is to study and research on cooperative solutions for workers there that experience precariousness and discontinuity in their work activity. In 2019, this group had a turnover of 70 million euros and more than 1,000 members spread in 34 branches in Italy. One of the main features of Doc Servizi in relation also to other Italian entertainment cooperatives is that Doc Servizi members decided to invest a lot in the promotion of their activity, and therefore they develop a lot of services to support their professionalization, such as lifelong learning training courses. They hire counselors for having advice about tax, legal and social security. They create communities, offices for call for tender, working abroad, marketing, communication, a marketplace to sell services, travel agency to support the mobility, an independent label, and also a management and booking agency. And to manage all these activities and also the discontinuous activity of workers, and also to optimize the cost of the management, Doc Servizi members chose in 2012 to introduce an highly technological digital platform that was at first created above all to manage the job discontinuity of workers, but then become more and more a tool for self-management, supporting the connection among clients and members and among members. Another interesting feature of Doc Servizi is that its members, together with other members of Italian entertainment cooperatives, at a certain point decided to enter in the public debate dedicated to the working condition of entertainment workers. And the reason are two fatal accidents of stage technicians that happened in Trieste in 2012 and Reggio Calabria in 2012. Due to this accident, Doc Servizi promoted the table for legality and safety in the entertainment field. And the first outcomes of this table are the first Italian decree dedicated to the safety of entertainment technicians delivered in 2014, and the first Italian collective bargaining agreement for the professional of the arts who work in a cooperative that was signed in 2014 by the most representative Italian trade unions and the major trade associations of cooperatives. This CBA was then renewed at the beginning of 2020 in order to protect all freelancers of the cultural and creative industry, and it was also the first introducing a regulation also for platform work. So this is the context in which the pandemic arrives. And the impact of COVID-19 on Italian entertainment industry was really harsh, like in the whole world, in Europe. And in Italy, the entertainment field lost the 80% of the turnover, and there's a drop of almost 70,000 workers, which represent more or less the 21% of the workers of the field. In this context, the measure of the Italian government weren't really effective, at least at first, because the Italian government has always had a lack of information on the entertainment field, and therefore the Italian government was not immediately able to provide effective and correct solutions for entertainment workers. But we observed that there were four main difficulties for the Italian government and for workers. And first, we find the lack of eligibility due to the variety of non-standard employment contracts of entertainment workers. Second, the complexity and length of administrative procedures for claiming benefits. And the result was that many workers that were entitled for benefit didn't receive that because there were legal technicalities, technical reasons like the shutdown of the website for, I don't know, weeks, and also different interpretation of procedures by the employees of the public administration. Third, there is the reason that workers that as non-standard workers, entertainment workers, were already not entitled of some protection schemes, such as a sick pay. And in Italy, we weren't lucky, just like in the Nordic countries. And the government didn't think about the fact that they should have make it universal for all. So this was a problem, of course, during a pandemic. And further, there was insufficiency of funds to support long-term employability, and that's the reason why many workers left the field. In this context, of course, entertainment workers try at least to fill this gap between their needs and the government. And for this reason, we observed during the whole 2020 the emergence of collective mobilization processes. And there are many entertainment workers that chose to enter informal or informal associations, or also to enter in a union. But I'm going to focus directly on the study case of Doc Servizi. Of course, Doc Servizi was really hit hard by the crisis and lost, in comparison to 2019, the 60% of the turnover. But since the beginning of the pandemic, the cooperative has responded to the situation in two ways. First, it has supported the lobby action of the Centro Studi Doc Foundation that involuntarily become one of the spokesperson of entertainment workers with the Italian government. And then Doc Servizi become a safety net for the administrative staff and worker member of the cooperative. Concerning the lobby and advocacy activity of the Centro Studi Doc Foundation, it has begun everything with the launch of the first petition for entertainment workers. It was a simple petition that in 5 points asked to the government to support entertainment workers because in the first decrease they were forgotten by the state. And in a few weeks it obtained more than 50,000 signatures, an unexpected success, honestly. And for this reason, for this success, the Centro Studi Doc Foundation was called by the Italian government and was consulted to help them to introduce the entertainment workers in the decrease. And actually this action had a success, and the benefits for entertainment workers were obtained to cover all their strange and atypical and non-standard contracts. And so about 300,000 workers obtained protections. Moreover, the Centro Studi Doc Foundation was one of the promoters of the Arts and Entertainment Forum that reunites more than 60 realities of the artistic field and 12 Italian municipalities. This forum also wrote a proposal to reform the Italian entertainment system, and this reform was included in 2 bills that were deposited in the Chamber of Deputies and at the Senate in December 2020, and this reform is now under discussion. Then Doc Servizi acted to support staff and worker, of course, activating the redundancy fund for administrative staff and also anticipating the payment because the Italian public administration was late, unluckily. It activates an H24 assistance for members to assess healthcare, sick leave, unemployment benefits, COVID-19 support measures. It organized regular meetings about Italian government decrees and profile its members' skills to see if the cooperative could find new job opportunities in a field that were less affected by the crisis, like the IT field, and offer also free refresher courses for stage technicians. Thanks to trade unions, local trade unions, Doc Servizi could also sign a second level agreement that allowed members to work in areas other than entertainment field, at least during the pandemic period, and then signed an agreement to activate between May and July 2021 a massive lifelong learning program that was partly funded by the state and which have the interesting characteristic that each worker was paid for each hour of training attended, and the result was a program of 27 training courses that involved more than 1,000 workers and for more than 900 training hours. To conclude, I just would like to make two remarks about the relationship between self-management cooperatives and trade unions. First, we can observe that the cooperative can act as a bridge between entertainment workers, trade unions, and institutions. But this is possible thanks to the double nature of worker member, because as worker, of course, artists become employees of the cooperative and therefore they assume a status that can be represented by trade unions. But at the same time, workers are also members, that participate in the management of the cooperative. Therefore, there is a lack of the classical social conflict usually existing between enterprise and workers. And in this way, the cooperative become an ally of trade union against market abuses and undeclared work. And secondly, the alliance between self-management coop and trade unions could also mean for cooperatives a support for members, because of course they have access to higher and more efficient level of negotiation, while for trade unions it means having better understanding and then better representing the needs of figures that are poorly unionized at time, but who are still looking for representation. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Really, again, a very interesting case study. And unfortunately, we need to move straight on to the next paper. And I'd like to introduce Nina Thorn, who is working at the Department of Social Sciences and Business at Roskilde University with a PhD in economics. She has interests in enterprise and worker dynamics, labor market regulation, but most recently, and I think this is what she's reporting on here, a project on social protection, informal workers, organization informality. I think she is presenting, but she's also with a co-author, also from Roskilde, Lona Rilsgaard, who's an associate professor at international development studies. Okay, over to you, Nina.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I would, of course, like to first thank the organizers for inviting us to present our study today. And that is also on behalf of my several co-authors, as you can see here on the screen. Several of them are based in Kenya and Tanzania, and that is, of course, where the study is focused. And then Lona and I, and Lona is, I think, listening in as well, are in Denmark. So yeah, thank you also to the previous presenters. I really enjoyed the presentations. So now we're moving on from the north to the global south. Yeah. So given the time constraint, let's dive straight in. So just to give a sort of a brief introduction to what the study is about, and I should say it's very much a draft paper at the moment. It's work in progress, and therefore we'd very much like any input or ideas or comments you might have, also in terms of sort of more theoretical anchoring and literature that we could use. But the starting point here is that informal labor markets, of course, constitute very much the norm in many countries in the global south, and not least in sub-Saharan Africa and in Kenya and Tanzania that form the focus of the paper. And here, amongst other things, what we emphasize is that, of course, most informal workers don't have access to formal social protection. And that is something that is very much debated and discussed, not least during this conference and today with the COVID pandemic. And what COVID has meant is that a lot of informal workers, also like we heard in many of the presentations yesterday, suffer disproportionately because they both, of course, have implications of the virus itself, but also the different aversion strategies that have been adopted to the context. And in this sort of, against this background, you could say we have seen, or for informal workers in particular, there's an increased importance of their sort of networks, their informal networks that they have, and these informal worker associations that were also alluded to in some of the previous presentations. A lot of studies already have come out. Of course, we've seen it also during this conference on the COVID implications for informal workers. And some of the more relevant to the context of East Africa indicate that the lockdown measures that have been, of course, very different, have pushed informal workers to extreme poverty. So that's kind of the background against which we, in this study, seek to answer the sort of overall question of the challenges that informal workers in Kenya and Tanzania face during the COVID pandemic, and the extent to which their worker associations are able to cushion workers during such a crisis. So just to give you a brief sum up of the findings, what we find is that there's a lot of sectoral variation in the COVID impacts, also across the countries, of course, and that also there are several associational differences in terms of how worker associations deal with this crisis. So some of them remain close to being fully operational. Others have very much restricted benefits or have even redirected their normal activities to other services that are related perhaps more to COVID-related measures. So just to come back to this sort of importance of the informal worker association, and that is something that goes beyond, of course, sub-Saharan Africa to much of the global South, where these different types and constellations of informal workers coming together to organize act as very important risk management strategies, and often they fill this gap there is in formal social protection provision. And they do so by providing a variety of different types of what we call bottom-up social protection measures. And there's a growing literature addressing both the bottom-up measures, but also in relation to the sort of more top-down formal types of social protection. So in the case of Kenya, there's some work on this, and here it's basically argued that these informal, or what some people call traditional, forms of social protection are very useful in terms of smoothing incomes and consumption, but that when it comes to huge shocks like the COVID pandemic, perhaps these associations are less able to mitigate the shocks. So that's kind of the literature that we're leaning on, that other studies have also shown that informal worker associations may be limited to assist in large shocks, because often they're quite small in size, and they're, of course, by nature membership based, meaning that if contributions are affected, this will also affect the benefits that they can offer. So the sort of hypothesis of the study is that social protection delivery by informal worker organizations is more fragile during covariate shocks, right? So nationwide, or in this case, global shocks, as opposed to their relevance when it comes to more individual idiosyncratic shocks. This hypothesis is confirmed by the data that we have, but importantly, we see that there is this sort of sectoral variation across. Yeah, so this is the sort of what could you say, literature or somehow a theoretical framework that we sort of lean against, this difference between covariate and idiosyncratic shocks. And some of the studies here, for instance, Dafulea, aligns with other studies about the fragility of these informal systems to cope in the face of covariate risks or shocks, but at the same time also emphasizing that we have to remember that activities and systems in the informal economy are very varied, right? And someone said that earlier too. And so we can't treat them like a single case. And that is very much what the data that we use also testifies to, this huge diversity of informal workers and their associations, which means that in order to design policies or support packages, you really have to take into account the sector-specific differences. Okay, so I've mentioned our data a few times now. So to describe it a little bit more, but still briefly, being aware of the time limitation. So we decided to carry out a survey specifically looking at COVID implications. So this, just to sort of frame it, this study is part of a larger project that's been going on for the last 4 to 5 years in Kenya and Tanzania, looking at social protection and informal workers. So we have already a large amount of data that was collected back in 2018, before anyone knew anything about COVID. So when this hit over a year ago, we decided that we wanted to sort of follow up to see what had happened to the workers that we had already interviewed a few years ago and to their associations. So this is a sort of an add-on dimension to a larger project. So last July, our team in Kenya and Tanzania went out and interviewed selected informal worker organizations that had been part of the previous round of interviews. The idea, of course, was to collect information on various associations in terms of type, in terms of their functions, in terms of how robust they were. And also what we wanted to do was to collect information both from the leaders of associations and from the normal members. And the idea here, of course, was to ensure that we had a broader base of information, given that leaders and sort of ordinary members may not always have the same perceptions. So because this was a sort of an add-on study and capacity was limited, we ended up with around 129 interviews in total, divided between the capital of Kenya and Tanzania. And these were individual members or leaders of associations representing around 25 associations per country. And again, divided across the sectors of petty traders, construction workers, and transport workers. And I should say that at the outset of the larger project, we chose these three sectors because they're very much, as you'll all know, prone to informality. Yeah, so I don't want to go more into the details of the sampling strategy and so on, but that can be accessed in a previous working paper if anyone would like to see it. So that's basically for the first sort of data collection phase. Then later on, so towards the end of last year, we had a second phase or a second round of interviews, key informant interviews, with a variety of institutional representatives from social insurance providers, health providers, social pension providers, some of the sort of central trade union representatives and other relevant actors, including different ministries. In the specific study, because of the sort of limitation, both of the word count, but also of the focus, we have not really included their role, but this is yet to be incorporated either here or even in a new or in a different study. So from the data of informal workers and their associations, we basically can sort of divide into what are the challenges of the individual worker and what are the obstacles or the challenges of the associations as a whole. And we have an enormous amount of data. Obviously, I'm unable to present it all here in a brief period of time. So I've just selected a few issues or main sort of things, highlights, including some quotes, right? So when it comes to Kenya, we saw that there are a lot of issues, of course, because of COVID. But the thing that cuts across is very much mentioning of inadequate employment and income reduction as a consequence of that. And this data was collected 3 months into the start of the pandemic. So of course it was very much in the initial phase, but still you can see from what our informants responded that the situation was quite severe. With the government directives in Kenya, which was quite different to Tanzania. In Kenya, they restricted movement, closed construction sites, and so on, which meant that the particular construction workers were actually more prone to losing jobs compared to the transport and the trade workers. The micro traders or the petty traders are considered as sort of, someone also said it yesterday in a different context, but as necessary workers during the situation. So they were allowed to continue operation, and transport workers as well, but of course with limitations in terms of carrying capacity and so on. So transport workers, we also saw suffering from reduced income because of fewer passengers in general, but also because of curfews, restrictions on movement and so on, but also due to limitations in terms of what they were able to carry. So Kenya had a quite strict lockdown and has had it throughout. I mean, the regulations have changed. On and off curfew times have changed and so on. But compared to Tanzania, where there was basically largely a denial of COVID, at least from some point into the pandemic, Kenya has had a much more strict lockdown. So, and in our survey, we see that the majority of respondents also said that most association members did not work during the initial phase of the pandemic. So there was definitely a hold on activities. Now, turning to Tanzania, even as I just said, that the lockdown was quite different, if even not there initially. There were still implications for informal workers, and were very much along the same lines in terms of reduced income because of inadequate work, or just reduced sort of business days. So initially in Tanzania, the schools did close, and that affected, for instance, the petty traders that were located nearby schools because they were dependent on the students for passing by and buying and food and so on. So that was a difficult period for them. But on average, there was a higher share of workers that actually continued working in Tanzania because the lockdown there was no lockdown as such, or at least not for as long. So you can see that especially transport sector workers, quite a high share, 76%, continued working, but they were subject to rather strict seating restrictions. And that, of course, also had implications on their businesses and associated businesses. Fewer people traveling, fewer people at the bus stops and so on. And so the sort of the traders also were affected by this. So I don't read out the quotes because I think you can probably see them for yourselves. So compare, or sort of putting both countries together, what these decreased earnings have meant obviously has been lower or even no contributions to the informal worker associations. So in Kenya, 60% of workers said that there had been either a stoppage or a reduction in membership contributions, and that of course represented a major challenge to the worker organizations. But a lot of them also really accommodated the situation. As many as 75% made adjustments to the member contribution rules, either by lowering contributions or even stalling them, or other ways of sort of adjusting to the situation. And in Tanzania, less, but still some stopped receiving member contributions. And also here, there has been some adjustment to make the conditions easier for workers to still manage, and that is especially we see in the trade and the transport sectors. What is nice to see is that a significant share of workers have made use of these associations during the pandemic. And that goes both in Kenya and Tanzania. And particularly in Tanzania, we see that transport workers were very active in using their worker associations and seeking assistance. And that is likely linked to this sort of government restrictions on seating capacity and so on, which was really an issue for the workers in the sector. In Kenya, the share of workers contacting was much more evenly distributed across the sectors, probably because the lockdown was sort of more across all. And in both countries, the issues that workers would contact associations about would be typically loans or asking to withdraw savings, and also specific COVID-related issues, and in some cases to do with voice and representation, something that we also consider to be part of broader social protection. So So in terms of these specific contacts to associations, there was sort of a general feeling that associations helped, right, to resolve the issues. Some members here, one trader in Nairobi said that each member received 20,000 Kenyan shillings, which I think is around $180 or something, maybe correct me if I'm wrong. And in Tanzania, maybe a slightly lower share also confirmed that assistance had helped to solve their challenges. So this really points to the importance of these informal worker associations during this crisis. In other cases, associations were not able to step in, and here workers would of course make use of more personal networks to fill the gaps. So didn't ask association because they knew it wouldn't be possible, or rather felt like making use of different platforms. Associations also helped in terms of health-related coping.
Sorry, we're already at 20 minutes. So
yeah, sorry, I'm finishing now. Associations also help with health-related new forms of assistance, right? So basically providing measures to deal directly with COVID. And in Kenya, that was a particularly high share of workers reported that. Some associations also engaged in advocacy activities, and especially in Tanzania and in the transport sector. Again, related to direct sort of government directives, and often also, what can you say, whilst in Kenya, associations were very much themselves in charge of these new support mechanisms. In Tanzania, often it was required by governments. So this is the final one, just to sum up, that basically the issues that workers would contact the associations with in both countries were similar to before the pandemic, but of course have been very much reinforced by the pandemic. So that's quite interesting to see that the issues remain the same, but more severe. Yeah. And I think that's it. Okay, final one, just to sum up, but I think I'll just leave it because we need to move on to the next presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Sorry to hurry you, but
no worries. I'm sorry.
We want some time for discussion. So could I turn now to the final presenter, Miguel Malo, who is a associate professor in economics at the University of Salamanca, particularly interested in inequalities, various kinds of disabled workers and those who are less advantaged and their impact on employment policies. And he'll be talking about the Spanish job retention scheme and how that affected those in temporary contracts versus permanent contracts. So welcome, Miguel, if you're here.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here with all of you sharing this conference and all these interesting papers. Previously,
you haven't yet entered the full screen mode.
I'm sharing the screen. Did you see my presentation?
It says you're started screen sharing, but double click to enter full screen mode.
I have a message. I'm sharing the screen.
Can somebody, can the technical support help? Oh, is it maybe?
I think you have to double click to enter full screen mode, Miguel.
Yes, but
you're still not, we cannot
at this moment, the PowerPoint is totally stuck just now.
Yeah, can you
I heard you without any problem, but
can you stop sharing and again reshare, because we can't help you from this end. Apologies for it.
I'm
Have you tried stopping and then starting again?
For me, the message from Zoom is you're sharing the screen, but at the same time, it's absolutely stuck. So
you can't stop sharing the screen. Can you try?
Yeah,
stopping?
I'm trying. So I'm clicking on the option. Well, I can begin to talk. So I think that, well, at the end, the slides are the support, but I think I can do it without the slides. Well, my paper is about how this institutional setting of short-time works are covering or not workers with temporary contracts in a dual labor market as the Spanish one.
Have we lost Miguel? He was frozen for me as well.
I think so. We've lost him. I think there's a problem with his connection.
Should we start with some questions for the first three, and then if he's able to return, we can have the paper at 4:45 to 4. Sorry, 4:45. Does that make sense to everybody? Right. Maybe we have some questions in the chat. I also had some general a couple of general questions. For the Trine and for well, actually also for Miguel, but if he comes back, we can. I was just wondering how we would think about what is the best and most equitable system of providing support in the crisis. I was really impressed by the efforts to sort of identify equitable and non-equitable effects of the measures in the Nordic countries. But I was wondering in general about whether it'd be better to have some kind of general income maintenance for everybody, irrespective of employment status, or whether in the particular form of the crisis that it took, which was totally unexpected and very quick and not relatable, whether maintaining, if you like, relationships with the employer for most people was the most important, and therefore actually the actual provision of high wages for those in regular jobs, high support for those in regular jobs was a necessary form, even though it doesn't necessarily correspond to equity in some senses, because a lot of the resources would have gone to those who are higher paid, almost by definition. So that was one question for those. And then I had another question for those, the two papers, Francesca's and Nina's, on the informal systems to help protect informal workers or those in sectors that have very irregular employment. I was wondering, one of the problems in some senses is that these systems are maybe better and more effective often than state support for this particular, because the groups who are organizing understand the nature of this sector and how to support people better and can be quite innovative. But in a crisis, the problem is these organizations don't have the deep pockets of the state. So I was thinking for future crises, it's a bit late for the current one, would it be beneficial or would it undermine the nature of these cooperatives or informal, if there was some kind of registration of these kind of systems so that they could be supported by the state to help the workers? Or is it that really in this kind of crisis, you have to have state support and it's the state that must innovate general policies? Or is it that the state should be providing more facilities to these informal worker organizations to provide loans through opening their credit card, if you like, to these organizations? So those are my two general questions, but I would suggest you just think about those and let's ask the other questions that have come. I had one for Trine from Rishab, is it? I don't have the full name. And the question for Trine, you can see them in the chat, is would it be possible to also share some information on the implication for gender with respect to the relief package in Nordic countries? Were there also targeted schemes based on gender? And for Francesca, there's also from the same participant, can you please shed some more light on the relationship between the entertainment workers cooperative and trade unions, for instance, how they cooperated with each other since the pandemic, and did COVID-19 enhance the cooperation? Were there any challenges that the the cooperative face in undertaking the collaboration with trade unions. Okay, so Trine, like to start?
Yeah, I could have a try and give a go and see if I can answer the question. I can start with the one on gender. In terms of the measures, the relief packages didn't include specific policies on the gender, according to gender. There were some policies in some of the Nordic countries on caring days, but that was applying to both type of parents, both fathers and mothers. But when we talk about the impact of gender, because women tends to be overrepresented in private services, and they're often, when they're working in these sectors, on reduced hours. In the light that non-standard workers were more likely to be laid off and not covered by the furlough or temporary work schemes, in that sense, there seems to be implicit gender bias. We also know from the survey data, and we haven't analyzed that in depth, but we got access to registered data and also our survey data. And there we can see there are some kind of gender impact. But what it's more going to have of implication, we haven't finalized the analysis of this, so I can't really say, but it seems to be, again, a gender bias in terms of the take-up of these, where the women tend to earn less and therefore greater struggle to comply with the rules and regulations in terms of receiving support. So in that sense, gender seems to play implicit a role.
Could I perhaps interrupt at this point, Trine, and I invite Miguel to give his paper, because I think this is only fair. I see you're back. Miguel, you're muted.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I'm very sorry.
Okay, don't
the
worry.
computer worked perfectly until, well, some minutes ago. Well, you know.
We started to ask, I asked a few questions and people can be thinking about them while you give your presentation. Yeah.
Okay.
And could I ask you can check, there's some more questions in the chat people can look at while you're talking as well. Okay. Oh, we still have,
well,
great. We now have your screen.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. I will try not to do anything strange. So.
I have to ask you to try and be on time. No more than 15 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, my objective with this paper is analyzing whether temporary workers are covered in the same way as workers with an open-ended contract, with the main institutional setting for the temporary employment adjustment in Spain in these times of the pandemic. In Spanish, we call it ERTE, but it's only a typical short-time work scheme with a peculiarity that it covers any type of worker irrespective of the contract type. So in the same way as workers with an open-ended contracts receive an income maintenance during the coverage of this short-term work scheme, temporary workers have suspended the length of their temporary contract. So at least in the law, the description of the regulation, of the legal regulation, all workers are really equally covered by this type of institution. However, because of the segmented structure of the Spanish labor market by contract type, you know that we have a very high percentage of wage and salary workers with a temporary contract. We can suspect that probably these workers can have problems not to be covered because this is granted by law, but to access to this mechanism of protection, or that at the end they lose their contracts and they are not finally covered by this protection mechanism. As you can see, the evolution, here you have the evolution of the coverage for all workers. The darker area represents all workers covered by an ERTE, this type of short-time work scheme. and the rest are the other workers. So in the worst moments of the pandemic crisis, we had almost, well, a bit more than 3 million workers covered by the ERTE. In fact, when we look at the distribution of people entering into the new entries into the unemployment benefit systems, we have that the most part of them during the pandemic were because of ERTE, because of this short-term work scheme. This is the distribution. So you can see that more than 90% of all new entries in the unemployment benefit system in April, May of the last year was related with this short-term work scheme. And we have other peaks at the beginning of autumn, and but you see that the relative importance is decreasing. This area, this gray area, is related with new entries in the unemployment benefit system because of ending temporary contracts. As you can see in previous crises, this is the time of the financial crisis. Well, entering into the unemployment system was important because of the ERTE, but the main reason was because of the end of a temporary contract. This is important in these new times, in this new crisis, but not so important in relative terms than in the past crisis. However, when we look at the level of people entering into the unemployment system because of the end of temporary contracts, the dark line, or because of dismissals, we see a different pattern in the current crisis for people entering because of dismissal compared to those entering because of temporary contracts. While we have the same pattern in this crisis as we saw during the financial crisis, we see a similar way for dismissals, the end of open-ended contracts. We see that during the crisis, there was just, with the exception of this peak just in March, just in the first month of the pandemic crisis, the number of people, not proportion, the number of people entering into the unemployment system because of the end of an open-ended contract was different in the pattern than respect to the pattern at the beginning of the financial crisis. So we see that the adjustment of temporary contracts is mostly the same as in the past crisis, but not the pattern of adjustment of people with open-ended contracts. Here, what we have is the evolution of new contracts. So here, the distance between these both lines is the gap of new contracts. These are the new contracts during the pandemic months, respect to the average in the same months in the 3 previous years. So we see there is a gap of high in terms of mainly in temporary contracts. We also have that part of this gap is in terms of open-ended contract, this darker part of the bars, but the most part of the new contracts that we don't have because of the pandemic are mostly related with temporary contracts. This is expected, of course, but at the same time, it's a lack of opportunities for people losing their temporary jobs, as in any other crisis, of finding a new job, okay? So I tried with to estimate the probability of being covered by this type of short-time work scheme. So with this objective, I selected only wage and salary workers during the past year in 2020. Here you have workers covered by ERTES, by this short-time work scheme in Spain, for all workers, those with an open-ended contract and those with a temporary contract. This is the second quarter of 2020, the worst quarter of the years, of course, And we see that the coverage was of a bit more than 65% of wage and salary workers, okay? And even the coverage was a bit more important, a bit higher for workers with a temporary contract. However, after this worst moment of the year, the worst moment of the pandemic crisis, the coverage for temporary workers decreased, and even more important is this decrease in the last quarter of the year. So this is coherent with the pattern that just with when the unexpected shock affects to the economy, all workers are covered because the firms apply for the short-term work scheme. All workers, irrespective of the type of contract, are in the firm and they are covered by the short-term work scheme. But when these schemes are ending and the firms are in the process of new hires, and as we see that new hires have been decreasing, and new short-term work schemes are implemented in the same firms or in other firms, so those workers more with a higher presence in ERTES are incumbent workers, workers with an open-ended contract. I tried to confirm this estimating a logistic regression on the probability of being covered by an ERTE in this year. And here you have the odds ratio for the temporary contract case. For all workers, you see that the odds ratio is below 1. So the probability, the relative probability of being covered by a temporary worker was 87% respect to the probability of being covered for a worker with an open-ended contract. And when estimating the same by gender, we see that this effect is almost exclusively corresponding to males. So for females, we also have an odds ratio below 1, but it's much closer to 1. Here is 93%, for males was almost 82%, but for the case of females was even not significant, okay? For males, it was, as I've said, 82% respect to the probability of having an open-ended contract. Wrapping up of this interrupted presentation. The general question was, do short-term work scheme protect all workers in the same way, irrespective of their contract type? I try to answer this question in the context of the Spanish labor market, which I think is an interesting case for from an international point of view, because our short-term work scheme is designed to not making distinction by contract type. But at the same time, we have a labor market with a high level of segmentation by contract type. So we have a long tradition in firms of adjusting employment, simply ending temporary contracts. And the firms know very well how to use this way to adjust to a crisis. What do we have? Well, the elements of the answer in this preliminary analysis, this is a work in progress, of course, that until the lockdown, we don't see great differences about the coverage for workers with an open-ended contract and workers with a temporary contract. However, after this worst moment of the lockdown later, what we see is the dual structure of the Spanish labor market operating not as usual, but almost as usual. Because for temporary workers, things are so difficult as usual. The ends of temporary contracts evolve as in past crises, and the gap in new contracts mostly affect them. So they are losing, they have a higher risk of losing their jobs, and they have a lower probability of accessing to a new job. And this mainly affects to male temporary workers. Policy implications. I think that the ERTE, the Spanish short-term work scheme, has been very important to protect workers in this crisis. All this analysis is not against this appreciation. It's been a very big important to absorb this shock, especially in the months of the lockdown. But well, it's important, it's very powerful, but it isn't almighty. The dual structure, the segmented structure of the Spanish labor market worked as in previous crises. So temporary workers, at the end, I think that all these informations go in the way of showing that they lack the same degree of protection of the other workers, and affecting obviously to people as young workers and all of them, all workers in the margin to be hired again. So thank you very much, and sorry for the technical problems.
Thanks very much, Miguel. I don't know whether you heard, I posed some general questions when we were waiting for you to come back, and to yourself and to Trine. It was my general question to you was whether or not we would consider it more equitable if there'd been a sort of general sort of minimum income level provided to everybody, irrespective of employment status, or whether because of the nature of the crisis, it was a health crisis, not an economic crisis, and therefore it was appropriate, if you like, to focus on maintaining the relationships in employment, and therefore protecting those in work, and that in itself, in some senses, inevitably meant that those without long-term access to employment were less likely to be protected. So it's just sort of what is equitable, what is good in that crisis, and a sort of general reflection. I think what we will do, Trine has already answered one question. So we, Uma has told me that we can take 5 to 10 minutes out of the break to continue the discussion. But I want to make certain every speaker has some opportunity to answer questions. So I will then move first to Francesca, then to Nina, then to Miguel, and then possibly, if there's time, come back to Trine, because I interrupted her in the middle of what she was saying. So Francesca, I think I posed a general question to you about whether or not these informal organizations should be supported by the state in crises, or whether we just should rely on the state and forget about informal organizations because they haven't got the access to credit, etc. And then you had a question also, which we went through in the chat. Would you like to respond now?
Yes, thank you, Professor. Thank you for the question. Concerning your question, I would like to change a bit the point of view.
Yeah.
Because of course, I'll be brief, of course, but the fragmentation of the field is huge, and I had also the chance to discuss this topic with other cooperatives all over Europe. And what we realized is that, of course, in the cooperative, entertainment workers access to social protection, but still their social security coverage result lower than for other workers in standard employment, and this is the result also of the research. Other research that were shown this afternoon. The problem is that the social protection model is insurential and proportional. So the issue is informal organization can be useful to address this problem, but they can solve it. What we realized is that for workers' well-being is crucial to assess adequate social protection, regardless the type and duration of their employment relationship. And so it's the government that should go in the direction of a universal welfare state. This is the only way we are in the middle, but we can solve problems if workers are not recognized.
Right.
And for the second question, briefly, as you've seen in my presentation, that is the relationship between trade unions and cooperatives. Have you seen in my, you saw in my presentation that Doc Servizi has been working with the trade unions for over 20 years now. And over time, especially the relationship between the local trade unions has become stronger and positive. But actually, during the pandemic, we had a temporary crisis with one of the larger unions because Doc Servizi was more effective in defending entertainment workers than the unions. And they weren't really very happy with it. But the problem is clear. As I told you before, these workers are poorly unionized, so they don't have many members of the entertainment field. And therefore, they don't know the entertainment field and its problems. So that was the reason why, at first, at least, we were more effective. But this was the case of one union. With others, we cooperate and exchange ideas. That's it.
Thank you. Now I could turn to Nina. There is a number of other questions in the chat, which I think I could summarize. They were people asking for more information about how effective the organizations were in supporting workers out of poverty and in the past, how they might have evolved, developed new technologies, and also about whether or not the different policies towards lockdown in the two countries had any effect. So I think, sorry, I'm just speeding things up rather than reading them. So I think you've probably seen them already. So if you'd like to respond,
Yeah, I'll be very brief this time. Thank you. So just on the technology, what we saw is that, of course, many associations did use digital platforms to meet and to cope with the situation. But what it also showed was that that kind of increased a little bit the gap, you could say, especially between leaders and members, because not everyone have access to digital platforms and so on. So it sort of showed some kind of exclusion for workers that were not able to come and meet physically like they do normally. So yes and no, but of course they did adapt, right? They, I mean, in a sense, a lot of them did have learned and evolved and become a bit more innovative in terms of their practices. I mean, we can say overall, most associations didn't collapse, right? So they somehow did adapt and evolve to the situation. There was a question on leveraging associations, and again, is yes and no. I mean, there are larger network associations that are quite robust and strong, and they can definitely, the sort of umbrella type that are even cross national, they are already registered, and they can sort of be helped to help their workers. We saw local governments in Kenya that actually facilitated training on COVID and health issues through their associations. But then you have the smaller types that are really not able and don't have the capacity to sort of stand up. So yeah, and then I think on the question that you had, Jill, about these informal and whether it should be a state or the informal associations that sort of step in. And what we argue are that in this case, really there is a need for public interventions, because of course the associations are also limited, right? I mean, they don't have, they're not necessarily the poorest of informal workers that are members, right? So through the associations, you don't reach everyone. And also to cushion associations and to protect them, because what happens is that the ones that did disperse funds, they then start out after the pandemic with zero or negative funds. So there really is a need for a more universal approach to that. I think I'll stop. There were other questions, but I would like to allow the other speakers a chance to answer.
Thanks very much, Nina. And then Miguel, I haven't seen any other questions, but I'll come in since your presentation. I'm sorry about that. I'm sure it's an effect of the presentation rather than the interest in the topic. But I just wondered if you had any reflections on what my question about whether we should have focused more on income maintenance for everybody, or the focus on keeping employment was appropriate.
I think that the minimum income policy would be the perfect complement for the short-time work schemes. In fact, in Spain, we tried to implement this type of program just in the first months of the pandemic crisis. And previously to the pandemic crisis, we had in Spain, and we have even today, a regional system for minimum income, but mainly focus on the most severe forms of social exclusion. But we lack this type of program at the national level, just to provide income maintenance at the minimum level, because we have the unemployment benefits for this function. But of course, this is only useful for people with longer labor market experience previously. And many times temporary workers don't have enough time in work to have enough right for claiming benefits. So we tried to implement this system, but we had a lot of problems to implement an enough sufficient system of minimum income. Well, it was the worst moment with everybody at home, where public servants working from home, and many people without computers or not the right computer to do that. So it's been very difficult. I think that now in the last month is when we see this program with a much better functioning. But even at this moment, we have a very low percentage of families, of households covered by this minimum income program with respect to the expectation.
I've forgotten that the Spain had brought in this minimum income system. I remember now my own research. That's very interesting. Just finally, Trine, do you want to come back? Because I rudely interrupted you when you were in the middle of your answering questions.
I'll just make it very brief, just to add in, because I think this whole debate about the social protection, I think because it's a health crisis, I think there was a greater awareness as well that you had to secure not just jobs, but also income. Because if you don't secure income, and notably for those who are on sick pay, but also unemployment, they will continue working and then just ignore the various containment measures introduced. So in that sense, there were a great awareness of it. And we can also see in terms of when you look across the Nordic, Finland, who introduced this general maintenance minimum income, the unemployment rate is much lower than in the other countries. It's the same in Norway in the short term, whereas the highest unemployment rate was in Sweden, and notably among temporary workers and those with few hours that had to be dismissed and couldn't be protected. So in that sense, I think the more universal nature in times of crisis might have a great impact, especially if it's a health crisis. But again, what the long-term effect will be is all time only can tell. So thanks. I just kept it short. I could go on forever. And it's really interesting to discuss. So thank you for a great session.
I also found it really interesting. I found all the papers absolutely excellent. Very different takes on this whole, but around the same issue about how to actually provide more universal protection, while at the same time, recognizing that people, shocks to income for even for people who are relatively well paid, may have been really disastrous in the crisis as well. So it's a very difficult issue to decide what is an equitable and an system, and what can also be managed in terms of innovation, given everybody else is working from home, as Miguel just pointed out, which I think is a really useful observation. So I think we're going to be learning for years about how we innovated or failed to innovate in the crisis. And I think this was a really good session to get us carrying on with that work and to support the ILO's work in moving towards a human-centered recovery. Thanks very much for everybody, for the organizers, the speakers, the question writers, and sorry for the slight delay, but I think we managed, at least everybody presented, and the papers I think will be available, and the session will be available. So thank you very much, and have a good 6-minute break. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jill, for chairing this session, which I completely echo with you, was an excellent session with a very interesting set of papers focusing on different types of workers and what kind of policies have been undertaken. We will continue with the same theme on labor and social protection policies, but focus now much more on the countries. And we'll take a 12-minute break, not a 6-minute break, and come back at 4:20 for continuing this discussion on labor and social protection policies. So see you all soon. Thank you very much for staying with us.
Okay, so it's 4:20. So I think we can get started.
Yes.
I'm actually going to do a brief introduction of everybody as well, if I can find the right folder. Yes, so we have 4 papers in this session. The session is called Policies to Protect Workers During the Pandemic. The first paper will be Giving Aid to Those Most in Need, Improving Brazil's Emergency COVID-19 Benefit, written by Ana Virginia Moreira Gomes, Eduardo Rocha Diaz, and Anil Verma. And it is Ana Gomes who will be presenting. She's a labor law professor at the Faculty of Law of the University of Fortaleza, Brazil. That will be followed then by a paper called COVID-19 from Crisis to Response, Empirical Evidence from Ready-Made Garment Manufacturing Sector in Bangladesh. There are 3 authors of that paper, Mr. Zahrul Islam, Mr. Mustafa Saroar, and Mr. Mizanur Rahman. Excuse me if I pronounced that incorrectly. And it will be Mr. Islam who will be presenting. He's a director at the Bangladesh Public Administration Training Center. Then that will be followed by the 3rd paper, Employers' Use of Furlough and Job Retention Support in the UK during the COVID-19 pandemic, by Mark Stewart, David Spencer, Christopher Ford, and Christopher McLallen. And Mark Stewart is the Montague Burton Professor of Human Resource Management and Employment Relations at Leeds University Business School. And then finally, the last is Work from Home Practices in the Era of COVID-19 Pandemic in Malaysia, A Way Forward, by Zuria Ibrahim, Kamsaya Mabola, and Nur Ain Alifuddin. I don't think I pronounced that very well. And Mr. Ibrahim is an associate professor in the Industrial Relations Program, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities at the University of Malaysia. So Ana Virginia, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. And I'm very happy to be here. Today, we'll talk about this research we're developing to analyze the emergency benefit assistant ad that aim to provide some relief for informal workers during the pandemic. The ad program was timely, but it was not perfect. There were problems, including accessing online channels to appeal against administrative decisions denying the benefit or even applying for it in the first place. We developed here an analysis of judicial decisions issued in 2020 by federal judges in the state of Ceará in Northeast Brazil. And this analysis suggests some failures in the program. Our study proposed further improvements that are possible. For example, digital exclusion could be addressed by resorting to the already existing network of social assistance programs in Brazil. The federal government of Brazil has been widely criticized by its unwillingness to recognize the full extent of the pandemic and for its failure to provide national coordination on social distance, mask mandates, and vaccines. Given the lack of leadership of the federal government, the Congress took the matters in its hands, approving a law that provides for sanitary and social distance measures. Provinces and municipalities enact the majority of other measures that were needed. The Congress followed up with Law 13982 in 2020, providing for an emergency income benefit, auxílio emergencial, to reduce the loss of income for informal, self-employed, and unemployed workers. In addition to this, there were rules providing for an emergency program aimed at maintaining jobs and income for formal workers, which was approved in 2020 and extended this year. In our study, we focus on the emergency add income benefits that target informal workers self-employed workers, and unemployed workers. Just giving the general features of this program, between April 7 and May 15, 2020, 118 million ad applications were made, of which 50% were granted. In August 2020, the number of beneficiaries reached almost 67 million, with an expenditure of $25 billion US. If we include the beneficiaries' family members, more than half of the Brazilian population, or around 126 million people, benefited from this aid, which reduced extreme poverty to 3.3% of the population, or 7 million people. It was the lowest rate in 40 years. The benefit ended in early 2021, but it was later reinstated in April 2021, and it has been just extended this month. Despite this extensive coverage, there were significant gaps as shown by the number of rejected applications and subsequent appeals to the federal courts. In our research, we will analyze 50 court decisions as the first stage of this research, and our presentation is divided in 3 parts. First, we will analyze the main legal features of the programs, the flaws of the programs, and we'll do some analysis on the decisions themselves. In its initial version, the income benefit provided a transfer of roughly $118 US every 3 months for up to 2 persons per family. There were some cumulative requirements, for example, to be over 18 years old, not to have a formal job, but here I will highlight these eligibility requirements. Work as an individual self-employed micro-entrepreneur, it's a formal self-employed worker, or an individual contributor to the general social security system, or an informal worker. The rules also accept inactive intermittent workers who are formal but very precarious if they have no income during that period. How do these individuals register on the program? There are 2 ways. First, if they are already in the Unified Register for Social Programs of the federal government, called CadÚnico, because they were already receiving the family grant or Bolsa Família, or if they were beneficiaries of any other social program from the federal government. So they were in the system. If they were not in the system, they had to apply through a digital platform in a federal bank, Caixa Econômica Federal, and they could download this digital platform in their cell phone. You can see there in the slide, the digital platform. And they should do a self-declaration that their family income per capita was up to half the minimum wage, or total monthly family income of up to 3 minimum wages. First, I will highlight the, I will highlight the positive aspects. First, the beneficial, emergency beneficial income was more successful than previous social programs because it was not subject to the constraints of budgetary limitations. So during that period, it became a political priority to help informal, poor and very poor workers, and that made all the difference. Another positive aspect is that it reached many invisible beneficiaries who were not registered in the CadÚnico and were not receiving Bolsa Família. Around 29.3 million people were nowhere to be seen, even though they need to benefit from these social programs. So it shows us that we need to expand the coverage. Now the flaws in the Emergency Income Act. First, it was discontinued during January-March 2021, and it shows us how hard it is to keep this matter as a political priority. When it was reinstated, the value decreased, and it's hardly enough if the family has no income. There was an unjustified inclusion of beneficiaries and exclusion of potentially worse recipients. These two problems were identified by the Federal Court of Accounts in Brazil and show us the need for a better data check and cross-checks. These are required in order to identify people who meet or do not meet the eligibility requirements. Okay, this is the questionnaire we apply in the 50 court decisions. So I will comment on some of them. First, it's important to explain how it works. If the person is not in the CADE Único, in the social general registration, the person has to apply through that digital platform in the Caixa Econômica. Then there are three possible answers. It was approved, it was denied, and it is inconclusive. And then the individual will see some responses in the Social Security Technology and Information Company called DataPrev. It's a website. And the answers were, you have informed a family member who, according to the government database, is dead, or it has a different age than you have informed. And these reasons, they generally match the questions we have done to look for them in the court decisions. And it also shows us how the whole system was very based on the use of technology. These are some of the answers that I will comment here. The analysis suggests that there were some deficiencies in the program. In 40% of the cases, the administrative decision was wrong, which points to the need to facilitate better processing of applications administratively without resourcing to the courts, which is very costly and will take longer. In particular, more accurate information on the composition of the family members and on previous employment relationships, which have already ended, could be recorded. In 2020, 55% of the beneficiaries were women, and around 42% of the plaintiffs were women in the decisions we looked. We have still no data on the number of women who had their application reject or accept. But as the Emergency Act focuses on the poor and extremely poor, it privileged women and Black people, the two groups most affected by the pandemic. The correlation between sex and having a family registered in the CADE Único, the social registration database, was significant. Women were 50% more likely than men to be in a poor family. More data is needed for us to draw conclusions on if women were effectively able to access the income benefit and what were the obstacles they face. But there are some interesting rules in the program. In case the beneficiary is a female single parent, the aid is double. From May 2020 onwards, mothers younger than 18 years old were also included in the program. The last chart we show indicates that there is the disagreement over the eligibility requirements. Most of the time resulted from conflict information on the public database registered systems. And most of the time, the judge will consider more the self-declaration made by the individual in the digital platform. This shows us the need to make it easier for individuals to correct the information in these public databases. They have to be faster unable to change because your labor or social condition changes over time, and during an emergency, it happens sometimes very fast. Now the conclusions. There is, in our analysis so far, it shows the need to combine traditional human-based methods like active search in the case of very poor or very informal workers. For example, I work with waste pickers, homeless workers, homeless people and workers. And for them, we need traditional human-based methods because the technology methods will not reach them. And we should combine this with tech-based in order to identify this invisibility and exclusion. The success of the program in reaching so many people gave a momentum for the discussion on the need of a citizenship basic income. And there is already a law on this, and the Supreme Court has decided that in 2022, the federal government has to implement this citizenship basic income. And our overall conclusion is that for some time during the pandemic, reaching and providing support for informal, poor and very poor workers became a political priority and not a marginal policy. And this is what made, I think, the main difference. It shows us how the presumption that based previous policies was that economic growth would somehow solve the problem of informality, poverty, and inequality. The pandemic shows us in a very explicit way that this will not happen and that these matters should become a political priority to be solved. I think that's it. I'm on time. Thank you very much.
Yes, you're absolutely on time with 1 minute to spare. Thank you very much for that very clear presentation, really interesting findings, and interesting to have that sort of analysis about that relief fund. You hear about a lot of these programs being put into place, but how they actually work out in practice is something we don't hear too much about. Okay, so now we're going to move to the second presentation by Mr. Islam on Bangladesh and the ready-made garment sector. So you have the floor.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you see my slide presentation?
No, we see your computer screen. So you're definitely screen sharing. You just need to click on your presentation. Yes, there you go.
All right.
Right. And
Is
then
it? Okay.
yes, if you want to put it maybe on the full screen.
All right.
Can you just go to the slideshow and say full
Yes.
screen, please?
Yeah, there you go. And then if you could please
I think it is.
stay to 15 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, respected chair of this session, respected moderator, and respectable organizer, and learned participant from online and offline as well. I welcome all of you from my presentation. This is Mohammad Johurul Islam from Bangladesh. As you have seen, the topic is COVID-19 from crisis to response, empirical evidence from ready-made garments manufacturing sector in Bangladesh. Anyway, this is the outline of our presentation. Due to the time constraint, I should not go. It is basically the empirical work. We are basically not living in a global village. We are basically living in a COVID village. So everyone is included. Every country is included all in COVID. And Bangladesh is not the special one. Bangladesh is heavily affected. The third wave is going on. So still the new cases are emerging, new cases are infected are recorded and calculated and presented as well. So every day is new cases are coming. So still the responses from the other agencies are emerging always. It is a combined effort to prevent the COVID. So responses from the state, responses from other institutions as well. So yes, as the title is itself, the ready-made garments industry in Bangladesh. So about 80% export earning are coming from the ready-made garments industry in Bangladesh. So due to the COVID, a number of the cancel that is counted from 3.19 billion in US, the cancel from 1150 factories are closed. Due to that, a number of workers went back to their home. It is counted from almost 2.18 went back to their home due to the COVID and shutdown of the organization and factory. So she went home without money and wages or salary. So due to that, so the government has an incentive package for the entrepreneur and the owner to open up the factories and to minimize the gap in case of wage and salary for the worker. So again, why we have taken this sort of training, this sort of study. So there is huge talk regarding the COVID. So social dialogue, guideline from various corner. From the government part, from the trade union part, from the management part, from the health ministry part, from the WHO part, ILO part, BJMEA, the association part. But still, there is a demand for safety measure. So the measure we are taking right now to combat or to reduce the COVID or to responses to the COVID is not the inadequate. So with this study, we'll see to what extent the organization, factories, and the ready-made garments industries are ready to cope up with the COVID and continue their production and open up the factories. So thus, the study has some specific objectives. These are basically to identify the knowledge gap on COVID-19 readiness at RMG sector and review scale and its impact, and to examine the readiness of RMG sector to address the COVID-19 crisis from organization perspective. And finally, to identify the key challenges impeding implementation of COVID-19 readiness in RMG sector in Bangladesh. This is the basically objective of our study, but this still, as we see, the number of death and cases are rising rapidly. So if we see the 6th July, the death is in case 163 and 11,525 are also infected. From cases, new cases. So response is still going on. So it's the World WHO database. So this is valid from the WHO. So you see the response timeline is continuing. Government is not stopping the responses to combat or to address the COVID-19. So a number of activities are also adopted by the different agencies, and these are the list of the the approaches that is activities that has been taken from to reduce the the COVID or to address the COVID, like the control room coordination, development guidelines, and so on. And though thus the study has completely based on the quantitative rather than the qualitative, though the study has some component are with the quantitative, though. So that is why I put this. It is a mixed method, but mostly the analysis and the result and findings are completely based on the quantitative in nature. So that is random sampling procedure was applied, and it is basically due to the COVID, online emailing questionnaire survey were administered by us, and the research site is closer to Dhaka and some closer district, that is Gazipur. So 2 districts are covered in this study, but number of districts are having this and having the RMG factories as well. We have 8 divisional administrative division, and 7 division are covered with the RMG sector, but this study has covered only 2 districts and I mean the 1 division. So anyway, this is 26 factories. The survey were run, and responses were taken from 112. So response only the sample size is very small, 112. And Likert scale we used 1 to 5 point Likert scale is used to measure the organizational readiness and some other things. So this is how that is the profile of the respondent. The respondent are basically from the management perspective, manager, senior executive, and assistant manager, and they are also participated in the COVID-19 meeting. So mostly, those very few are not participated in the COVID-19 and its guideline and the management part as well. So apart from the 112, there are 88 from male, and female are only 24. So it is here 24 is less. Why? I mean the women are not working at that level, the management level. Yes. The factories are mostly from the female part, but at the working level, at the operational level, female are mostly, and the management part and the executive part, the male dominating basically. So policy procedure now, the 8 components are measured with the policy procedure. See, these procedures are basically, I mean, the component or measurement component are completely company have infection disease preparedness plans, and the COVID-19 task force or committee, and COVID-19 is marked as by participation and safety, and COVID awareness training at workplace committee are aware of COVID-19 virus, and SOP standard operating procedure to prevent COVID. These are basically the component. So component measure with 1.1 to 5, that is the mean value is over the average, means mean value according to respondent identification, respondent responses. So mean value is not that much high, that is complete, just average level, upper the average level. And if you see the pictorial things from the adaptation, how much they are agreed with the adaptation policy they have identified as we see the 8 component, that is the majority they replied that they do agree, but mostly more than that, so not sure and maybe, that is the highest position. Well, it's mean that so not sure or maybe it's to some extent we can reply it is look like the negative way. They do not say directly the adaptation is not there, but indirectly they says that not sure or maybe. So not sure and maybe part is more higher than the agreement part, or disagree, or strongly disagree. So again, move to the HR compliance. So HR compliance measure with the 10 items that have been developed by the different guideline by WHO, ILO, and factory and management part, HR part as well. So it is also seen that the mean value is also moderately the average, it's not that much high, but still, if we look to what extent they realizing HR policing by to COVID, to reduce the COVID or to readiness for the organization. Again, the result also says that not sure is high than their views in terms of agree or in terms of strongly agree or disagree. So it is the result revealed that. So we must realize the HR policy if we really want to, reduce the COVID or continue our production, minimizing the COVID things and open up our factory and create the environment of the working environment for the worker. We must realize the HR policy. We must practice the guideline given by the factories, given by the state, given by the ILO, given by the WHO, so that we can continue our decent work in the RMG sector as well, because RMG sector is the main source of economy in Bangladesh. So to continue our economy and employment and production and the export, so we must practice the HR policy for the well-being of the worker. Let's move to the organizational readiness, the readiness to make COVID-19 response to workplace. This is also this variable also measure with the 10 components that has been look like the floor sewing machine layout set, maintain the 2 meter that has been guided by the WHO, or 6 feet distance, worker and employee maintenance social distance in the workplace, and the worker and employee maintain social distance in dining area, dining place, organization arrange extra ventilation, and so on. So it is also said that the mean value is look like more than 3. That is quite good, because the in response to the organizational readiness, they are continuing with this though before the COVID as well. So it's a good sign for the readiness to continue their production or continuing their factory rather than the stop or shut down the factory. This is a good sign for the organizational perspective. Now move to the another one. What is it? Yes. Excuse me. Yes. Okay, if we see the, their agreement point of view, this is again, the agree is agreement, and the neutral is almost the closer one. So here also the implementation stages we have to, the factory managers or the state or the what the stakeholder must look into to implementation the HR compliances to address the COVID and continue the productivity or production in the factory, rather shut down the factory. So again, the readiness, employee readiness, it is measurement is readiness in employee awareness. So employee awareness for prevention, of COVID-19. This measurement are this variable are measured with the only 6 components. These are the organizational awareness and training program, daily awareness announcement, and the posting on the factory premises. Management distribute any kind of awareness leaflet on COVID-19. Management motivating employees and staff to maintain personal hygiene in their home as well. Management encourages all employees and staff to self-report any state of illness at any time. So these are the components that is the readiness point of view in terms of the employee awareness. Employee awareness here is the statistical definition, statistical measurement with the mean value. Let's look regarding the pictorial presentation, how it is implemented by the organization. So it is also not a very good shape. Their neutral value is high, measure high than the agreement point. So still not, the awareness program is there, but all the things are not implemented by the, the factory manager or factory owner or the state. We have a number of guidelines, number of suggestion, but not maintaining. So must maintain that things. So let's move to, due to the time constraint, this is personal equipment, we call it PPE. So PPE is measured with the 3 components. Let's see the pictorial presentation. It's not sure maybe. So we are not very much acquainted with the PPE, how to use, how to administer event. So administer point of view, factory manager or factory owner or the state or any other agencies from the state are not very much monitored this thing to reduce COVID or to combat with the COVID or to minimize the COVID at the workplace, so that we can run our business as. And again, apart from the personal protection, this is another one. The health logistic are also measured with some components. So we must see the component measurement is not sure, is mostly, rather than that they do agree with the things. So health related issue must be ensured by the state or by the union or by the management part. And again, social distancing, we understand that things. So we understand that the social distancing, you see, though we understand the social distance is the core things to maintain to address the COVID, but in the factory level, it is not basically maintaining. So it is the overpopulated country like Bangladesh, and also the factory are also populated by the worker. So still not in a very good shape, but there is a good sign for agreement. They understand little bit, but not in practice. So this is basically the empirical findings. Now come to the conclusion and policy suggestion. In general, basically, so readiness in factories is more than the average. Workplace making safe from COVID-19 transmission and other logistics are required more attention. So transmission is frequently happening. So we must stop the transmission, and to mechanize or a process of transmission is required. So to run the organization, government institutional vigilance and monitor are needed to be enhanced and frequently, and all agencies like the collaboration are to be developed more to prevent COVID-19. This is all about the conclusion and policy suggestion. So it is not the one-man show, or government can alone to combat with these things. So everyone should come together, every agencies, every stakeholder should come and come and do address the COVID. This is and finally, I should say, together we fight COVID-19. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience hearing. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Islam. So now we'll pass the floor to Mark Stewart and his study on the UK.
Thanks, Janine. So this study focuses on the UK, and we look specifically at the practice of workforce furloughing and job retention, and specifically the way in which furloughing has been supported by a state-funded scheme. So the title of the paper, Employers' Use of Furlough and Job Retention Support in the UK during the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's a collaboration with David Spencer, Christopher McLachlan, and Chris Ford. So the study draws from an online survey of 2,000 middle and senior managers in the UK conducted during February and March of this year. So the rationale for this was a wider interest amongst the research group in job retention and the extent to which the practice of furloughing might have stimulated a different approach amongst UK employers towards retaining staff rather than making them redundant during a crisis situation. And there's been very little actually empirical data so far during the pandemic on senior managers and middle managers' perspectives on furlough. So what I'm aiming to do in today's presentation is very briefly, and I'm presenting, I guess, initial findings, mainly descriptive findings today. We're aiming to explore employers' experiences and attitudes towards workforce furloughing, the level of engagement with the coronavirus job retention scheme, which I'll explain in more detail in a minute. Look very briefly at wider patterns of workplace change, including investment in new technology. There's obviously been an associated debate during the pandemic around the extent to which technology has been accelerating or not, and we'll just briefly touch on some of those issues, and also look at the expectations of the future of work beyond the pandemic, including the extent to which, as we move out of the pandemic, UK employers will start to move more towards redundancy rather than job retention. So the central argument, or the central, I guess, thrust of the presentation today is that there's been widespread use of workforce furloughing and job retention support in the UK. This has had the positive effect of protecting the labour market in terms of preventing a catastrophic increase in unemployment. Employers, on the basis of our survey, are generally favourably disposed as well to the idea of job retention. However, what we find is that furloughing took place alongside wider patterns of workplace restructuring, increased investment in new technologies, and to some extent, workforce redundancies. And this position, this situation, we argue, is likely to intensify once state support for job retention is removed. So the background to job retention in the UK, or putting it in a more comparative perspective to start with, job retention or job retention schemes, short-time work schemes, have been a significant response across many, certainly developed countries in response to COVID-19. By May 2020, so just a few short months into the pandemic, 50 million jobs globally were supported by job retention schemes. And to put this into perspective, the analysis by Scarpiter and colleagues suggests that that is 10 times the size of essentially the response to the global financial crisis. So there's been a massive increase in the amount of job retention schemes. To a certain extent, in many countries, or certainly in well-known countries, job retention built on existing schemes, and existing schemes were amended and extended. And obviously there are celebrated examples, for example, in Germany and France and other countries as well, in terms of short-time work or wage support schemes, various types of job retention schemes. And as I said, take-up of these schemes far exceeds the experience in the global financial crisis, 2008. I think in the French case, for example, 33 times more widely used. Job retention schemes don't really have so much of a history in the UK context. The UK market regime of restructuring, or the response to crisis in the UK, has no historical precedent of furloughing or state support for job retention. Typically, there might be some element of state support in terms of protecting public sector employment, for example, the last financial crisis, but the general, I guess, consensus would be that under a market regime of restructuring, we would just see a large increase in employer redundancies and an increase in unemployment. The state took a different response in terms of COVID-19 in response to the lockdown of economy and society. This prompted a novel UK response by the Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme, the CJRS. So the CJRS remits up to 80% of an employee's wage, up to £2,500 per month. Essentially, employers apply for state support. They get 80% of their employees' wages, up to £2,500 per month. The scheme was launched in March last year. So after some initial debate, the scheme was launched, I guess, quite quickly now, looking back in terms of the history of the pandemic. And it was originally designed to last until June. Sorry, it was originally designed to last for just 4 months. But the scheme has been revised numerous times and is currently set to close at the end of September 2021. The scheme has been revised mainly in terms of extending the deadline. So it's fair to say that the UK government's taken a rather, I guess, loosely committed approach to this scheme, rather than introducing it and having a long time threshold like a number of other countries. It's been periodically extended. Initially, workers that were covered under the scheme, that were on furlough under the scheme, were not allowed to do productive work. So there wasn't any facility for short time working. This was amended within a few months of the initial launch of the scheme. And there's also been a period throughout the life of the scheme, an expectation that employers contribute. So in other words, the level of state support drops from 80% initially to 70% and then to 60%. And that's just kicked in now this month. There's an expectation that employers contribute 10% towards the scheme. It's been favorably evaluated by numerous think tanks and economic agencies in terms of preventing a huge increase in unemployment, and where there has been some prevarication around the scheme in terms of uncertainty about whether it was going to be extended or potential employer contributions. Actually, what we have seen has been an increased number of redundancies. The scheme has been widely used. So furloughing has been pretty extensive over the course of the pandemic. Cumulatively, the job retention scheme has been used by 1.3 million employers to support 11.6 million jobs over the course of the pandemic. It's one of the largest, if not the largest, financial instrument that the UK government's used to support the COVID response, 66 billion. And that chart there just shows the sort of ebb and flow of the number of workers furloughed and covered by the scheme over the course of the pandemic. It peaked in May last year with around about 8.725 million workers covered by the scheme. That's about a third of the UK labour force. Then it dropped down into October last year, started to increase again with another lockdown at the end of last year into the start of this year. And in the last month or so, it's dropped again down to about 2.5 million. So still about 2.5 million workers are on furlough 15, 16 months into the pandemic. And as I've said, the scheme is due to close at the end of September. Now, there's extensive national level data on this job retention scheme and on furloughing. There's been some analysis of workers' perspectives on furloughing, but what we have is very little data on managers' perspectives. So what do managers think about what their experiences of furloughing workers? What are their attitudes towards state support? What are their perspectives of the future? So that's what our study, that's what our survey has tried to do. So as I've said, this is an online survey of 2,000 managers conducted on our behalf by a well-respected national survey agency. Okay, so to start with then, we're just going to briefly look at, to some extent, the extent of furloughing. 70% of our managers responding to the survey had furloughed workers at some point during the pandemic. In around about 80% of cases, this was mainly a strategic management decision. There was agreement with unions in 43% of cases, and according to managers, 57% of managers' staff were able to request furloughing themselves, which was actually a condition of the scheme. 79% of furloughed workplaces drew on CJRS support, and this was higher for larger numbers of workers furloughed, which is what figure 2 shows. Our starting point, our starting assumption was that all incidences of furlough in the UK would be supported by the job retention scheme. In other words, employers wouldn't furlough unless the state paid for it. This hasn't necessarily been the case. It's been the case for 79% of furloughed workplaces, but not all. But what we've found is the higher proportion of staff that are put on furlough, the more likely employers are to have made use of this scheme, which I guess is intuitively logical. 46% of furloughs are full-time, 20% is flexible, in other words, short-time working, and the remainder is a mix between the two. Employers are able to top up the state fund. So the state pays 80%, employers can top that up. And we were surprised to find that a high proportion of employers claim to do this, around about 69%. There was a tendency for this to be higher for more professional and senior level workers. Of those cases where there was furlough, but there was not state support, or companies did not draw down funding from the state, 31% of those managers claimed to do so because they'd set up their own self-funded furlough scheme. So what we've also found is an interesting finding about some experience of self-funded furlough. And there's also some suggestion that a small proportion of employers will look to do this post-pandemic, and that's something that we're keen to follow up. In terms of perspectives on furlough, figure 3 shows that there's generally a positive view by managers to the idea of furlough. General agreement that it allows for a quicker recovery, that it helps retain valuable workforce skills. So this would be an important, I guess, aspect of labour hoarding, furlough as an alternative to redundancy, and furlough being essential to remain operational. So 3/4 saw CJRS as essential for the viability of their organisations. But what we also saw was a little under a half saw the state retention scheme as delaying inevitable redundancies. And I think some other commentators have referred to this as a waiting room for redundancy. There's some empirical support of that. 35% reported workers will need to take a pay cut on return. 50% of managers are saying that they're rethinking the job roles of those furloughed. And 43% state the staff will have to be made redundant when they return from furlough. In terms of accelerated investment in technology, as I said, there's been some debate about this during COVID-19, whether it's been accelerated or whether really we're just seeing trends that were happening beforehand. We sort of moderated the McKinsey scale here to look at different types of digital technology. And we saw pretty high levels, I guess, of positive response by managers that they had accelerated investment in technology during the pandemic, with an association between furlough and investment. So where managers said that they had furloughed staff, they were slightly more likely to say that they'd accelerated investment in technology. These are crosstabs, but we have done some. We're starting to do some multivariate analysis at the moment, and to some extent, this finding holds. We also find that those managers that say they invested in digital technologies, accelerated investment in digital technologies during the pandemic, are more likely to invest further post-pandemic. So looking at moving beyond the pandemic, we find widespread anticipated changes to working practices. So when we ask managers, what do you think is going to happen post-pandemic in terms of your working practices, we find high levels of response that things will change. Not surprisingly, in terms of the proportion of staff working remotely part of the week, employee demands for flexible forms of working, the need for long-term staff retention policies. So I guess a generally wide sweep in terms of the types of changes, and I'm coming to the end now, that managers say they think will happen. Just over a third reported that they will, though, need to make some redundancies. So what we are seeing is an expectation that there will be redundancies as we move out of the pandemic. We've started to do some preliminary multivariate analysis, so this is not definitive, but we think that we're sort of getting there and that these findings will hold. There's a relationship between furloughing and CJRS support and expected post-COVID-19 redundancies. So those cases where furloughing had taken place or where there have been support from the CJRS, they're more likely to say that they expect redundancies post-pandemic than cases where this had not happened. And the same relationship was found in terms of accelerated technological investment. Those cases where there had been accelerated technological investment are more likely to expect post-COVID-19 redundancies. And we think that those two findings hold independent of each other. So some conclusions, the incidence of workforce furloughing and state support through the CJRS is a novel development in the UK, but it should be seen as a temporary initiative. It's perhaps done what it was intended to do in terms of prevented significant increases in unemployment, but the situation is fragile. Redundancy and restructuring has taken place. It has taken place in furloughing workplaces, and we think this will intensify post-pandemic. So the removal of state support for job retention is likely to lead to increased redundancies and an increase in unemployment. So in our initial analysis of our survey findings, which we published in a more detailed report about a month or so ago, we present a number of policy recommendations, the most obvious of which is that the state should learn lessons from the experiment with the CJRS and consider more longer-term initiatives that support job retention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. That was really great. We're now going to pass to the fourth and last paper on working from home in Malaysia during the COVID-19 pandemic. So I'd like to pass the floor to the fourth speaker, Professor Ibrahim.
Can Mark stop presenting, please? So that I can share the screen.
Yeah, Mark, can you start presenting? There we go. Okay, you should be able to now.
Can you see this?
Yes, yes.
Right.
Wonderful.
Right. Thank you, Janice. Good evening from Malaysia. It's almost midnight here. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. So the topic of our paper is, like mentioned by Janice, is about work from home practices in the era of COVID-19 pandemic in Malaysia, a way forward. So, oops, I think I should, right. So just a brief background of the study. Since the Movement Control Order, or MCO, was announced in Malaysia on 18 March 2020, all organizations except the essential sectors have been directed to work from home, aimed at breaking the chain of COVID-19. So working from home is likely part of the new normal as the global community continues to fight COVID-19. So this is no exception for Malaysia. However, work from home was not a common practice in Malaysia before COVID-19 and mostly possible for less than 30% of workers. 64% of jobs in Malaysia cannot be performed from home, and that the work from home arrangement is claimed to be biased towards high-skilled occupations. Now, according to Malaysia Public Service Department, civil servants have done well with work from home, and it will be a long-term policy beyond the pandemic, as work from home can also be seen as a stepping stone towards further digitalizing public services. However, for Malaysian Employer Federation, most employers in the private sector prefer all norms, as work from home is not part of Malaysian culture yet, but things can be changed to suit the times. Meanwhile, workers' unions from both the public and private sector believe that work from home option would benefit them in the long run. So having employees work from home raises major issues among individual workers. Firstly, work from home involves issues relates to the concerns of deteriorating work-life balance and the potential of work from home to help address this. The most challenging aspect of working at home for parents with young children and still in school is managing the children. the closure of schools, and the transition to online learning for students during COVID-19 MCO has forced many working parents to take on additional work as full-time teachers. One of the conditions for the success of these work from home practices is that children are in school or childcare centers. However, this does not apply when the MCO takes place. Although work from home practices can increase workers' performance, working from home with children is also seen as a productivity disaster. So the question arises as to how the employee employment process takes place while working from home due to MCO, and have technological facilities and smart devices successfully created harmonious and effective decent work. Ideally, work from home that has been practiced before COVID-19 is to provide opportunities to increase work-life balance. But there is the questions of whether work from home when the whole family, including children, are in the house is effective. And what are the implications for the employees? And can work from home be practiced decently and sustainably as a way forward? So hence, this is the purpose of the discussion for today, to discuss the extent to work from home can be practiced decently and sustainably as a way forward. So methodologically, this paper is part of a more comprehensive study. This is still ongoing paper, ongoing research. But for today, the discussion only focuses on the extent to which work from home can be practiced decently and sustainably as a way forward. So this study is exploratory in nature, and data was collected using quantitative and qualitative online surveys through Google Form. This study also only considered people or workers who work from home during MCO, and a total of 725 workers who work from home in Malaysia provided feedback. So the results discussed in this paper are basically based on preliminary findings from qualitative data, which was analyzed using the SWOT thematic analysis technique. So this is the respondents' profile. Out of 725 respondents, have 65% are female, 64% working in the public sector, 75% of the respondents working in the managerial and professional category, and more than 50% of the respondents have tertiary educations. This is the result based on SWOT analysis, which I will discuss in brief here. So there are 5 themes found to be the strength of work from home practices during MCO. Flexibility is one of the main criteria of work from home, as the findings of the study found that respondents were able to manage their time more flexibly between work and life when they work from home. The results show that 56% of the respondents like to work from home. With flexible work schedules, workers who work from home tend to experience flexibility to meet family needs, personal obligations, and life responsibilities. It also allows workers to enjoy more flexible time to complete their work and does not require them to follow office hours. And second one is work-life integration, which can be enhanced when you work from home. So during this pandemic, the study shows that work from home is a privileged way for the conciliation between work and family life, or for better time management on the part of the worker. So the study also found that working from home can help workers improve their work-life spheres, whereby workers are also able to fit in household chores and other family responsibilities around their working day, giving them more free time in the evenings, for example, doing their house chores on their lunch break. Another factor of the strength part is save money and save commuting time, where workers can also save money by having a reduced consumption of commuting time and fuel costs. Workers can avoid the traffic and the stresses of commuting during rush hours. And the study also found that workers that would have had to commute will now be able to use that time for themselves, giving the basis for better work-life integration. In terms of job and life satisfaction, the level of satisfaction for workers who can work from home is very high and can boost their productivity. For some respondents, it meant their home will be more peaceful and they can perform their responsibilities as a parent and spouse while achieving their goals as a worker. And another factor in the strength theme is job autonomy. So one of the reasons people like to work from home is have this control and self-empowerment issue. It allows workers to determine their work schedule and environment. Workers have the autonomy to determine how and when a task is performed during a work from home. So these strength factors should be reinforced if work from home is to be extended after post-COVID-19. So conversely, the weaknesses of work from home include first, the inadequate digital infrastructure. A conducive working space with a stable internet connection at home is the condition for effective work from home. However, the major issue to make work from home successful faced by respondents during the pandemic was the inadequacy of digital infrastructure, such as lack and limited access to the internet, as well as insufficient technological hardware and related facilities. The second weakness is dehumanized environment, which occurs when the regular face-to-face contacts with co-workers and superiors significantly reduce when working away from the office. The result shows that 69% of respondents think that face-to-face communication is still better than online communication. Hence, working from home during MCO that only uses virtual communication with coworkers and superiors is seen as ineffective and ultimately causes employees to feel isolated and excluded. Even the absence of personal and emotional touch causes workers who work from home to feel like they are working in a silo working environment, and this contributes to an unhealthy impacts on employees, as it only inhibits a decent work environment. The third one is work-life conflict. People with children find the combination of school and childcare facility closures with prolonged full-time work from home particularly challenging, and the household characteristics such as the size of the living area, number of family members sharing the same accommodation, and the number and age of children in the household are considered as family factors influencing work from home. So the study shows that workers that have children or other dependents at home need to find additional time in their day to get work done, either by starting their work very early in the morning or by working until much later in the evening, as well as breaking up the workday into smaller segments, interspersed with breaks for childcare, household chores, homeschooling, etc., etc. So it seems that work from home cannot function effectively while also entertaining a toddler, young children, or to fulfill family demands. Some workers who work from home with family members at home at the same time also found to be unable to complete tasks on time, as a lot of time is given to family management and young children. The fourth weakness is multi-roles burden intensification. Irrespective of whether workers are staying single or with family, they have to get involved in some household chores and other personal responsibilities. The pressure of managing work and household-related responsibilities when various care-related services are not operating at significant stress and burden for workers led to a sudden increase in their multi-roles workload, affecting their well-being. And the last weakness is persistent distraction. So persistent distraction from family members during work from home is also a constraint in making work from home function effectively. Even domestic tasks that need to be completed during working hours can be a reason for losing focus. The study also found that superiors who frequently met duty calls on weekends or late evening have resulted in employees having no privacy time. Respondents' experience of working from home during this pandemic shows that this practice can also open up some opportunities. The first one is hybrid workplace model. The future of most workplaces seems to be hybrid work, combining both office and work from home. The result of the study shows that half of the respondents whose job can be done from home like to work remotely. This indicates the potential and opportunity to continue this work from home practice in the future. And the second one is the new work culture. Looking at the responses from the respondents found in the study also shows that many work processes during work from home require a lot of strategy changes. Thus, if this work from home is extended, new work culture deems necessary. And for example, some respondents express the need for new strategies and new methods in fulfilling their duties. There are certain threats if work from home practice is extended, even after post-COVID-19. This must be addressed for work from home practices to function decently as a standard. The first one is, the first trait is the transition of responsibility. The result shows that by working from home, all utility bills will have to be borne by the employees. They have to pay for electricity and the internet costs themselves, and also incur other additional costs such as computer equipment, printers, and so on when performing their work from home. And the second one is productivity issues. The issue of being unproductive would also be a threat should work from home continue its practice after COVID-19. There were respondents whose performance was disrupted due to the factor in accessibility to task documents and not achieving the standard that should reach, which caused their performance and productivity to decline. And the third one is blurred work-life boundaries. Work from home has mounted the stress levels among most of the employees as the boundaries have become more blurred and there is no clear demarcation between work domain and life and family life domain. The study shows that employees working from home tend to work longer hours than when they are working at the premises of the employer, in part because the time to commute to workplace is replaced by work activities and also due to changes in work routine. Workers find it difficult to manage boundaries between working and non-working time, resulting in a tendency to overwork and reduce workers' work-life balance. Last but not least is inconsistent working hours. One thing that is a threat if work from home is continued is working hours. The findings of the study show that the issue of long working hours, inconsistency, and uncertainty are among the challenges that need to be considered. So from this study, it appears that the initial reactions to the change working from home has been favorable. However, looking past the superficial dissatisfaction, there are many gaps in the current work from home structure, and consequently, there is dissatisfaction with the lack of policies to conduct decent work from home. And this work from home experience of each individual during this pandemic is not similar, not even same. So various factors contribute to the comfort and discomfort in ensuring that these work from home practices function decently. The implementation of work from home during the COVID-19 pandemic on 18 March 2020 in Malaysia was not something that was planned, causing in many cases to pose great challenges in ensuring the effectiveness of work from home itself. So most employees had to perform work from home in an unprepared state. This can be seen from the constraints shared by respondents. They have been forced to make this transition quickly. While some jobs have proven adaptable, many occupations and sectors are not well suited for the remote environment, and many workers have to face overwhelming challenges. This study has its limitation because it does not involve employers. Therefore, the views of employers must also be taken into account in making decent work from home as a way forward. So the practice of work from home in the new era of post-COVID-19 will require much wider use of a new kind of management. One, which is more trusting, and also a new way of working, which is more autonomous, more flexible, and better adapted to the individual circumstances and preferences of workers than before, and what have been experiencing now. As medical experts have predicted that world economies and society will normalize in 2020 at the soonest, work from home arrangements will continue to be in place for the next year or so until the coronavirus is brought under control. Whether this work arrangement will remain as a transitory element or it could be a permanent arrangement, it has to be decently practiced that benefits all stakeholders, especially workers and employers. The opinion of those who work from home is essential to consider, and series of possible actions by the government to make work from home more feasible should be considered. So in the short run, the government should consider first to introduce a more formal work from home guideline for both employees and employers, taking COVID-19 risk assessment into account when developing the guidelines, also providing different guidelines to different sectors, allowing employees' expectations in the guidelines, specifying minimal requirements for technology training for virtual office and technical facilities for work from home. If it is going to be permanent, the government should consider first to re-examine the possibility of remote working or hybrid model to become the new normal, to review the current labor legislations, and ensuring the labor social security policies are extended to home working, and also to further promote family-friendly employment practices. So the benefit of such a framework could not only benefit workers and employers, but also could attract many qualified professionals. This includes mothers who had left the workforce to start a family to return to work. So with that, I think I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ibrahim. That was great. I have to agree with Professor Bamber, who's written in about what an excellent session this has been with interesting presentations. I think they all four complement each other really nicely. The first study on Brazil on aid to informal workers, the second one on Bangladesh on what the employers are doing to ensure the health and safety of their workers during the pandemic in the garment sector, the UK presentation on the furlough scheme put in place in that country. And then finally, this really interesting presentation on work from home practices in Malaysia. Okay, so we have about 20 minutes and there's a few questions that have been coming in, and I have a few questions myself. So I think maybe we'll do a first round and I will give the questions to each of you in the same order, and then you can all take the floor and speak. And then if there's somebody else who wants to either send in a question over the chat or who even wants to take the floor, we can do that as well. But if you want to take the floor, you will have to send in a little note through the chat so that we can unmute you and also put on your video. And I see Uma has a question as well. Okay, so let me just start with Ana Virginia. There was a question about whether you could talk a little bit more about the reach of the legal procedures you analyzed. Do you feel that they're working, and do they provide a viable solution to vulnerable workers? And I wanted to add to that a little bit as well, because it seems to me if somebody has been excluded by excluded by the benefit, but then they can prove in the courts that they actually were entitled, and this is, let's say, in the post-pandemic period, are they then entitled to this benefit? So I had a question about that. And then I was also kind of wondering, it surprised me that so many people were excluded given the history and the success of the Cadastro Único and the other programs instituted in Brazil prior to the crisis. So I am actually very surprised by that. So I wondered if you wanted to comment on that as well. And if you could also say whether, given how many people were excluded and shouldn't have been, do you think it would have been better to have just a universal program put into place, such as a one-time basic income? Okay, so for Bangladesh, the question that I had, I don't see if anybody else has written any other questions on Bangladesh. So the question I had was, I was actually kind of surprised at the pretty low response in some sense by the employers as far as the measures taken. Yes, they've taken some measures, but I would have thought there would have been more, particularly in a post-Rana Plaza era where there has been such an emphasis on health and safety of the workplace, at least in the ready-made garment sector. So I wondered if you could speak a little bit about the role of government here and whether, were they doing anything to ensure compliance? And also, were there any COVID outbreaks at these factories? Okay, then turning to the paper by Mark Stewart, and I see a new question come in. Well, first of all, we have a question about, this is from Luisa Acchiari. Do you know if the furlough scheme was also combined with other support measures, tax credits, reduction in other bills? Can we expect the future rise of unemployment to be covered by other social labor market policies once the furlough scheme is over? And then Greg Bamber's question, based on your findings about changes to the managers partnering, having social dialogue with unions during furloughing. Okay, your slides included data on this, but my inference is that you didn't have time for much discussion of these data during your presentation. I didn't read that very well. Yeah, so if you could reflect on your finding about changes to managers regarding social dialogue with unions during furloughing. And if I could just add on to that, I wondered, I was actually surprised by how many employers said that they plan to furlough. It's not clear if that's a small or a large percentage of their workforce. That was one question I had. And to what extent do you think that is fears is technological, fears about poor economic conditions after COVID, or how much of this is also Brexit coming into play? So that was my question. And then on the paper on Malaysia, based on the weaknesses outlined, did working from home result in any relationship with increased mental health issues? Perhaps this could be another threat. And I was also wondering if you could speak a little bit about, I mean, it seems to me that a lot of the work-life conflicts were the women who were answering. If you could just speak a little bit about the experience of men working from home. And let's see if there's anything else. Okay, yes, so here's another question. Okay, so this is somebody actually answering the question. Okay, so I think, Uma, do you want to give your question now, or do you want to come in later?
Can I come in? I've been having
Sure.
some problems with my computer. I don't know why. I just got lost. I have two questions, one to Mark and one to Professor Islam. I think the question to Professor Islam is, I was very surprised too to see the extent to which the companies were, or the management staff in the enterprises were not even aware about many of these sanitary measures. And I was wondering to what extent it is determined by the size of the firm. One doesn't know, what the firm sizes are and whether there were differences across these different sizes of firms. And taking the firm size is also a question to Mark Stewart, which I found it quite interesting, your analysis. But I was wondering to what extent there are differences in the adoption or investments in technologies, including digital technologies, by different size of firms, because you do in your paper talk about different types of firms where you have interviewed or sent this online questionnaire. And I was wondering which sectors do they actually represent? I think it would be quite interesting to hear. And to an extent, I was wondering how the technology investments are supposed to be facilitating compared to, real replacement. I think if you could comment a bit around that, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so Ana Virginia, do you want to start?
Yes, I will start. I will start with Luisa's question. And we estimate in this first stage of our research that around 10% of that 3.3 million potential recipients might have gone to the courts. So because in Ceará, in 1 year, from April 2020 to March 2021, we had a total of 8,349 lawsuits. So we could say that there is some accessibility to the courts, but it's not enough to fully meet the needs to have a coverage that is bigger. So we think that it's very important to strengthen administrative ways to change the information, because usually the information that it's wrong is very simple. So I think this is the main part of the program that could be strengthened. And the second observation, it relates with Janine's question. Should we have paid to everybody? I think it was very important to have these requirements, because we could see that there were people that were nowhere. And Eduardo Dias is my co-author. He wrote down that there were already some criticism on this, on Bolsa Família and in the CADE Único, that because of budgetary limitations, that they were not as effective. So it was important for us to find these people and then think about ways to include them. And then now I come to the second part of Luisa's answer, is that we should also introduce ways to actively reach very, very informal and poor workers that were not even able to register to begin with, because they have no documentation because they were digitally excluded. They had no address. So I think these people, they don't come to the courts. And the program should have ways to reach them because they are the most in need. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ana Virginia. Okay, so now we can move to the
Okay,
Mr. Islam.
Islam. Thank you very much for your nice question from the chair as well from the organizer, Ramarani. So yes, this is the limitation for my study. This is, sample size is small. It was really tough. The January to March, the survey was run. So we just received a number of respondents from the only 62 factories, and we had a very close connection and networking, emailing, phoning. Then still the rate of response is very low. And move to the Roma again. The size of the farm. The 4 million people are working in the factories. Anyway, the factory size, all of the factory size right now I cannot say because I have not put the figure in our text. So it is not less than 350. So all the factory size is more than 500 workers are working over there. Again, they are not, again, question to reply to the chair. So why they are not quite acquainted with COVID as the respondent from the management? Yes, still a number of agencies, including the government, they even include the government. We have the Ministry of Employment and Labor. The ministry has given a guideline. Even the Prime Minister Office has given a guideline. Even the the BGMEA, they have the high, association called this BGMEA has also provided a guideline apart from the ILO and the WHO. So still they do understand, but practice is not that much. That is why they say that. We understand the mean value is quite good to some extent, more than average, but whenever we go for the practice, it is not seen the good result. So it's mean that the distance, the social distance and some other environment completely related to health and occupation is not a very good sign. So, but the companies are maintaining the compliance as the buyer demand. So at that stage or at that moment in the COVID, it is really tough for them. So they are not very much successful story over there. But yes, nowadays, day before yesterday, I had a talk with a number of, the factory manager who are also the respondent, and they opined that yes, still they are trying, but the things is not in a very good shape for them. That is from my perspective, from Bangladesh perspective. That's all from my my side. Thank you very much to organizer and Dr. Jenny. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mark.
Okay, thanks, Janine. So I've got quite a few questions. I'll try to get through all of them if I can. I should say that one of my co-authors, Chris McLachlan's also in the audience, so he might want to take the floor at some point to pick up on anything that I've missed. So in terms of first question about other measures, other support measures, there was quite a few. I mean, there was existing measures like a universal credit for people below certain incomes, below certain hours, or the unemployed. And there were some changes to how people were able to claim those supports. There was a new initiative for self-employed. So there was a similar type of scheme to the job retention scheme for people in work for the self-employed. there were various measures around business loans to help businesses keep going. There were examples of mortgage holidays, supports for rent or not paying rent for a certain period of time. So a fair number of measures were introduced across the piece, I think. In terms of the future and future increases in unemployment as we come out of the pandemic, will there be any new initiatives? I mean, that's a good question. At this stage, I'd say it's pretty hard to see anything definitive or unique that's likely to happen. It's more likely to be existing measures. There is a new training scheme, but we did ask actually as part of our survey what employers thought of this new training scheme and whether they thought they were going to use it. And very few said they would use it, and quite a lot of people said they didn't think it was going to be very good. And when we asked about what future supports employers would like from the state, actually the strongest two responses were additional support for training and additional support for workers that have been made redundant. But I don't see anything particularly unique that's going to be introduced for redundant workers. I think that's a big gap and that's a big issue. In terms of Greg Bamber's question around social dialogue and unions, hello Greg, thanks for staying up so late. Seems to be a common thing. Yeah, I mean, the sample as a whole was representative of unionized, recognized workplaces. So the number of employees that said they recognize unions was broadly representative of the UK. But there was a higher, I guess, more positive response than I was anticipating in terms of employers that said they were working with unions around agreements on furloughing. That was about 43%. And in terms of anticipated changes to future working practices, around 30% of employers said that there was likely to be more partnership or collaborative working with trade unions. I mean, I think that's a surprising finding, but I can't really say too much more about it in this stage. I think the TUC in the UK would probably be a bit surprised by that finding, and I did run it past them and they were surprised. So whether this will be a genuine increase in social partnership, I'm not too sure. You could say that obviously companies have had to go through a lot in the last 18 months. There's a logic to working more closely with trade unions, and that might be something they look to do a bit more of in the future, but it could be working with trade unions to restructure the workforce or to make people redundant. So we'll have to actually see what that means in practice. I mean, maybe Chris might want to come in a bit later and say some more of that about that. Okay, some of the other questions specifically around the survey findings and drilling a little bit deeper into it. I can give some comments, but a lot of this I think is dependent on the multivariate and more detailed statistical analysis we've yet to do. In terms of the high levels of furloughing, yes, it was high, but I think there's national level data that also supports this. We did ask essentially what proportion of the workforce were put on furloughing, which no other survey has looked at, and around about, I think it's 50% of respondents said that they furloughed more than 50% of the workforce, and only about 10% responded at really low levels of furloughing. So quite high levels of furloughing overall, and quite high percentages of workers within furloughed workplaces that were put on furlough. In terms of the reasons for that, was it down to technological investment? I'm not necessarily convinced so much by the technology argument. I think it was more around basic business conditions, so market conditions. We did ask questions on how has turnover been affected, and there was unsurprisingly a strong correlation between cases where turnover had dropped significantly and the extent to which they furloughed workers. So it's really about the business environment, and technology may play a part in this, but we've not really teased that out in terms of the analysis yet. And just to pick up on the question in relation to that about technology, was it facilitating or replacing? I mean, a really good question. That's a core part of the current technological debate, but this wasn't a survey specifically around a technology use. So that wasn't something we explored too deeply. And really, in terms of where we're at with the analysis at the moment, we're mainly looking at the replacing angle. But I think it'll be a mixture of both. It'll be used to replace some workers, and it'll be used to also facilitate wider change as well in working practices. And we can drill into some of that. I mean, there's obvious correlations between increased accelerated investment in technology and, for example, working from home, and the likelihood that there will be increased amounts of working from home. I mean, that finding came out very, very strongly, and it's perhaps an obvious point. So a mixture of different uses in terms of technology. More broadly, in terms of sector and firm size, yes, we've explored all of that. And I can send you a copy of our report, which goes into this in a lot more detail. But in terms of accelerated investment in technology specifically, more likely in high-tech industries, so information technology, computing, but also surprisingly across the sample as a whole, higher levels of response from public sector respondents than private sector respondents, which I was a bit surprised at, but that could be due to two reasons. Firstly, a lag, the public sector's lagging behind the private sector, and secondly, more workers working from home. And so the need to facilitate certain basic levels of technological investment, which is why we need to drill into the different types of digitalization. Firm size, larger firms more likely to have undertaken accelerated investment in new technology than small firms. Also certain regional effects, a very strong relationship in terms of London, firms based in London. So I think that's covered everything.
I'll just
Okay.
I'll just quickly add to Greg's question. One of the, we did explore some questions around whether there'd been improvement in sort of like employment relations, workplace relations, and there was, we did see about, for those who had been furloughed, there was an improvement, I guess, in relations, trust in management, the climate, the relationship between management and unions, for instance. And then also just generally around working practices that had changed during COVID. There did seem to be a lot more negotiation with unions, which we probably would have expected, particularly in unionised workforces. So that's just to add a little bit, I guess, some of the data that we have to what Mark already said. And also the TUC, how much they were involved in the initial design, they seem to be claiming quite some input there. So I guess they've set some kind of precedent around their involvement in terms of designing the job retention scheme as well. So that's just to add, to what Mark already said, really. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Christopher and Mark. And now we'll turn to Professor Ibrahim.
Thank you very much. I respond to the questions. Did work from home result in any relationship with increased mental health issues? Maybe another thread. So thank you for the questions. Looking at the data, it seems that a dehumanized working environment due to from home has contributed to the feeling of loneliness, isolation, alienation, and stress, which, if not well managed and supported institutionally and socially, will definitely lead to mental health issue. And yes, I agree, it may be another threat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're 10 minutes over time, and it's been a really wonderful panel. I'm sure we could go on later, but given that it's midnight in Malaysia and even later than that in Australia, I think we'll go ahead and end now. I'd just like to thank the speakers so much for sticking to their time and for bringing such interesting data to this session. And well, round of applause, but it's just me applauding. And I hope to see you all in 2 years' time in person. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thanks, Janine.
Bye.
Thanks a lot, Janine, for chairing this session and for an excellent session and discussion. And as you rightly said, we have Professor Ibrahim from Malaysia, Professor Greg Bambers from Australia staying up late. I'd like to say a good evening and a good night to all of you. And we'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock with a Europe session on wages and working conditions, followed by a Young Scholars session and a discussion on governance and labor regulation later. So see you all tomorrow and good night, and wish you a very nice evening from Janine.
Thank you. Good
Bye.
night.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.